Shadow of a Dark Queen. Serpentwar Saga, Volume 1. By Raymond E. Feist. Copyright 1994 by Raymond E. Feist. All rights reserved. Read by Roy Avers. This book contains 382 pages. Book 1. Eric's Tale. Days when the ball of our vision had eagles that flew unabashed to sun, when the grasp on the bow was decision, and arrow in hand and eye were one, when the pleasures like waves to a swimmer came heaving for rapture ahead, invoke them, they dwindle, they glimmer as lights over mounds of the dead. George Meredith, Ode to Youth in Memory. Prologue. Deliverance. The drums thundered. Warriors of the Sa'aur sang their battle chants, preparing for the struggle to come. Tattered war banners hung limply from bloodied lances as thick smoke shrouded the sky from horizon to horizon. Green faces marked with yellow and red paint watched the western skies, where fires cast crimson and ochre light against the black shroud of smoke, blocking the vanishing sun and the familiar tapestry of the western evening stars. Jarwa, Shah Jahan of the Seven Nations, ruler of the Empire of Grass, lord of the 9 oceans, could not tear his gaze away from the destruction. All day he had watched the great fires burn, and even across the vast distance the howls of the victors and the cries of their victims had carried through the afternoon. Winds that once carried the sweet scent of flowers or the rich aroma of spices from the market now carried the acrid stench of charred wood and burned flesh. He knew without looking that those behind were bracing for the coming trial, resigned in their hearts that the battle was lost and the race would die. "My lord," said Kaba, his shield-bearer and lifelong companion. Jarwa turned to his oldest friend and saw the concern etched faintly around his eyes. Kaba was an unreadable mask to all but Jarwa. The Shah Jahan could read him as a shaman reads a lore scroll. "What is it?" "The Pantathian is here." Jarwa nodded, but he remained motionless. Powerful hands closed in frustration over the hilt of his battle sword, Tuol-Masak, blood-drinker in the ancient tongue, far more a symbol of office than the crown he had worn only on rare state occasions. He pushed its point down into the soil of his beloved Tabar, the oldest nation on the world of Shyla. For 17 years he had fought the invaders as they had driven his hordes back to the heartland of the Empire of Grass. When he had taken the sword of the Shah Jahan while still a youth, warriors of Sa'aur had passed in review, filling the ancient stone causeway that spanned the Tokador Narrows, the channel connecting the Tokador Sea and the Kastak Ocean. 100 riders, a century, side by side, rode past, 100 centuries to a Jatar, 10,000 warriors, 10 Jatar to a host, and 10 host to a horde. At the height of his power, 7 hordes answered Jarwa's battle horns, 7 million warriors. Always on the move, their horses grazed the Empire of Grass, while children grew to adulthood, playing and fighting among the ancient wagons and tents of the Sa'aur, stretching from the city of Sibul to the farthest frontier, 10,000 miles distant. It was an empire so vast that teams of horses and riders, never stopping their gallop, would take a full turning of the moon and half again to ride from the capital to the frontier, twice that from one border to the other. Each season, one horde rested near the capital, while the others moved along the frontiers of the great nation, ensuring the peace by conquering all who refused tribute. Along the shores of the 9 great oceans, 1,000 cities sent food, riches, and slaves to the court of the Shah Jahan. And once a 10-year, the champions of the 7 hordes gathered for the great games at Sibul, ancient capital of the Empire of Grass. Over the span of centuries, the Sa'aur had gathered all of Shyla under the Shah Jahan's banner, all but the most distant nations on the far side of the world. It was Jarwa's dream to be the Shah Jahan who at last realized the dream of his ancestors, to bring the last city into the empire and rule the entire world. 4 great cities had fallen to Jarwa's hordes, and another 5 had surrendered without a struggle, leaving fewer than a dozen outside the empire. Then the riders of the Patha horde had come to the gates of Asart, city of priests. Soon disaster followed. Jarwa steeled himself against the sounds of agony that carried through the twilight. The cries were of his people, as they were led to the feasting pits. From what those few able to escape had said, the captives who were quickly slaughtered were perhaps the fortunate ones, along with those who had fallen in battle. The invaders, it was said, could capture the souls of the dying to keep them as playthings, tormenting them for eternity as the shades of the slain were denied their final place among their ancestors, riding in the ranks of the heavenly horde. Jarwa looked down upon the ancient home of his people from his vantage atop the plateau. Here, less than a half-day's ride from Sebul, the ragged remnants of his once mighty army camped. Even in this, the darkest hour of the Empire of Grass, the presence of the Shashahan caused his warriors to stand tall, throw back their heads, and look toward the distant enemy with contempt. But no matter the posture of these warriors, their Shashahan saw something in their eyes no lord of the 9 oceans had ever seen before in the countenance of a Sa'aur warrior. Fear. Jawa sighed and turned without words to return to his tent, knowing full well that no choice was left. Still, he hated to face the alien. Pausing before his own tent, Jarwa said, "Kaba, I have no faith in this priest from another world." He spit the word. Kaba nodded, his scales gray from years of the hard life on horseback and from serving his Shashahan. "I know you have doubts, my lord, but your cupbearer and your lawmaster concur. We have no choice." "There is always a choice," whispered Jarwa. "We can choose to die like warriors." Softly, Kaba reached out and touched Jarwa on the arm, a familiarity that would have brought instant death to any other warrior of the Sa'aur. "Old friend," he said softly, "this priest offers our children haven. We can fight and die, and let bitter winds sing away the memory of the Sa'aur. There will be no one left to chant remembrance to the heavenly horde of our valor, while fiends eat our flesh. Or we may send our remaining females and the young males to safety. Is there another choice?" "But he is not like us." Kaba sighed. "There is something—" "This one's blood is cold," whispered Jarwa. Kaba made a sign. "The cold-blooded are creatures of legend." "And what of those?" asked Jarwa, motioning to the distant fire engulfing his capital. Kaba could only shrug. Saying nothing more, Jarwa led his oldest friend into the Shashahan's tent. The tent was larger than any other in camp, in reality a pavilion of many tents sewn together. Glancing around the interior, Jarwa felt cold grip his heart. So many of his wisest advisers and his most powerful lore-masters were missing. Yet of those who remained, all looked to him with hope. He was Shashahan, and it was his duty to deliver the people. Then his eyes fell upon the alien, and again he wondered which choice was wiser. The creature looked much like the Sa'aur, green scales covering arms and face, but he wore a deep hooded robe that concealed the body rather than the armor of a warrior or robes of a lore-master. He was small by Sa'aur standards, being less than 2 arms span in height, and his snout was too long by half, and his eyes were all black, rather than red iris upon white, as were the eyes of the Sa'aur. Where thick white nails should have been, black talons extended from his fingers, and his speech contained a sibilance from the tongue that forked. As he removed his battered helm from his head and handed it to a servant, Jarwa voiced aloud what every warrior and lore-master in the tent thought. "Snake." The creature bowed his head, as if this were a greeting instead of a deadly insult. "Yes, my lord," it hissed in return. Several of Jarwa's warriors had hands upon weapons, but the old cupbearer, second only to Gapa in importance to his lord, said, "He is our guest." Long had the legends of the snake people been with the Sa'aur, the lizard people of Shyla. Like the hot-blooded Sa'aur, yet not, they were creatures invoked by mothers to frighten naughty children at night. Eaters of their own kind, laying eggs in hot pools, the snake people were feared and hated with racial passion, though none had been seen in the longest memory of the lore-masters of the Sa'aur. In the legend it was said that both races were created by the goddess at the dawn of time, when the first riders of the heavenly horde were hatched. The servants of the Green Lady, goddess of the night, the snakes had remained in her mansion, while the Sa'ar had ridden forth with her and her god-brothers and god-sisters. Abandoned to this world by the goddess, the Sa'ar had prospered, but always the memory of the others, the snakes, remained. Only the lore master knew which tales were history and which were myth, but one thing Jarwa knew. From birth, the Shah Jahan's heir was taught that no snake was worthy of trust. The snake priest said,
"My lord, the portal is ready. Time grows short. Those feasting upon the bodies of your countrymen will tire of their sport, and as night deepens and their powers grow, they will be here."
Ignoring the priest for a moment, Jarwa turned to his companions and said, "How many Jatars survive?" Tosco, Shahan of the Watiri, answered, "4 and but a part of a fifth." With a note of finality in his voice, he said, "No Jatar remains intact. These last are gathered from remnants of the 7 hordes." Jarwa resisted the impulse to surrender to despair. 40,000 riders and part of another 10,000. That was all that survived from the 7 great hordes of the Sa'ar. Jarwa felt blackness grip his heart. How he remembered his outrage when word came from the Papa horde of the priest's defiance and refusal to pay tribute. Jarwa had ridden for 7 months to lead personally the final attack against Asart, city of priests. For a moment he felt a stab of remorse cut deep into his soul. Then he silently chided himself. Could any ruler have known that the insane priests of Asart would destroy everything, rather than let the Sa'ar unite the world under one ruler? It had been the mad high priest, Maita, who had unsealed the portal and let the first demon through. There was small comfort in knowing that the demon's first act was to capture Maita's soul for torment as he ripped his head from his body. One Asart survivor had claimed 100 warrior priests had attacked the one demon as it devoured Maita's flesh, and none had survived. 10,000 priests and lore masters, alongside more than 7 million warriors, had died holding the foul creatures at bay as they battled from the farthest border of the empire to its heart, in a war spanning half a world. 100,000 demons had died, but each one's destruction was paid for in dear blood, as thousands of warriors threw themselves fearlessly at the hideous creatures. The lore masters had used their arts to good effect at times, but always the demons returned. For years the fighting had continued, a running battle past 4 of the 9 oceans. Children had been born in the Shah Jahan's camp, grown to young adulthood, and died in the fighting, and still the demons came. The lore masters looked in vain for a means of closing the portal and turning the tide of battle to the Sa'ar. From the other side of the world they had fought their way back to Sabul, as the demon army poured through the portal between worlds, and now another portal was being opened, offering hope for the Sa'ar, hope through exile. Kaba pointedly cleared his throat, and Jarwa forced away regret. Nothing would be gained from it. As his shield-bearer had said, there was no choice. "Jatuk," Jarwa said, and a young warrior stepped forward. "Of 7 sons, one to rule each horde, you are the last," he said bitterly. The young warrior said nothing. "You are Jashahan," pronounced Jarwa, officially naming him heir to the throne. The youth had joined his father but 10 days before, riding out to his father's camp accompanied by his personal retinue. He was but 18 years of age, barely more than a year from the training grounds, and a veteran of only 3 battles since coming to the front. Jarwa realized that his youngest son was a stranger, having been only a crawling infant when he had left to bring Asart to her knees. "Who rides to your left?" he asked. Jatuk said, "Monis, birth companion." He indicated a calm-looking young man who already bore a proud scar along his left arm. Jarwa nodded. "He shall be your shield-bearer." To Monis he said, "Remember, it is your duty to guard your lord with your life. More, it is your duty to guard his honor. No one will stand closer to Jatuk than you, not mate, not child, not lore-master. Always speak truth, even when he wishes not to hear it." To Jatuk he added, "He is your shield. Always heed his wisdom, for to ignore your shield-bearer is to ride into battle with an arm tied to your side, blind in one eye, deaf in one ear." Jatuk nodded. Monas was now granted the highest honor given to one not born of the ruling family. He could speak his mind without fear of retribution. Monas saluted, his bald right fist striking his left shoulder. "Shashahan," he said, then looked at the ground, a sign of complete deference and respect. "Who guards your table?" Jatuk said. "Chika, birth companion." Jawa approved. Selected from the same birth creche, these three would know one another as they knew themselves, a stronger tie than any other. To the named warrior, Jatuk said, "You shall give up your arms and armor, and you shall remain behind." The honor was mixed with bitterness, for the honor of being cupbearer was high, but giving up the call to battle was difficult for any warrior. "Protect your lord from the stealthy hand, and from the cunning word whispered over too much drink by false friends." Chika saluted. Like Monas, he was now free to speak to his lord without fear of punishment, for in being cupbearer, he was pledged to protect Jatuk in all ways as much as the warrior who rode on the Jashahan's shield side. Jawa turned to another figure, his lore master, surrounded by several acolytes. "Who among your company is most gifted?" The lore master said, "Sadhu. He remembers everything." Jawa addressed the young warrior priest. "Then take the tablets and the relics, for you are now chief keeper of the faith. You will be lore master to the people." The acolyte's eyes widened as his master handed the ancient tablets, large sheaves of parchment kept between board covers, and written upon with ink nearly faded white with age. But more, he was given the responsibility to remember the lore, the interpretations, and the traditions, 1,000 words in memory, for each word drawn in ink by an ancient hand. Jawa said, "Those who have served with me from the first, this is my final charge to you. Soon the foe comes a last time. We will not survive. Sing your death songs loudly, and know that your names will live in the memory of your children, upon a distant world under an alien sky. I know not if their songs can carry across the void to keep the memory of the heavenly horde alive, or if they will begin a new heavenly horde upon this alien world. But as the demons come, let every warrior know that the flesh of our flesh shall endure safely in a distant land." Whatever the Shashahan might feel was hidden behind a mask, as he said, "Jatuk, attend me. The rest of you to your appointed places." To the snake priest he said, "Go to the place where you work your magic, and know that should you play my people false, my shade shall break free from whatever pit of hell holds it, and cross the gulf to hunt you down if it takes 10,000 years. The priest bowed and hissed, "Lord, my life and honor are yours. I remain to add my small aid to your rear guard. In this pitiful fashion, I show my people's respect and wish to bring the Sa'awa, who are so like us in so many ways, to our home." If Jawa was impressed by the sacrifice, he gave no hint. He motioned his youngest son outside the great tent. The youth followed his father to the ridge and looked down upon the distant city, made hellish in the demons' fires. Faint screams, far beyond those made by mortal throat, tore the evening, and the young leader pushed back the urge to turn his face away. "Jatuk, by this time tomorrow, on some distant world, you will be Shashahan of the Sa'awa." The youth knew this was true, no matter how much he would wish it otherwise. He made no false protest. "I have no trust of snake priests," whispered Jawa. "They may seem like us, but always remember their blood runs cold. They are without passion, and their tongues are forked. Remember also the ancient lore of the last visit to us by the snakes, and remember the tales of treachery since the mother of us all gave birth to the hot bloods and the cold bloods." Father, putting his hand, calloused with years of sword work and scarred by age and battle, upon his son's shoulder, he gripped hard. Firm young muscle resisted under his grasp, and Jawa felt a faint spark of hope. "I have given my oath, but you will be the one who must honor the pledge. Do nothing to disgrace your ancestors or your people, but be vigilant for betrayal. A generation of service to the snakes is our pledge. 30 turnings of this alien world. But remember, should the snakes break the oath first, you are free to do as you see fit." Removing his hand from his son's shoulder, he motioned for Kaba to approach. The Shashahan's shield-bearer approached with his lord's helm, the great fluted head covering of the Shashahan, while a groom brought a fresh horse. The great herds had perished, and the best of what remained would go to the new world with the Sa'aur's children. Jarwa and his warriors would have to make do with the lesser animals. This one was small, barely 19 hands, hardly large enough to carry the Shashahan's armored weight. No matter, thought Jarwa. The fight would be a short one. Behind them, to the east, a crackle of energy exploded, as if 1,000 lightning strikes flashed, illuminating the night. A second later, a loud thunder peal sounded, and all turned to see the shimmering in the sky. Jarwa said, "The way is open." The snake priest hurried forward, pointing down the ridge. "Lord, look!" Jarwa turned to the west. Out of the distant flames, small figures could be seen flying toward them. Bitterly, Jarwa knew this was a matter of perspective. The screamers were the size of an adult Sa'aur, and some of the other flyers were even larger. Leathery wings would make the air crack like a wagoneer's whip, and shrieks that could drive a sane warrior to madness would fill the dark. Looking at his own hand for any signs of trembling, Jarwa said to his son, "Give me your sword." The youth did as he was bid, and Jarwa handed his son's sword to Kaba. Then he removed Tual Masok from his scabbard and gave it, hilt first, to his son. "Take your birthright and go." The youth hesitated, then gripped the hilt. No lore master would glean this ancient weapon from his father's body to present to the heir. It was the first time in the memory of the Sa'aur that a Shashahan had voluntarily surrendered the blood sword while life remained in his heart. Without another word, Jatuk saluted his father, turned, and walked to where his own companions waited. With a curt wave of his hand, he motioned for them to mount and ride to where the remaining masses of the Sa'aur gathered to flee to a distant world. 4 Jatar would ride through the new portal, while the remaining part of the 5th, as well as all of Jarwa's old companions and lore masters, would stay behind to hold the demons at bay. Chanting filled the air while the lore masters wove their arts, and suddenly the air erupted in blue flames as a wall of energy spread across the sky. Demons flying into the trap screamed in anger and pain as blue flames seared their bodies. Those that quickly turned away were spared, but those that were too far into the energy field smoldered and burned, evil black smoke pouring from their fiery wounds. A few of the more powerful creatures managed to reach the ridge, where Sa'aur warriors leaped without hesitation to hack and chop at their bodies. Jarwa knew it was a faint triumph, for only those demons whom magic had seriously wounded could be so quickly dispatched. Then the snake priest howled, "They are leaving, Lord!" Jarwa glanced over his shoulder and saw the great silver portal hanging in the air, what the snake had called a rift. Through it rode the van of the Sa'aur youth, and for an instant Jarwa imagined he could see his son vanish from sight, though he knew it was wishful thinking. The distance was too vast to make out such detail. Then Jarwa returned his attention to the mystic barrier that now shone white-hot, where demons brought their own arts to bear. He knew the flyers were more a nuisance than a danger. Their speed made them deadly for lone riders or the weak or wounded, but a strong warrior could dispatch one without difficulty. It would be those that followed the flyers who would end his life. Rents in the energy appeared along the face of the barrier, and as they did, Jarwa could glimpse dark figures approaching from beyond it. Large demons who could not fly, save by magic, hurried over the ground, running at the best speed of a Sa'aur horse and rider, their evil howls adding to the sounds of battle. The snake priest put forth his hand, and flames erupted where a demon attempted to pass through a rent in the barrier, and Jarwa could see the snake priest stagger with the effort. Knowing the end was but moments away, Jarwa said, "Tell me one thing, Snake. Why do you choose to die here with us? We had no choice, and you were free to leave with my children. Does death at the hands of those," he motioned toward the approaching demons, "hold no terror for you?" With a laugh the ruler of the Empire of Grass could only think of as mocking, the snake priest said, "No, my lord. Death is freedom, and you shall quickly learn that. We who serve in the palace of the Emerald Queen know this." Jarwa's eyes narrowed. So the ancient legends were true. This creature was one of those whom the mother goddess had birthed. With a flash of anger, Jarwa knew that his race was betrayed, and that this creature was as bitter an enemy as those who raced to eat his soul. With a cry of frustration, the Shashahan struck out with his son's sword and severed the head from the shoulders of the Pantathian. Then the demons were loose among the rearguard, and Jarwa could spare but a moment to think of his son and his companion's children upon a distant world under an alien sun. As the Lord of the Nine Oceans turned to face his foe, he made a silent prayer to his ancestors, to the riders of the heavenly horde, to watch over the children of the Sa'aur. One form loomed above the rest, and as if sensing his approach, the lesser demons parted. A figure twice the height of the tallest Sa'aur, more than 25 feet tall, strode purposefully toward Jarwa. Powerful of form, his body looked much like that of a Sa'aur, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, large arms and legs well-fashioned. But his back bore huge wings that seemed composed of tattered black leather, and his head, a triangular skull, much like that of a horse, was covered by thin skin, as if leather had been stretched across bone. Teeth were exposed, fangs close together, and the eyes were pits of red fire. Around his head danced a ring of flames, and his laughter turned Jarwa's blood to ice. The demon pushed past his lesser brethren, ignoring those who rushed forward to defend the Shashahan. He struck out, ripping flesh apart as easily as a Sa'aur tore bread. Jarwa stood ready, knowing each moment stolen before his death allowed more of his children to flee through the rift. Then the demon reared over Jarwa as a warrior stands over a child. The Shashahan struck out with as much strength as he could muster, raking his son's sword across the creature's outstretched arm. The demon shrieked at the pain, but then ignored the wound, slowing for a second while black talons the size of daggers skewered Jarwa, punching through armor and body as he gripped him around the middle. The demon raised the ruler of the Sa'aur up toward his face and held him at eye level. As the light in Jarwa's eyes began to fade, the demon laughed and said, "You are the ruler of nothing, foolish mortal. Your soul is mine, little creature of flesh, and after I eat you, still shall you linger to amuse me between feedings." For the first time since birth, Jarwa, Shashahan of the Seven Nations, ruler of the Empire of Grass, lord of the Nine Oceans, knew terror. And as his mind cried out, his body went limp. From a vantage above his own flesh, he felt his spirit rise, to fly to the heavenly horde, yet something bound him, and he could not leave. He perceived his own body being devoured by this demon, and in his spirit's mind he heard the demon say, "I am Tugor, first servant of great Ma'arg, ruler of the fifth circle, and you are my plaything." Jarwa cried, but he had no voice, and he struggled, though he had no body, and his spirit was held by mystic chains as binding as iron on flesh. Wailing spirit voices told him his companions were also falling. With what will remained, he turned his perceptions toward the distant rift, and saw the last of his children leaving. Taking what small comfort he could from the sight of the rift suddenly vanishing in the night, the shade of Jarwa wished his son and his people safe haven and protection from the snake's deceit on the distant world the Pantathians called Midkemia. 1. Challenge. The trumpet sounded. Eric wiped his hands on his apron. He was doing little real work since finishing his morning chores, merely banking the fire so he would not have to restart a cold forge should there be new work later in the day. He considered that unlikely, as everyone in the town would be lingering in the square after the Baron's arrival, but horses were perverse creatures who threw shoes at the least opportune moment, and wagons broke down at the height of inconvenience. Or so his 5 years of assisting the blacksmith had taught him. He glanced at where Tyndall lay sleeping, his arm wrapped lovingly around a jug of harsh brandy. He had begun drinking just after breakfast. "Hoisting a few to the Baron's health," he claimed. He had fallen asleep some time in the last hour, while Eric finished the smith's work for him. Fortunately, there was little the boy couldn't do, he being large for his age and an old hand at compensating for the smith's shortcomings. As Eric finished covering the coals with ashes, he could hear his mother calling from the kitchen. He ignored her demand that he hurry. There was more than enough time. There was no need to rush. The Baron would not have reached the edge of the town yet. The trumpet announced his approach, not his arrival. Eric rarely considered his appearance, but he knew today was going to thrust him into the forefront of public scrutiny, and he felt he should attempt to look respectable. With that thought, he paused to remove his apron, carefully hung it on a peg, then plunged his arms into a nearby bucket of water. Rubbing furiously, he removed most of the black soot and dirt, then splashed water on his face. Grabbing a large, clean cloth off a pile of rags used for polishing steel, he dried himself, removing what the water hadn't through friction. In the dancing surface of the water barrel, he considered his broken reflection, a pair of intense blue eyes under a deep brow, a high forehead from which shoulder-length blonde hair swept back. No one today would doubt that he was his father's son. His nose was more his mother's, but his jaw and the broad grin that came when he smiled were the mirror image of his father's. But where his father had been a slender man, Eric was not. A narrow waist was his only heritage from his father. He had his maternal grandfather's massive shoulders and arms, built up through working at the forge since his 10th birthday. Eric's hands could bend iron or break walnuts. His legs were also powerful, from supporting plow horses who leaned on the smith while he cut, filed, and shod their hooves, or from helping to lift carts when replacing broken wheels. Eric ran his hand over his chin, feeling the stubble. Blond as a man could get, he had to shave only every 3rd day or so, for his beard was light. But he knew his mother would insist on him looking his best today. He quickly hurried to his pallet behind the forge, taking care not to disturb the smith, and fetched his razor and mirror. A cold shave was not his idea of pleasure, but far less irritating than his mother would be should she decide to send him back for the razor. He wet his face again and started scraping. When he was done, he looked at himself one more time in the shimmering water. No woman would ever call Eric handsome. His features were large, almost coarse, from the lantern jaw to the broad forehead. But he possessed an open, honest look that men found reassuring, and women would come to admire once they got used to his almost brutish appearance. At 15 years of age, he was already the size of a man, and his strength was approaching the smith's. No boy could best him at wrestling, and few tried any more. Hands that could be clumsy when helping set platters and mugs in the common room were sure and adroit when working in the forge. Again his mother's voice cut through the otherwise quiet morning, demanding he come inside now. He rolled down his sleeves as he left the smithy, a small building placed hard against the outside rear wall of the livery. Circling the barn, he came into sight of the kitchen. As he passed the open stable door, he glanced at those horses left in his care. 3 travelers were guesting with his master, and their mounts were quietly eating hay. The 4th horse was lying up from an injury, and she neighed a greeting at Eric. He couldn't help but smile. In the weeks he had been tending her, she had come to expect his mid-morning visits, as he trotted her out to see how she mended. "I'll be back to visit later, girl," he called softly to her. The tone of the horse's snort revealed her less than enthusiastic response. Despite his age, Eric was one of the best handlers of horses in the region surrounding Darkmoor, and had earned the reputation of being something of a miracle worker. Most owners would have put down the injured mare, but Owen Greylock, the Baron's swordmaster, valued her highly. He judged it a prudent risk to put her into Eric's care, for if he could make her sound enough to breed, a fine foal or 2 would be worth the trouble. Eric was determined to make her sound enough to ride again. Eric saw his mother at the rear door of the Inn of the Pintail's kitchen, her face a mask of resolve. A small woman of steely strength and determination, Frida had been pretty once, though hard work and the world's cares had taken their toll. While not yet 40 years of age, she looked closer to 60. Her hair was completely gray, where it had once been a luxurious brown, and her green eyes were set in a face of lines and angles. "Quickly," she commanded. "He'll not be here for some time," answered Eric, hiding his irritation poorly. "There is only a moment," she replied, "and should we lose it, we shall never again have the chance. He's ill and may not return again." Eric's brow furrowed at the unspoken implication of that statement, but his mother said nothing more. The Baron rarely visited his smaller holdings any more, save for occasional ceremonies. At harvest it was the custom for him to visit one of the villages and towns that provided Darkmoor with most of its wealth, the finest grapes and wine in the world. But the Baron visited only a single vintner's hall, and the one in the town of Ravensburg was among the least important. Besides, Eric was convinced that for the last 10 years the Baron had intentionally avoided this particular town, and knew the reason why. Glancing at his mother, he recalled with a bitter taste in his mouth how 10 years before she had half-dragged, half-led Eric through the crowd watching the Baron's arrival. Eric remembered the looks of astonishment and horror on the faces of the town officials, guild-masters, vintners, and growers when his mother had demanded that the Baron admit to Eric's paternity. What should have been a joyous celebration of the first taste of the harvest was turned into an embarrassment for all in the town, especially for little Eric. Several men of position had come to Frida several times after that, asking her forbearance in the future, a plea she politely listened to without comment or promise. "Stop your wool-gathering and come inside," Frida demanded. She turned, and he followed her inside the kitchen. Rosalind smiled as Eric entered, and he nodded at the serving girl. The same age and companions since babyhood, Eric and the innkeeper's daughter had been like brother and sister, confidants and best friends. Lately he had become aware that something deeper was blossoming in her, though he was unsure what to do about it. He loved her, but in a brotherly fashion, and he had never thought of her as a possible wife. His mother's obsession closed off any discussion of such mundane concerns as marriage, trade, or travel. Of all the boys his age in the town, he was the only one not officially employed at a craft. His apprenticeship to Tyndall was informal, and despite his talent for the craft, he had no established standing with the guild officers, either in the western capital of Crondor or in the king city of Villanan. Nor would his mother let him discuss having the smith live up to his oft-repeated promise of forwarding a formal petition to the guild to admit Eric as his apprentice. This should have been the end of Eric's first year as an apprentice or working at a trade. Even though he knew his way around a forge better than apprentices 2 or 3 years older, he would start 2 years behind others, if his mother let him apprentice the next spring. His mother, whose head barely reached his chin, said, "Let me look at you." She reached up and took his chin in her hand, as if he were still a child, not nearly a man, and turned his head one way, then another. With a dissatisfied clucking sound, she said, "You're still stained with soot." "Mother, I'm a blacksmith," he protested. "Clean yourself in the sink," she commanded. Eric knew better than to say anything. His mother was a creature of iron will and unbending certainty. Early he had learned never to argue with her, even when he was wrongly accused of some transgression. He would simply and quietly take whatever discipline was meted out, for to protest would only increase the punishment. Eric stripped off his shirt and laid it over the back of a chair next to the table used to clean and prepare meats. He saw Rosalind's amusement at his being bullied by his small mother, and he feigned a scowl at her. Her smile only broadened as she turned away, picking up a large basket of freshly washed vegetables to carry them into the common room. Turning at the door, she bumped it open, and as she backed through, stuck her tongue out at him. Eric smiled as he plunged his arms into the water she had just abandoned after cleaning the vegetables. Rosalind could make him smile as could no other person. He might not fully understand the powerful stirrings and confusing urges that woke him late at night as he dreamed about one or another young woman in the village. He understood the specifics of mating, as any child raised around animals did, but the emotional confusion was new to him. At least Rosalind didn't confuse him the way some of the older girls did, and of one thing he was certain. She was his best friend in the world. As he splashed water on his face again, he heard his mother say, "Use the soap." He sighed and picked up the foul-smelling block of soap sitting on the back of the sink, a caustic mix of lye, ash, rendered tallow, and sand used to scrape clean serving platters and cooking pots. It would peel the skin from face and hands with repeated use. Eric used as little as he could get away with, but when he was done, he was forced to admit that a fairly impressive amount of soot had come off into the sink. He managed to rinse off the soap before his skin began to blister, and took a cloth handed him by his mother. He dried and put his shirt back on. Leaving the kitchen, they entered the common room, where Rosalind was finishing putting the vegetables into the large cauldron of stew that hung on a hook at the hearth. The mix would simmer slowly all afternoon, filling the common room with a savory smell that would have mouths watering by supper-time. Rosalind smiled at Eric as he passed, and despite her cheerfulness, he felt his mood darkening as he anticipated the coming public scene. Reaching the entrance to the inn, Eric and his mother discovered Milo, the innkeeper, peering through the open door. A portly man with a nose like a squashed cabbage from years of ejecting ruffians from the common room drew upon a long pipe as he observed the calm town. "Could be a quiet afternoon, Frida." "But a frantic evening, Father," said Rosalind as she came to stand at Eric's side. "Once the people tire of waiting for a glimpse of the Baron, they'll all come here." Milo turned with a smile and winked at his daughter. "An outcome to be devoutly prayed for. I trust the Lady of Luck has no other plans." Frida muttered, "Ruthia has better things to waste her good luck on, Milo." Taking her powerfully built son by the hand as if he were still a baby, she led him purposefully through the door. As Eric and his mother left the confines of the inn, Rosalind said, "She's determined, Father." "That she is and always has been," he said, shaking his head and puffing on his pipe. "Even as a child she was most headstrong, willful." He put his arm around his daughter's shoulder. "Nothing like your mother, I'm pleased to say." Rosalind said, "The gossips have it that you were one of the many seeking Frida's hand years ago." Milo chuckled. "They do they?" Clucking his tongue, he added, "Well, that's the truth. Most men my age were." He smiled down at his daughter. "Best thing that happened was her saying no." "And your mother saying yes." He moved away from his only child and said, "Most of the boys were after Frida. She was a rare beauty in those days. Green, flashing eyes and chestnut hair, slender but ample where it counts, and a proud look that could make a man's pulse race. She moved like a racehorse and carried herself like a queen. It's why she caught the Baron's eye." A trumpet sounded from the edge of the town square, and Rosalind said, "I'd better be back to the kitchen." Milo nodded. "I'm going down to the square to see what happens, but I'll come straight back." Rosalind gripped his hand for a moment, and her father saw the concern in her eyes she had hidden from Eric. Nodding his understanding, he squeezed her hand for an instant, then released it. He turned and made his way through the street in front of the inn, following the route taken by Eric and Frida. Eric used his bulk to ease through the crowd. Despite his strength, he was by nature a gentle youngster, and would not use force, but his very presence caused others to give way. Broad of shoulders and arms, he could have been a young warrior by his looks, but he had a strong distaste for conflict. Quiet and introspective, after work he preferred a quiet cup of broth to curb his appetite while waiting for dinner, as he listened to the old men of the town tell stories, to the roughhousing and attempted girl-chasing his contemporaries saw as the height of recreation. The occasional girl who turned her attention upon him almost inevitably found his reticence daunting, but it was nothing more than his inability to think of anything clever to say. The prospect of any intimacy with a girl terrified Eric. A familiar voice called his name, and Eric turned to see a ragged figure push through the press, using nimble quickness rather than size to navigate a path to Eric's side. "Hello," said Eric in greeting. "Eric? Frida?" said the youth in return. Rupert Avery, known by everyone in the village as Rue, was the one boy Frida had forbidden Eric to play with as a child on many occasions, and the one boy Eric had preferred to play with. Rue's father was a teamster, a rough man who was either absent from the village, driving his team down to Crondor, Mallock's Cross, or Durrani's Vale, or lying drunken in his bed. Rue had grown up wild, and there was something dangerous and unpredictable in his nature, which was why Eric had been drawn to him. If Eric had no tongue to charm the ladies, Rue was a master of seduction, at least to hear him tell it. A knave and a liar, as well as an occasional thief, Rue was Eric's closest friend after Rosalind. Frida nodded almost imperceptibly in return. She still didn't like the youngster after knowing him all his life. She suspected his hand in every dishonest act or criminal event that took place in Ravensburg. Truth to be told, she was more often right than not. She glanced at her son and bit back a bitter comment. Now he was 15 years of age, Eric's willingness to be controlled by his mother was lessening. He had assumed most of the duties around the forge from Tyndall, who was drunk 5 days out of 7. Rue said, "So you're going to ambush the Baron again?" Frida threw him a black look. Eric merely looked embarrassed. Rue grinned. He had a narrow face, intelligent eyes, and a quick smile, despite uneven teeth. Even further from being handsome than Eric, he had something alive in his manner and a quick intensity that those who knew him found likable, even captivating. But Eric also knew he had a murderous temper, and lost it often, which had caused him to use Eric's friendship as a shield against the other boys on more than one occasion. Few boys of the town would challenge Eric. He was too strong. While slow to anger, on the rare occasion when Eric had lost his temper, he had been a terrible sight to behold. He had once hit a boy's arm in a moment of rage. The blow propelled the lad completely across the courtyard of the inn and broke the arm. Rue pulled aside his ragged cloak, revealing far better-looking clothing beneath, and Eric saw in his hand a long-necked green glass bottle. Clearly etched into the neck of the bottle was a baronial crest. Eric rolled his eyes heavenward. "Anxious to lose a hand, Rue?" he said quietly, in an exasperated tone.
"I helped Father unload his wagon last night."
"What is it?"
"Hand-selected berry wine," he said.
Eric grimaced. With Darkmoor being the center of the wine trade in the Kingdom of the Isles, the primary industry of Ravensburg was wine, as it was with most of the towns and villages in the barony. To the north, oak cutters and barrel makers labored to produce their fermenting vats and aging barrels for the wine, as well as corks, while to the south, glass makers produced bottles. But the central area of the barony was dedicated to growing grapes. While fine wines were produced in the free cities of Natal and Yabon province to the west, none matched the complexity, character, and age-worthiness of those produced in the barony of Darkmoor. Even the difficult-to-grow Pinot Noir grape, originally imported from Vastyra, flourished in Darkmoor as it did in no other place in the kingdom. Lush reds and crisp whites, sparkling wines for celebration, Darkmoor's finest product brought the highest prices from the northern borders south into the heart of the empire of Great Kesh. And few wines were as highly prized as the intensely sweet dessert wine called berry wine. Made from grapes shriveled by a mysterious sweet rot that occasionally afflicted the grapes, it was rare and costly. The bottle Rue held under his cloak was equal in worth to a farmer's income for a half-year. And from the crest on the bottle, Eric knew it was from the Baron's private stock, shipped from the baronial capital city of Darkmoor to the Ravensburg Guildhall for the Baron's visit. While thieves no longer had their hands cut off, being discovered with the bottle could put Rue in the king's labor gang for 5 years. Trumpets sounded again, and the first of the Baron's guards rode into view, their banners snapping in the afternoon breeze, their horses' iron shoes striking sparks in the stones of the square. Reflexively, Eric looked at their legs for signs of lameness, and saw none. Whatever else could be said of the Baron's management of his estates, his cavalry always attended to their mounts. The riders moved into the square and turned out from the small fountain that sat at its center, formed 2 lines, and slowly backed the commoners away. After a few minutes, the entire area before the growers' and vintners' hall had been cleared for the coach that followed. More soldiers rode past, each wearing the gray tabard bearing the crest of Darkmoor, a red heater shield upon which stood a black raven clutching a holly branch in its beak. This group of soldiers also wore a golden circlet sewn above the crest, indicating they were the Baron's personal guards. At last the coach rolled into view, and Eric suddenly realized he was holding his breath. Refusing to let his mother's obsession control even the air in his lungs, he quietly let out a long breath and willed himself to relax. He heard others in the crowd commenting. Rumors regarding the Baron's failing vitality had circulated in the barony for more than a year now, and his sitting beside his wife in the coach, rather than astride his horse at the head of his guards, signaled that he must be ill, in truth. Eric's attention was drawn to 2 boys, riding matching chestnut horses, followed by a pair of soldiers carrying the baronial ensign of Darkmoor. The cadency mark on the left banner heralded Manfred von Darkmoor, second son to the Baron. The mark on the right-hand banner proclaimed Stefan von Darkmoor, elder son of the Baron. Alike enough to appear twins, despite a year's age difference, the boys rode with an expert ease that Eric found admirable. Manfred scanned the crowd, and when his gaze at last fell upon Eric, he frowned. Stefan saw where Manfred stared and said something to his brother, recalling his attention to the matters at hand. The young men were dressed in similar fashion, high riding boots, tight-fitting breeches with full leather seats, long white silk shirts with a sleeveless vest of fine leather, and large berets of black felt, each adorned with a large golden baronial badge, from which rose a red-dyed eagle's feather. At their sides they wore rapiers, and each was accounted an expert in their use, despite their youth. Frida gestured with her chin at Stefan, and whispered harshly, "Your place, Eric." Eric felt himself flush in embarrassment, but he knew the worst was yet to come. The coach stopped, and coachman leaped down to open the door as two burghers came forward to greet the Baron. First to leave the coach was a proud-looking woman, her features set in an expression of haughty disdain that detracted from her beauty. One glance at the two young men, who now dismounted their horses, confirmed that they were mother and sons. All three were dark, slender, and tall. Both youths came to stand before their mother and bowed in greeting. The Baroness scanned the crowd as her sons came to her side, and when she spied Eric looming over those around him, her expression darkened even more. The herald called out, "His Lordship, Otto, Baron of Darkmoor, Lord of Ravensburg." The crowd let out a respectable, if not overly enthusiastic cheer. The Baron was not particularly loved by his people, but neither was he held in disregard. Taxes were high, but then taxes were always high, and whatever protection the Baron's soldiers afforded the townsfolk from bandits and raiders was barely visible. Since it was far from any border or the wild lands of the western realm, few rogues and villains troubled honest travelers near Darkmoor. No goblin or troll had been seen in these mountains in the memory of the oldest man living in Ravensburg, so few saw much benefit in supporting soldiers who did little more than ride escort for their lord, polish armor, and eat. Still, the harvest was good, food was in bountiful supply and affordable, and order commanded gratitude from the citizens of the barony. When the cheer died down, the Baron turned to the notables of the town waiting to greet him, and an audible gasp rang through the crowd. The man who stepped from the coach had once been equal to Eric in size, but now he stooped, as if 30 years older than his 45 years. Though still broad of shoulder, his naturally slender build was now dramatically gaunt in contrast. His hair, once golden, was lank and gray, and his face was ashen, sunken cheeks white as bleached parchment. His square jaw and proud forehead were bony ridges that emphasized the look of illness. The Baron was helped by his younger son's firm grip on his left arm. His movements were jerky, and he looked as if he might fall. Someone near Eric said, "So then it's true about the seizure." Eric wondered if the Baron's condition might be aggravated by his mother's plan, but as if hearing his thoughts, Frida said, "I must do this." Pushing past those who stood before her, she moved quickly between two mounted guardsmen before they could turn her back. "As a free woman of the kingdom, I claim my right to be heard," she cried in a voice loud enough to carry across the square. No one spoke. All eyes regarded the wiry woman as she pointed an accusing finger at the Baron. "Otto von Darkmoor, will you acknowledge Eric von Darkmoor as your son?" The obviously ill Baron paused and turned to regard the woman who had asked him this question each time he had visited Ravensburg. His eyes searched past her and found her son, standing quietly behind her. Seeing his own image of younger years before him, Otto let his gaze linger upon Eric. Then the Baroness came to his side and whispered quickly in his ear. With an expression of sadness on his face, the Baron shook his head slightly as he turned away from Eric's mother, and without comment moved into the largest building in the town, the Growers' and Vintners' Hall. The Baroness fixed a hard gaze upon Frida and Eric, barely masking her anger, before she turned to follow her husband into the hall. Rue let out a sigh, and as one the crowd seemed to exhale. "Well, that's that, then." Eric said, "I don't think we'll do this again." As Frida moved back toward them, Rue said, "Why? Do you think your mother's going to stop if she gets another chance?" Eric said, "She won't get another chance. He's dying." "How do you know?" Eric shrugged. "The way he looked at me. He was saying goodbye." Frida walked past her son and Rue, her expression unreadable, as she said, "We have work to do." Rue glanced back to where the two brothers, Manfred and Stefan, watched Eric closely, speaking quietly together. Manfred was restraining Stefan, who seemed eager to cross the square and confront Eric. Rue said, "Your half-brothers don't care for you much, do they? Especially that Stefan." Eric shrugged, but it was Frida who spoke. "He knows that soon he will inherit what is rightfully Eric's." Rue and Eric exchanged glances. Both knew better than to argue with Frida. She had always claimed that the Baron had wed her one spring night in the woodland chapel before a monk of Dala, Shield of the Week. Then later he had requested and received an annulment so he could marry the daughter of the Duke of Ra. The records sealed by royal command for political reasons. Rue said, "Then that is the last of it for certain." Eric gave him a questioning look. "What do you mean?" "If you're right, next year Stefan will be Baron. By the look of things, he's not the sort to hesitate about publicly calling your mother a liar." Frida stopped walking. Her face showed a hopelessness Eric had never seen before. "He wouldn't dare," she said, more a plea than a challenge. She attempted to look defiant, but her eyes showed she knew Rue was right. "Come, Mother," said Eric softly. "Let's go home. The forge is banked, but if there's work, I'll need to get the fire hot again. Tyndall is certain to be in no condition to do it." He gently put his arm upon his mother's shoulder, astonished at how frail she suddenly felt. She quietly allowed him to guide her along. The townspeople stepped away, giving the young smith and his mother an open passageway from the square, all sensing that somehow there would soon be an ending to this tradition, begun 15 years earlier, when first the beautiful and fiery Frida had boldly stepped forward and held out the squalling baby, demanding that Otto von Darkmoor recognize the child as his own. Nearly every soul in the barony knew the story. She had confronted him 5 years later, and again he had not rebutted her claim. His silence gave her declaration credence, and for years the tale of the bastard child of the Baron of Darkmoor had been a source of local lore, good for a drink from passing strangers bound between eastern and western realms of the kingdom. The mystery was always in the Baron's silence, for had he denied it but once, from that day forward Frida would have had the burden of proof put squarely upon herself. The itinerant monk was never seen again in that region, and no other witness existed, and Frida had become the drudge of an innkeeper, and the boy a blacksmith's helper. Some claimed that the Baron was merely being kind to Frida, refusing to publicly brand her a liar, for while he had obviously fathered her child, the claim of marriage was certainly the ranting of a disturbed woman or the calculated concoction of one seeking some advantage. Others said the Baron was too much a coward to proclaim a public lie by saying Eric was not his, for anyone had merely to glance at Otto to see that Eric was his very shadow. The Baron carried shame for a badge, where a better man would wear honor, for to acknowledge Eric, even as a bastard son, would cast doubt upon his own children's right to inherit, and bring down the wrath of his wife upon him. But for whatever reason, by saying nothing every year, he let the challenge stand unanswered. Eric could claim the name von Darkmoor because the Baron had never denied him the right. Slowly they moved through the street back toward the inn. Rue, never one to let 2 minutes pass in silence back to back, said, "You going to do anything special tonight, Eric?" Eric knew what Rue referred to. The Baron's visit was an excuse for a public holiday, nothing as formal as the traditional festivals, but enough so that men would pack the little inn of the Pintail and drink and gamble most of the night, and many of the young girls of the town would be down at the fountain, waiting for the young men to drink enough liquid courage to come pay court. There would be plenty of work to keep Eric busy. He said as much. Rue said, "They are their mother's sons, no doubt of that." Eric knew whom Rue meant, his half-brothers. Rue glanced over his shoulder down the street to the square, where the Growers' and Vintners' Hall and the Baron's carriage were still visible, and found that the 2 noble boys had returned outside, ostensibly to oversee the removal of the Baron's baggage. But both were in hushed conversation, their eyes fixed upon Eric's retreating back. Rue felt an impulse to make a rude gesture in their direction, but thought better of it. Even at this distance, he could tell their expression was of open hostility and dark anger. Turning back toward the inn, Rue hurried his step to catch up to Eric. Darkness brought a lessening of the day's activities everywhere but at the Inn of the Pintail, where workers and town merchants who were not of sufficient rank to attend the dinner at the Growers' and Vintners' Hall gathered to enjoy a mug of wine or ale. A near celebratory atmosphere gripped the inn as men told stories in loud voices, played cards and dice for copper coins, and tested their skill at a dartboard. Eric had been pressed into kitchen duty, as he often was when things got busy. While his mother was only a serving woman, Milo allowed her the position of kitchen supervisor, simply because Frida was in the habit of telling everyone what they should be doing. That she was almost always right in her estimation of everyone's duties failed to mitigate the irritation such an attitude generated. Many serving women had come and gone at the inn over the years, more than a few telling Milo the reasons for their departure. His answer was always the same. She was a long-time friend, and they were not. By any reasonable measure, they acted the family, Frida and Eric, Milo and Rosalind, husband and wife and brother and sister. Though each slept apart from the others, Milo in his room, Rosalind in her own, Frida in a loft over the kitchen, and Eric upon a pallet in the barn, from awakening to bedtime they played their parts naturally. Frida ran the inn as if it were her own, and Milo was unwilling to overrule her, mostly because she did a wonderful job, but also because he, more than anyone, understood the pain Frida lived with daily. Though she would never admit it to anyone, she still loved the Baron, and Milo was convinced that her demand for recognition of her son was a twisted legacy of that love, a desperate grasping at some token that, for a brief time, she had truly loved and been loved. Eric pushed open the common room door and carried another cask of ordinary wine behind the bar, setting it at Milo's feet. The old man removed the empty cask from the barrel rack and moved it aside, while Eric easily lifted the new one into its place. Placing a clean tap against the bung, Milo drove it home with a single blow from a wooden mallet, then poured himself a small cup to test the content. Making a face, he said, "Why, in the midst of the finest wine in the world, do we drink this?" Eric laughed. "Because it's all we can afford, Milo." The innkeeper shrugged. "You have an irritating habit of being honest." Smiling, he said, "Well, it's all the same for effect, then, isn't it? 3 mugs of this will get you just as tipsy as 3 mugs of the Baron's finest, won't they?" At mention of the Baron, Eric's face lost its merry expression. "I wouldn't know," he said as he turned away. Milo put his hand on Eric's shoulder, restraining him. "Sorry, lad." Eric shrugged. "No slight intended, Milo. None taken." "Why don't you give yourself a break?" said the innkeeper. "I can sense things are quieting down." This brought a grin from Eric, for the sound in the common room was close to deafening, with laughter, animated conversation, and general rowdiness the norm. "If you say so." Eric moved around from behind the bar, then pushed through the common room, and as he reached the door, Rosalind threw him an accusatory look. He mouthed, "I'll be back," and she threw her gaze heavenward a moment in feigned aggravation. Then she was again grabbing mugs off tables, heading back toward the bar. The night was cool. Fall was full upon them. At any moment it might turn bitter cold in the mountains of Darkmoor. Though they were not as high as the Calastius to the west or the teeth of the world in the far north, still snow graced the peaks in colder winters, and frost was a worry to growers in any season but summer. Eric moved toward the town square, and, as he anticipated, a few boys and girls still sat around the edge of the fountain before the growers' and vintners' hall. Rue was speaking in low tones to a girl who managed to laugh at the suggestion while keeping an askance expression on her face. She was also employing her hands to good effect, limiting Rue's to acceptable portions of her anatomy. Eric said, "Evening, Rue. Gwen?" The girl's expression brightened as Eric came into view. One of the prettier girls in town, with red hair and large green eyes, Gwen had attempted to catch Eric's eye on more than one occasion. She called his name as she firmly pushed Rue's hands away. A few of the other youngsters of the town greeted the blacksmith's helper, and Rue said, "Finished at the inn?" Eric shook his head. "Just a break. I'll have to head back in a few minutes. Thought I'd get some air. Gets very smoky in there, and the noise." Gwen was about to speak when something in Rue's expression caused both her and Eric to turn. Coming into the light of the torches set around the fountain were 2 figures, dressed in fine clothing, swords swinging at their sides. Gwen came to her feet and attempted an awkward curtsy. Others followed, but Eric stood silently, and Rue sat open-mouthed. Stefan and Manfred von Darkmoor looked around the gathered boys and girls, roughly the same age as themselves, but their demeanor and finery set them apart as clearly as if they had been swans moving among geese and ducks in a pond. They had obviously been drinking from the way they moved, with the careful control of one who is masking intoxication. As Stefan's gaze settled on Eric, his expression darkened, but Manfred put a restraining hand upon his arm. Whispering something in Stefan's ear, the younger brother maintained a tight grip. Stefan at last nodded once, his eyes heavy-lidded, and forced a cold smile to his lips. Ignoring Eric and Rue, he bowed slightly toward Gwen and said, "Miss, it seems my father and the town burghers are intent on discussing issues of wine and grapes beyond my understanding and patience. Perhaps you might care to acquaint us with some more interesting diversions?" Gwen blushed, and then threw Eric a glance. He frowned at her and slightly shook his head no. As if challenging his right to advise her, she jumped lightly down from the low wall around the fountain and said,
"Sir, I would be delighted."
She called another girl who was sitting nearby.
"Catherine, join us."
Gwen took Stefan's extended arm like a lady of the court, and Catherine awkwardly followed her example with Manfred. They strolled away from the fountain, Gwen exaggerating the sway of her hips as they vanished into the darkness. After a moment, Eric said, "We'd better follow." Rue came to stand directly in front of his friend.
"Looking for a fight?"
"No, but those two won't take no for an answer, and the girls—" Rue put his hand firmly on Eric's chest, as if to prevent his moving forward.
"Know what they're getting into with noble sons?" he finished. "Gwen's no baby, and Stefan won't be the first to get her to pull up her skirts. And you're about the only boy in town who hasn't bedded Catherine." Looking over his shoulder to where the four had vanished into the night, he added, "Oh, I thought the girls had better taste than that." Rue lowered his voice so that only Eric could hear, and his tone took on a harshness that his friend recognized. Rue used it only when he was deadly serious about a topic. "Eric, the day may come when you will have to face your swine of a brother. And when it does, you will probably have to kill him." Eric's brow furrowed at Rue's tone and words. "But not tonight, and not over Gwen." "Now, don't you have to get back to the inn?" Eric nodded, gently removing Rue's hand from his chest. He stood motionless for a second, trying to digest what his friend had just said. And shaking his head, he turned and walked back toward the inn. 2. Deaths. Tyndall was dead. Eric still couldn't believe it. Each time he came into the forge during the last 2 months, he had expected to see the burly smith either asleep on his pallet at the rear of the forge or hard at work. The man's sense of humor when he wasn't sober, or his dark moodiness when he was, everything about him was etched in every corner of this place, where Eric had learned his craft for the previous 6 years. Eric inspected the coals from the previous night's fire and judged how much wood to add to bring it back to life. A miller's wagon had lurched into the courtyard the night before with a broken axle, and there would be ample work to fill his day. He still couldn't get over Tyndall's not being there. 2 months previously, Eric had climbed down from his loft, expecting the events of the morning to be as usual. But one glance at Tyndall's regular resting place had sent the hairs on Eric's neck straight up. Eric had seen the smith drunk to a stupor. But this was something else. There was a stillness to the old man that Eric instinctively recognized. He had never seen a dead man before, but he had seen many animals dead in the fields, and there was something eerily familiar in the smith's attitude. Eric touched Tyndall to assure himself the old blacksmith was truly dead, and when he touched cold skin, he jerked his hand away as if from a burn. The local priest of Killian, who acted as a healer for most of the poor in the town, quickly confirmed that Tyndall had indeed drunk his last bottle of wine. Since he had no family, it was left to Milo to dispose of the corpse, and he arranged a hasty funeral with a quick pyre. The ashes were scattered, and a prayer was said to the singer of green silence by her priest, though smiths were more correctly considered the province of Tith Annika, the god of war. Eric felt that somehow the prayer to Killian, the goddess of the forest and field, was appropriate. Tyndall had repaired perhaps one sword in the 6 years Eric had been around the forge, but countless plows, tillers, and other implements of farming. A sound in the distance caught Eric's ear. A midday coach was coming along the western road from Crondor, the prince's city. Eric knew that the chances were excellent. It was Percy of Rimmerton at the reins, and if so, he would be putting into the pintail for refreshments for his horses and passengers. The driver was a rail-thin man of enormous appetite who loved Frida's cooking. As Eric had anticipated, within minutes the sounds of iron-shod wheels and hooves echoed loudly as the commercial coach approached the courtyard. Then it turned in, and with a loud "Whoa!" Percy reined in his team of 4.
The commercial coaches had begun their travel between Salador and Crondor 5 years previously, and had proved a great success for their innovator, a wealthy merchant in Crondor named Jacob Esterbrook, who was now planning a coach line from Salador to Bastyra, according to gossip. Each coach was essentially a wagon, with a covered roof and sides, and a small tailgate that, when lowered, provided a step into the wagon. A pair of planks along the sides provided indifferent seating, and the ride was lacking any pretense to comfort, as the wagons were rudely sprung. But the journey was swift compared to that by caravan, and for those unable to secure their own mounts to ride, almost as rapid as horseback. "Oh, Percy," said Eric. "Eric!" cried the coachman, whose long, thin face appeared to have been frozen in a grin surrounded by road dirt. He turned to his two passengers, a man dressed well and another in plain garments. "Ravensburg, sirs." The plainly dressed man nodded and moved to the rear of the coach, as Eric obliged Percy by unlatching the tailgate. "Are you lying over?" he asked the driver. "No," answered Percy. "We go on to Wolverton, where this other gentleman is bound. Then we are done with this run." Wolverton was the next town in the direction of Darkmoor, and less than an hour away by fast coach. Eric knew that the passenger would be unlikely to welcome a meal stop this close to his destination. "From there, I'm going empty to Darkmoor, so there's ample time and no hurry. Tell your mother I'll be back in a few days, God's willing, and I'll have an extra of best meat pie." Percy's grin continued to split his thin face as he patted his stomach, miming hunger. Eric nodded as the driver turned his team and quickly had them up to a trot and out of the courtyard. Eric turned to the man who had dismounted the coach to ask if he required lodging, and found him vanishing around the corner of the barn. "Sir," Eric called and hurried after. He circled the barn and reached the forge, finding that the stranger had set down his bag and was removing his travel cloak. The man was as broad of shoulder and thick of arm as Eric, though he was a full head shorter. He had a fringe of long gray hair receding from his bald pate, and a thoughtful, almost scholarly expression. His brows were bushy and black, and his face was clean-shaven, though the stubble grown while traveling was almost white. And he inspected everything carefully. He turned to see the young man standing at the door and said, "You must be the apprentice. You keep an orderly forge, youngster. That is good." He spoke with the odd, flat twang typical of those from the far coast to the Sunset Islands. "Who are you?" asked Eric. "Nathan is my name. I'm the new smith sent up from Crondor." "From Crondor? New smith?" Eric's expression showed his confusion. The large man shrugged as he hung his travel cloak on a wall peg. "The guild asked if I wished this forge. I said yes, and here I am." "But it's my smithy," said Eric. "It's a baronial charge, boy," said Nathan, his tone turning firm. "You might be competent in most things, you might even be talented, but in time of war you'd be mending armor and tending the barony's mounts, as well as taking care of farmers' draft horses." "War?" exclaimed Eric. "War hasn't touched Darkmoor since it was conquered." The man took a quick step forward and put his hand on Eric's shoulder, gripping him firmly. "I think I know how you feel. But law is law. You're a guild apprentice." "No." The smith's brows lowered. "No? Didn't your master register you with the guild?" With conflicting emotions, anger and ironic amusement, Eric said, "My former master was drunk most of the time. I've conducted the business of this forge since I was 10 years of age, Master Smith. For years he promised to take the journey to Crondor or to Rillanan to register my apprenticeship with the guild office. For the first 3 years I begged him to send a message by kingdom post, but after that I was too busy to continue begging. He's been dead for 2 months now, and I've done well enough tending the barony's needs." The man stroked his chin and then shook his head. "This is a problem, youngster. You're 3 years older than most who begin their apprenticeship." "Begin?" said Eric, his anger now coming to the fore. "I can match skills with any guildsmith." Nathan's expression darkened. "That's not the point," he roared, his own anger at being interrupted giving him volume enough to silence Eric. "That's not the point," he repeated more quietly when he saw that Eric was listening. "You may be the finest smith in the kingdom, and all of Midkemia, but no one at the guild knows this. You have not been listed on the roster of apprentices, and no one with a guild master's rank has vouched for your work. So, you must begin." "I will not apprentice for 7 more years," said Eric, his temper threatening to get the better of him. Nathan said, "Interrupt me again, boy, and I'll cease being civil with you." Eric's expression showed he was not in the least bit apologetic, but he stayed silent. Nathan said, You can go to Crondor or Rillanon and petition the guild. You'll be tested and evaluated. If you show you know enough, you'll be allowed to apprentice, or perhaps you'll even get journeyman's rank. Though I doubt that seriously. Even if you're the best they've ever seen, there's still the politics of it. Few men are willing to grant to another rank without the sweat to have earned it. And there's always the possibility they'll call you a presumptuous lout and throw you into the street. The last came with a hard tone, and suddenly Eric realized that this man had spent at least 7 years as an apprentice, and perhaps twice that as a journeyman before gaining his master's badge, and to him Eric must sound a whining child. Why, you can apprentice here, in your hometown, with your family and friends, and be patient. If you are indeed as well taught as you claim, I'll certify you as quickly as I can, so you can petition for a forge of your own. Eric looked as if he was again going to object that this was his forge, but he said nothing. Nathan continued, Or you can set out today on your own and become an independent smith. With your talent, you'll make a living. But without a guild badge, you'll never set up shop in any but the rudest villages unless you wish to travel to the frontier. For no noble will trust his horses and armor to any but a guild master, and the rich common folk to no less than a guild journeyman. And that means, no matter how gifted you are, you'll always be nothing more than a common tinker. Eric remained silent, and after a moment Nathan said, Thoughtful, is it? That's good. Now here's the choice of it. You can stay and learn and perfect your skills, and I'll count myself a lucky sod for having a second pair of trained hands around, belonging to someone I don't have to teach every tiny thing. Or you can brood and be resentful, and think you know as much as I, and be useless to us both. There's only room for one master in this forge, boy, and I am he. So, there's the end of it. And there's the choice. Do you need time to think on this? Eric paused, then said, No, I need no time to think about it, Master Nathan. Sighing, he added, You are correct. There's only one master in a forge. Spit it out, boy. I have been responsible around here for so long, I feel as if it's my forge, and that I should have been given it by the guild. Nathan nodded once. That's understandable. But it's not your fault Tyndall was a slacker, and my time here counts for nothing. None of that, boy. Eric. My name is Eric. None of that, Eric, said Nathan. Then suddenly he swung hard and connected a roundhouse right that knocked Eric onto his backside. And I told you, interrupt me again, and I'd cease being civil. I am a man of my word. Eric sat rubbing his jaw, astonishment on his face. He knew the smith had pulled the blow, but he could feel the sting of it anyway. After a moment he said, Yes, sir. Nathan put out his hand, and Eric took it. The smith pulled Eric to his feet. I was about to say that any time spent learning a craft counts. You only lack credentials. If you're as good as you think you are, you'll be certified in the minimum 7 years. You'll be older than most journeymen when you seek your own forge, but you'll be younger than some. Trust me on that. There are slower lads that don't leave their master's forge until they are in their late 20s. Remember this. You may be coming late to your office, but your learning started 4 years earlier than most boys as well. Knowledge is knowledge, and experience is experience, so you should have a far shorter time of it from journeyman to master. In the end, it will all work out. Turning slowly, as if examining the smithy once again, he said, And from what I see here, if you can keep your head right, we'll get along fine. There was an open friendliness in the remark which caused Eric to forget his stinging jaw. He nodded. Yes, sir. Now, show me where I sleep. Without being told, Eric picked up the smith's travel bag and cloak and motioned. Tyndall had no family, so he slept here. There's a small room around back, and I sleep in a loft up there. Eric pointed to the only place he'd called his own for the last 6 years. I never thought about moving into Tyndall's room. Habit, I guess. He led the smith out to the rear door and to the shed that Tyndall had used for his bedroom. My former master was drunk most of the time, so I fear this room is likely to be... He opened the door. The smell that greeted them almost made Eric gag. Nathan only stood a moment, then stepped away as he said, I've worked with drunkards before, lad, and that's the smell of sour sickness. Never seek to hide in a wine bottle, Eric. It's a slow and painful death. Meet your sorrows head-on, and after you've wrestled with them, put them behind. Something in his tone told Eric that Nathan wasn't simply repeating an aphorism, but was speaking from belief. "I can put this room right, sir, while you take your ease at the inn." "I'd best make myself known to the innkeeper. He used to be my landlord, after all, and I could use something to eat." Eric realized he hadn't thought of that. The office of guildsmith might be granted by the guild, and a patent for a town might be exclusive. But otherwise the smith was like any other tradesman, forced to make a profit the best he knew how, and responsible for setting up his own place of business. Eric said, "Sir, Tyndall had no family. Who—" Nathan put his hand on Eric's shoulder. "Who should I be paying for all these tools?" Eric nodded. Nathan said, "My own tools will be coming by freight hauler any day now. I have no desire to take what is not rightfully mine, Eric." He scratched his day's growth of whiskers as he thought. "When you're ready to leave Ravensburg and begin your own forge, let us assume they go with you. You are his last apprentice, and tradition has it that you are to pay the widow for the tools. As he had no family, there's no one to pay, is there?" Eric realized what an incredibly generous offer he was being made. An apprentice was expected somehow to supplement his earnings so that by the time he reached journeyman's rank, he could purchase a complete set of tools and an anvil and have the money to pay for the construction of a forge, if needed. Most young journeymen were able to begin modestly, but Tyndall, for all his sloth in his last years, had been a master smith for 17 years and had every conceivable tool of the trade, 2 and 3 of some. With proper care and cleaning, Eric would be set up for life. Eric said, "If you would like, I can show you to the kitchen." "I'll find my way. Just come get me when this room is cleaned up." Eric nodded, and as Nathan moved off toward the rear of the inn, the boy held his breath and went into Tyndall's room. Throwing open the single window didn't help, and Eric hurried back outside because of the stench. Unpleasant odors bothered Eric, strong as he was in most ways, and he confessed to a weak stomach. Though he was used to the smell of a barn and forge, nevertheless the odor of human illness and waste caused the bile to rise in his gorge, and he had tears in his eyes from the reek by the time he got Tyndall's bedding outside the hut. Breathing through his mouth and turning his head away, he hurried to the large iron tub his mother used for washing and threw the filthy linens into it. As he was building up the fire beneath, his mother approached. "Who is this man claiming to be the new smith?" she demanded. Eric was in no mood to battle his mother, so he calmly said, "Not claiming, is. The guild sent him." "Well, did you tell him there already was a smith here?" Eric got the fire under the tub going and stood up. As calmly as he could manage, he said, "No, this is a guild forge, and I have no standing with the guild." Thinking of Tyndall's tools, he added, "Nathan's being very generous and is keeping me on. He'll apprentice me to the guild, and—" Eric expected an argument, but instead his mother only nodded once and left without further comment. Puzzled by her lack of outburst, Eric stood a moment, until the crackling of the fire under the tub reminded him he had a still unfinished task. He took one of the hard cakes of soap used to wash the inn's bedding and broke it in half. Tossing the hard soap into the tub, he began stirring with a paddle. As the water turned a deep brown, he thought, why no argument from his mother? There was an air of resignation from her that he had never seen before. Leaving the sheets to simmer in the tub, Eric hurried back to the smith's room, grabbing some rags and a mineral oil cleaner he used on especially filthy tack and tools. He removed the balance of Tyndall's possessions, a single large chest and a sack of personal items. A rickety wooden wardrobe he left inside, in case Nathan chose to hang his cloaks and shirts there. He could always haul it away later if the new smith didn't care for it. When he had the last of Tyndall's possessions outside, Eric regarded the meager pile. "Not a lot to show for a lifetime," he muttered. He picked up the chest and hauled it over to one corner of the small yard behind the barn, and picked up the sack and placed it on top. He'd go through them later to see what Tyndall had left that might be of use. There were always poor farmers on the outskirts of the vineyards who grew other than grapes, and they always could use serviceable clothing. Then Eric took the rags and cleaner and began scrubbing years of accumulated grime off the walls. Eric entered the kitchen to find Milo sitting at the big table, staring across at Nathan, who was finishing a large bowl of stew. Milo was nodding at something the smith had just said, while Frida and Rosalind both made busy preparing vegetables for the evening meal. Eric glanced at his mother, who stood expressionless at the sink, listening to the men speak. Rosalind inclined her head toward Eric's mother, indicating concern. Eric nodded briefly, then moved beside his mother, indicating he wished to wash up. She nodded curtly and moved toward the oven, where the bread purchased that morning from the baker was being kept warm. Nathan continued what he had been saying when Eric entered. "While I have the knack with iron, I'm indifferent with horses, truth to tell, above the legs. I can adjust a shoe to balance a lameness or to compensate for some other problem, but when it comes to the rest, I'm as simple as anyone." "And you've chosen wisely to keep Eric on," said Milo, showing an almost fatherly pride. "He's a wonder with horses."
Rosalind asked, "Master Smith, from what you've said, you could have had any number of large baronial forges, or even a ducal charge. Why did you pick our small town?"
Nathan pushed away the bowl of stew he had finished and smiled. "I'm a lover of wine, truth to tell, and this is a great change from my former home." Frida turned and blurted,
"We're scant weeks past burying one smith for the love of too much wine, and now we've another. The gods must hate Ravensburg indeed."
Nathan looked at Frida and spoke. His tone was measured, but it was clear he was not far from anger. "Good woman, I love the wine, but I'm no mean drunkard. I was a father and husband who took care of his own for many years. If I drink more than a glass in a day at a festival, I'll thank you to pass no judgment on matters you know nothing about. Smiths are no more cut from the same bolt of cloth as all men of any other trade are alike in all ways." Frida turned away, her color rising slightly, but she said nothing, save, "The fire's too warm. This bread will be dry before supper." She made a show of turning the coals, though everyone knew it was unnecessary. Eric watched his mother for a moment, then turned toward Nathan. "The room is clean, sir." Frida snapped,
"Will you all be sharing that one tiny room?"
Nathan rose, picking up his cloak and leaning over to retrieve his bag. As he hoisted his possessions, he said, "All?"
"These children and your wife you spoke so tenderly of?"
Nathan's tone was calm when he replied, "All dead, killed by raiders in the sacking of the far coast. I was senior journeyman to Baron Tolbert's master smith at Toulon." The room was still as he continued. "I was asleep, but the sound of fighting woke me. I told my Martha to see to the children as I ran to the forge. I took no more than 2 steps out the door of the servants' quarters when I was struck twice by arrows." He touched his shoulder, then his left thigh. "Here and here. I fainted. Another man fell on top of me, I think. Anyway, my wife and children were already dead when I awoke the next day." He glanced around the room. "We had 4 children. 3 boys and a girl." He sighed. "Little Sarah was special." He fell silent for a long moment, and his face took on a reflective expression. Then he said, "Damn me, it's nearly 25 years now." Without another word he rose and nodded his head once to Milo, then moved to the door. Frida looked as if she had been struck. She turned toward Nathan, her eyes brimming with moisture, and looked as if she were about to speak, but as the smith left the kitchen, she was unable to find the words. Eric looked after the departing smith, and then back toward his mother. For the first time in his life he felt embarrassed for her, and he found the feeling unpleasant. He glanced around the kitchen and noticed Rosalind looking at Frida with an expression of irritation and regret. Milo made a show of ignoring everyone as he rose from the table to move to the tap room. Eric said at last, "I'd better see if he's settled in. Then I'll be seeing to the horses." Eric left, and Rosalind moved around the kitchen in silence, trying to spare Frida any more embarrassment. After a moment, she realized the older woman was silently weeping. Caught in an impasse as to what to do, she hesitated, then at last said, "Frida?" The older woman turned toward the younger, her cheeks damp from her tears. Her face was a mask of conflict, as if she wished to vent some deeply buried pain, but couldn't let it surface past a sharp retort. Rosalind said, "Can I do anything?" Frida remained motionless for long seconds, then said, "The berries need washing." Her tone was hoarse, and she spoke softly. Rosalind moved toward the sink and began working the hand pump her father and Eric had installed only the year before, so she and Frida wouldn't have to carry water from the well behind the inn any more. As cold water filled the wooden sink, Frida said,
And stay the sweet child you are, Rosalind. There's too much pain in the world already.
The older woman hurried from the kitchen on some imagined errand, and Rosalind knew she just wished to be alone for a while. The exchange with the new smith had released something Frida had buried, and Rosalind didn't understand. But in her 16 years, the girl had never seen Eric's mother cry. As she cleaned the fruit for the evening's pies, she wondered if this was a good thing or not. The evening was quiet, with only a few locals calling in at the Pintail for a quick drink, and only one seeking a meal. Eric finished cleaning the kettle as a favor to Rosalind, and hauled it back to the hook over the fire, now low-glowing embers. He waved good-night to Rosalind, who was carrying 4 flagons of ale to a table occupied by 4 of the town's more eligible young journeymen, all of whom were flirting with the innkeeper's daughter, more to keep some sort of status with one another than out of any real interest in the young girl. Passing through the kitchen, Eric found his mother standing by the door, looking at the night sky, ablaze with stars. All 3 moons were down this night, a rare occurrence, and the display was always worth a moment to observe. "Mother," said Eric quietly, as he started to move away.
"Stay a while," she said softly, a request and not an order. "It was a night like this I met your father."
Eric had heard the story before, but knew his mother was struggling with something that had occurred while she spoke to the smith. He still didn't fully understand what had happened in his mother, but he knew she needed to speak. He sat down on the steps beside where his mother stood.
Otto had come to Ravensburg for the first time as baron, after his father's death 2 years before. He had attended the vintners and growers' reception for him, and after drinking with the town leaders, he had gone for a walk to clear his head. He was brash and quick to dispense with protocol, and had ordered his servants and guards to leave him alone. She stared into the night, calling up memories. I had come down to the fountain with the other girls, to flirt with the boys. Eric recalled his own last visit to the fountain with Rue, and realized the practice was long established. The baron came into the lantern light, and suddenly we were a bunch of awkward children. Then Eric saw a spark in his mother's eyes, and heard an echo of the spirit that had captivated men's hearts before he was born. I was as odd as the rest, but I was too proud to show it, she said with a rueful smile, and years dropped away from her. Eric could imagine the impact such a sight after an evening spent drinking must have had on the baron as he spied the beautiful Frida at the fountain. He had court manners and rank and riches, and yet there was something honest in him, Eric, a little boy who was as afraid of being sent away as any other boy. He was 25, and young for that age, but he swept me off my feet with sweet words and a wicked humor in them. Less than an hour later he had bedded me under a tree in an apple orchard. She sighed, and again Eric was put in mind of a young girl, not this woman of iron he had known all his life. I had a terrible reputation, but I had never known another man. He had known other women, for he was sure, but he was also tender and gentle and loving. She glanced at her son. In the dark, under the stars, he spoke of love. For the next day I thought I'd never see him again, and counted myself just another foolish girl taken in by a nobleman's charms. But against any hope of mine, he came to me a month later in the late afternoon, alone, astride a horse flecked with foam from a hard ride from his castle. Hidden by a large cloak, he had slipped into the inn as we were readying for the night's trade, and there he sought me out and revealed himself. To my astonishment, he professed love and asked for my hand. She gave a bittersweet laugh. I called him mad and ran from the inn. Later that night I returned to find him waiting at this very spot like a common farmhand. He again told of his love for me, and again I told him he was bereft of sense. Tears gathered in her eyes. He laughed and said he knew it seemed that way, but after taking my hand and gazing into my eyes, he kissed me once and convinced me. This time I knew why I had gone with him the first time, not because of his rank and station, but because I loved him as well. He cautioned me that none must know of our love for each other until he had journeyed to Rillanan to petition King Liam for my hand, for tradition bound him to his liege lord's pleasure. But to seal our love and to provide me with a claim, we spoke our vows in a small chapel used during the harvest with an itinerant monk who had been in town less than a day, conducting the ceremony.
The monk made a pledge not to speak of the vows until Otto gave him leave, and left us alone, for the next morning Otto planned to leave to see the king. Frida was silent a moment. Then her tone took on a familiar bitterness. Otto never returned. He sent a messenger, your friend Owen Greylock, with news that the king had denied his petition and had instructed him to wed the daughter of the Duke of Ran. For the good of the kingdom, Greylock said. Then he said the king had ordered the great temple of Dala in Rillanan to declare the wedding annulled, and had the order placed under royal seal so as not to embarrass Matilda or any sons she might bear. I was advised to find a good man and forget Otto. Tears ran down her cheeks as she said, "What a shock good Master Greylock got then, when I told him I was with child." She sighed and reached over and gripped her son's arm. As my time neared, rumors circulated about who was your father, this merchant or that grower. But when you were born, and quickly became the image of your father in his youth, no one denied you were Otto's boy. Not even your father will deny it publicly. Eric had heard the story a dozen times before, but never told quite this way. Never before had he thought of his mother as a young girl in love, or of the bitter rejection she must have felt when news of Otto's marriage to Matilda had come. Still, there was no profit in living for yesterday. But he never acknowledged me either, said Eric. True, agreed his mother. Yet he left you this much. You have a name, Von Dockmore. You may use it with pride, and should any man challenge your right, you may look him in the eye and say, "Not even Otto Baron von Dockmore denies me my right to this name." Eric reached up and awkwardly took his mother's hand. She glanced at him and smiled her stiff, unforgiving smile, but there was a hint of warmth in it as she squeezed his huge hand, then released it. This Nathan, I think he may be a good man. Learn what you can from him, or you'll never have your birthright. Eric said, "That was your dream, Mother. I know little of politics, but what I have heard in the tap-room leads me to believe that should you have had the high priest of Dala himself as witness in the chapel that night, it would count for little. The king, for reasons known best to him, wished my father married to the daughter of the Duke of Ran, and thus it was, and thus it would always have been." Eric stood. "I will need to spend some extra time with Nathan, letting him know what I can do, and finding out what he wishes me to do. I think you're right, he's a good man. He could have sent me packing, but he's trying to do right by me, I think." Impulsively, Frida threw her arms around her son's neck, hugging him closely. "I love you, my son," she whispered. Eric stood motionless, uncertain how to respond. She spared him the need by letting go and turning quickly into the kitchen, shutting the door behind her. Eric stood a moment, then slowly turned and moved toward the barn. As the months passed, things fell into a routine at the inn of the Pintail. Nathan blended in quickly, and after a while it was hard to recall what the inn had been like with Tyndall the smith. Eric found his new master a fount of information. As much of what Tyndall had taught him had been basic, solid smithing, but Nathan knew much that made the work above average, even exceptional. His knowledge of the different requirements for weapons and armor opened a new area for Eric, for Nathan had been the Baron Tolbert's own armorer in Toulon at one time. One day the sound of hooves upon cobbles caused Eric to look up from where he held a hot plough blade Nathan was hammering for a local farmer. The slender figure of Owen Greylock, the Baron's swordmaster, appeared as he rode his mount around the barn from the rear court of the inn. Nathan took away the blade and plunged it into water, then set it aside as Eric came to stand next to the horse, holding her bridle as Greylock dismounted. "Swordmaster," said Eric, "she's not lame again, is she?" "No," said Owen, indicating that Eric should see for himself. Eric ran his hand along the horse's left foreleg as Nathan approached, then motioned to the youngster to stand aside. Nathan examined the horse's leg. "This is the horse you told me of?" Eric nodded. "You say it was this suspensor tendon, was it?" Greylock looked on with approval as Eric said, "Yes, Master Smith. She had pulled it slightly." "Slightly?" said Greylock. He had an angular face made even more stern by a severe hairstyle, high bangs, with most of the rest cut straight around the nape of his neck, which split into a smile, serving to make him even more unattractive, for his teeth were uneven and yellowing. "Totally blown, I should say, Master Smith. Puffed up to the size of my thigh, and the mare could barely stand to put weight on it. I thought I'd have to send for the knackers for certain. But Eric had a way, and I'd seen his work before, so I gave him the chance, and he didn't disappoint." Shaking his head in mock astonishment, he said, "Slightly. The lad's too modest for his own good." "What did you do?" Nathan asked Eric. "I wrapped her leg in hot compresses at first. There's a drawing salve the healing priest at the temple of Killian makes that makes your skin feel hot. I used that on her leg. I hand-walked her and wouldn't let her pull again even if she got rammy. She spirited and wanted to bolt more than once, but I put a stud chain over her nose and let her know I'd have none of it." Eric reached over and patted the mare on the nose. "We became pretty fair friends." Nathan stood and shook his head, obviously impressed. "For the 4 months I've been here, Swordmaster, I've been hearing of this lad's skill with horses. Some of it I took to be local pride felt by his friends." Turning to Eric, he smiled and put a hand on his shoulder. "I don't say this lightly, lad. Perhaps you should put aside your apprenticeship as a smith and turn your hand to healing horses. I am self-admitted indifferent in healing animals, though I will put my shoeing work up against any man's. But even I can see this horse is completely sound, as if she had never been injured." Eric said, "It's a useful skill, and I like to see the horses healthy, but there's no guild." Nathan was forced to agree. "True enough. A guild is a mighty fortress and can shelter you when no amount of skill can save you from—" He suddenly remembered the Baron's swordmaster was standing a few feet away. "Many unexpected ends." Eric smiled. He knew what the smith had been about to say had to do with the long-standing rivalry between the nobility and the guilds. Started as a means to certify workmen and guarantee a certain minimum standard of skill, the guilds had become a political force in the kingdom over the last century, to the point of having their own courts to adjudicate matters within each guild, much to the irritation of the king's courts and the courts of the other nobles. For the nobles were too dependent upon the quality assurance of the many guilds to do more than grumble about flouting authority. But often one of the craft guilds had saved a member from some injustice at the hands of a noble. Despite a long tradition of responsible nobility in the kingdom, there were always one or two minor earls or barons who thought they could simply ignore a debt. Having a patent of arms from the king did not ensure wealth, and more than one noble had attempted to use rank and position rather than coin of the realm to settle his debts. Eric distracted Greylock. "Swordmaster, what cause brings you to Ravensburg this day?" The usually serious swordmaster's face returned to its usual dour expression. "You, Eric. Your father rides to Crondor on state business. He'll be here this evening. I came early to see if I could prevail upon my mother to let him alone." Greylock nodded. "He's not well, Eric. He shouldn't be making the journey, and I'll do what I can." He knew promising was vain should his mother take it into her head to repeat her performance of the last time Otto came through the town. "She may have finally gotten over making me the next Baron." Greylock made a sour face. "I would be out of place to comment on that." Then he softened his expression. "Trust me on this. If you can, stand by the corner of the town road, where the sheep meadow ends and the first vineyard begins, on the east side of the town before sunset." "Why?" "I can't say, but it's important." "If my father is so ill, Owen, what cause has he to ride to Crondor?" Greylock mounted his horse. "Ill news, I'm afraid. The prince is dead. It will be announced to the populace by royal messenger later this week." Eric said, "Arutha is dead?" Greylock nodded. "He fell and broke his hip, I've been told, and died of complications. He was an aging man, nearly 80 if I have it right." Prince Arutha had been a fixture in Crondor all of Eric's life, and his mother's before him. Father to the king, Boric, who had succeeded Arutha's brother Lion only 5 years earlier, he had been the man most responsible for peace in the kingdom, by all accounts. To Eric he was a distant figure. Certainly Eric had never seen the prince, but he felt a small stab of regret. By anyone's measure, he was a good ruler, and a hero in his youth. As Greylock turned the mare around, Eric said, "Tell my father I will stand where he asked." Greylock saluted and lightly touched spurs to the mare's flanks, and she trotted out of the inn courtyard. Nathan, who had come to understand a great deal of Eric's history in the months he had been living at the Pintail, said, "You'll want some extra time to clean up." Eric said, "I hadn't thought of that. I was just going to leave at supper time." It was late spring, and sunset came close to an hour after supper. Eric would need most of the hour to make it to the other side of Ravensburg and through the vineyards to the sheep meadow, but only if he went in his dirty clothing. Nathan playfully hit Eric on the back of the head with his open hand. "Dolt! Get yourself cleaned up. Sounds important." Eric thanked Nathan and hurried to the forge. Below the pallet in the loft where he slept, behind the ladder, sat a trunk with all of Eric's belongings. He took out his one good shirt and carried it over to the wash basin. Removing his dirty shirt, he took the harsh soap and some clean rags and worked feverishly to rid himself of as much dirt as possible. At last he felt presentable and put on his good shirt. He hurried out of the barn and went to the kitchen, where food was being placed upon the table as he entered. Sitting down, he drew a suspicious look from his mother. "Why are you wearing your good shirt?" she asked. Not willing to share his father's request for a meeting with his mother, lest she demand to accompany him and force a confrontation, he muttered, "I'm meeting someone after supper," then started noisily eating the stew placed before him. Milo, who was sitting at the head of the table, laughed. "One of the town girls, is it?" This brought an alarmed look from Rosalind, the color rising in her cheeks as Eric said, "Something like that." Eric continued to eat in silence, while Milo and Nathan spoke of the day's events, and the women joined Eric in silence. Nathan had a dry sense of humor that made it difficult at first to know if he was being mocking or merely amusing. This had resulted in Frida and Milo both treating him with some coolness at first. But his warm nature and clear appreciation of life's little moments had won over even Eric's mother, who could often be seen trying to fight back a smile at some quip of Nathan's. Eric had once asked him how he kept so even a disposition, and the answer had surprised him. "When you lose everything," Nathan had said, "you've nothing left to lose. You've got two choices then. Either kill yourself or start building a new life. When I started this new life without my family, I decided the only sensible thing in it was to live for the small rewards. A job well done, a beautiful sunrise, the sound of children laughing at play, a good cup of wine. Makes it easy to deal with the harsher side of life. Kings and marshals can look back and relive their triumphs, their great victories. We common folk must take what pleasure we can from life's little victories." Eric hardly touched his food, and at last bade everyone excuse him as he almost jumped up from the table and hurried out through the common room, Milo's laughter following after. He almost ran through the door of the inn and barely avoided knocking Rue down as the youngster was about to enter the inn. "Wait a minute!" cried Rue as he fell in beside his larger friend. "Can't, I have to meet someone." Rue grabbed the larger youth by the arm and was almost dragged along a step or two before Eric stopped. "What?" he asked Rue impatiently. "Did your father send for you?" Eric had long since stopped being amazed at the town gossip Rue was able to ferret out, but this had him stunned. "Why do you ask that?" "Because since late yesterday the road has been thick with Kingdom Post riders, sometimes as many as 3 in a bunch, and a company of the Baron's horse, followed by 2 companies of foot soldiers, passed by the eastern boundary of the town this morning, heading south, and the Baron's own personal guards showed up an hour ago at the Growers' and Vintners' Hall. That's what I was coming to tell you. And you're wearing your best shirt." Not wishing to have Rue along, Eric said, "The Prince of Krondor is dead. That's why—" He was about to say that was why his father was coming to the town on his way to Krondor, but instead said, "All the fuss." Rue said, "So those soldiers are heading south to support the garrisons along the Keshian border in case the Emperor gets ambitious now that Aruth is dead?" Now suddenly an expert in military matters, Rue was left standing by Eric, who had resumed his hurried march. Seeing he was suddenly alone, Rue yelled, "Hey!" and chased after his friend, catching up with him as Eric left the street of the Pintail and entered the main square of the town. "Where are you going?" Eric stopped. "I have to meet someone." "Who?" "It's personal." "It's not a girl, or you'd be heading north to the fountain, not east toward the baronial road." Rue's eyes widened. "You are meeting your father. I was just joking before." Eric said, "I don't want anyone to say anything, especially not to my mother." "I'll keep this to myself." "Good," said Eric, turning Rue around with 2 large and powerful hands on narrow shoulders. "Go find something amusing to do, and not too illegal, and I'll talk to you later tonight. Meet me at the inn." Rue frowned, but sauntered off as if he had intended to leave Eric alone anyway. Eric resumed his journey. He hurried through the businesses clustered around the town square, 2- and 3-story edifices overhanging the narrow streets, then moved between the modest homes owned by the higher-ranking members of the various crafts and guilds, then the ramshackle houses used by workers, married apprentices, and traders without storefronts. Leaving the town proper, he hurried along the east road, past small vegetable gardens where push-cart traders grew their wares to sell in the town market, and the large eastern vineyards. Reaching the point where the baronial road leading to Darkmoor intercepted the main east-west road to Ravensburg, he waited. He mulled over what possible reason he could have been asked to meet his father at this relatively remote location, dismissing the most fanciful of all, that his mother's dream would somehow be realized and his father would acknowledge him. His musing was interrupted by the sound of an approaching company of horsemen. Soon he could see them crest a distant hill, a company of riders appearing out of the evening's gloom to the northeast. As they neared, he could see they were the Baron's own, leading the same carriage Eric had seen the last time the Baron had paid the town a visit. He felt a tightening in his chest as they neared, and no small apprehension, for his two half-brothers could be seen riding beside the carriage. The first riders hurried past, but Stefan and Manfred reined in. Stefan shouted, "What, you again?" He made a threatening gesture as if to draw his sword, but his younger brother shouted, "Stefan, keep up, leave him alone." The younger brother set heels to his mount and moved to keep up with the vanguard, but his older brother hesitated. As more soldiers rode past, Stefan shouted, "I warn you now, brother, when I ascend to the Baron's office, I'll be nowhere near as tolerant as our father. If I catch a glimpse of you or your mother at any public function, I'll have you arrested so quickly your shadow will have to search to find you." Without waiting for a reply, he viciously dug his spurs into his horse's flank, causing the high-spirited gelding to leap forward into a fast canter, then a gallop, so he could overtake his younger brother. Then the main detachment of soldiers approached, followed by the Baron's carriage. As they passed, the riders moved at a steady canter, but the carriage slowed. When it was almost upon Eric, the curtain of the carriage closest to him was pulled back, and he could glimpse a white face peering through the gloom at him. For a moment, father and son locked gazes, and Eric felt a sudden rush of confused feelings. Then all too suddenly the instant passed, and the carriage rolled away, the driver using the reins to urge his team of four ahead to overtake the escort. Eric stood puzzled and angered as the following troop of soldiers approached. He had expected to speak at last to his father, not merely share a momentary glimpse. As he turned to leave, the last rider reined in and said, "Eric." He turned to see Owen Greylock dismounting. Forgetting courtesy, Eric vented his anger. "I thought we were friends, Master Greylock, at least as much as rank permitted. But you had me traipse through the town to this place so that Stefan could insult and threaten me, and my father peek out from his warm carriage at me." Greylock said, "Eric, it was your father's request." Eric put hands on hips and took a deep breath. "So it was his idea to have Stefan as much as tell me to leave the barony?" Greylock led his treasured mare to where Eric stood and put his hand on the younger man's arm. "No, that was Stefan's impromptu performance. Your father wished to see you one last time. He's dying." Eric felt unexpected emotions break to the surface. Panic and regret, all viewed somehow at a distance, as if the warring emotions were taking place within someone else's breast. Dying? His chirurgeon warned against this, but with the prince's death he felt the need to attempt the journey. Boric has named his youngest brother Nicholas to succeed his father, until his own son Patrick is of an age to rule the western realm. Nicholas is an unknown. Everyone expected Erland to take the post. It could be a fair political bloodbath in Krondor this week. Eric knew the names: Boric, the king, and Erland, his younger twin brother. Patrick was the king's eldest son, and by tradition one of the two should have taken the office of Prince of Krondor, but the intrigues of the court meant little to Eric. "He asked me here so he could catch a glimpse of me as his carriage sped by?" Greylock squeezed Eric's arm for emphasis. "His last glimpse of you." He removed something from his tunic. "And to give you this." Eric beheld a folded parchment being handed him by Greylock. He took it and noticed it was free of any stamp or seal. He unfolded it and began to read. "My son," Greylock interrupted. "No one is to know the contents but you, and once you are done, I am to burn this. I will stand away while you read this to yourself." He led the horse away while Eric read. "My son, if I am not yet dead when you read this, I soon shall be. I know you have many questions, and no doubt your mother has answered some. I am sorry to say that I can give you little more than that, and less satisfaction. When we are young, we feel passions that are but faint memories when we are not very many years older. I think I did love your mother when I was very young, but if so, then that love, like memories, faded. If I have any regrets, it is that I could not know you. You were innocent of your mother's and my indulgences, but I have responsibilities that cannot be set aside because of my regret over a youthful indiscretion. I hope you understand and realize that whatever life we might have imagined as father and son was an impossible illusion. I hope you are a good man, for I am proud of the blood that flows in both our veins, and would hope you honor it as well. I have never publicly denied your mother, because at least I can allow you a name. But beyond this, I can do little else. Your brother Stefan will be set against you in every way. My wife fears any threat to her son's patrimony, and if it is any comfort to you, I have paid a price for remaining silent before your mother's accusations. I have shielded you and your mother more than you might know, but once I am gone, that protection will vanish. I urge you to take your mother from the barony. There is a growing frontier along the far coast and in the Sunset Islands, and opportunities for a young man of ability. You could make something of yourself there. Leave Ravensburg and Darkmoor, and make yourself known to one Sebastian Lender, a solicitor and litigator with an office at Barrett's Coffee House on Regal Street in Crondor. He will have something there for you. I can do no more. Life is often unfair, and while we might wish for justice, it is usually an illusion. For what it is worth, you have my blessing and my wish for a happy life. Your father. Eric held it in his hands a few moments after he had finished, and at last he held it out to Greylock. Owen took the parchment and produced one of the elegant flint and spring-loaded igniters that were all the rage among those who smoked tobacco. He struck a series of sparks until one lodged in the parchment, and blew it to a flame. Holding the parchment by the edge, he let the flame grow until it engulfed the document. Just before his fingers would be burned, he let the parchment float away, rising on its own heat as it was consumed. Eric felt empty. He now realized that whatever he had expected when summoned to this lonely spot, it had been something more than this. His attention returned to Greylock as the Baron's swordmaster mounted. "Was there anything else?" Owen said, "Only this. He urged you to count the threat as dire, and take the warning with the most gravity." "Do you know what that means?" "Not by his words, Eric. But I'd be a fool not to guess. It might be considered a wise thing if you were on your way to a new home when we return from Crondor. Stefan has a temper that blinds him, and a dangerous nature." "Owen," Eric said as Greylock made ready to ride on. "What?" "Do you think he ever really loved my mother?" Greylock looked startled by the question. He paused, then said, "To that I cannot speak. Your father was a man to hide much within. But this I can tell you. Whatever you read in that missive, take to heart, and count an honest telling, for there is no deceit in the man's nature." He rode off, and Eric found himself alone. Then he began to laugh. Everything in his life had stemmed from a deceit. Either Greylock was a poor judge of his lord's nature, or Otto had reformed his ways after deceiving Eric's mother. But to Eric it was of little significance which was the case. Unsure of his own feelings, he began the trek home. But one thing he knew: Greylock would not take the time to underscore his father's warning if it wasn't real and deadly. For the first time in his life, Eric considered leaving Ravensburg. He laughed again at the irony of no more than a month's having passed since word returned from the guild that it had approved Nathan's registration of Eric as apprentice. A bitter taste of tin filled Eric's mouth, and his stomach knotted as he moved through the twilight. His desires were few, and his needs simple, yet it seemed fate had decreed them to be impossible. Not knowing what he could possibly say to his mother, he walked like a man 3 times his age, each step slow and deliberate, his shoulders bent under an incredible weight. 3. Murder. Eric halted. The sound of so many horses' hoofs pounding on the cobbles nearby was unusual in Ravensburg. He put down the bundle of clothing he had tied a moment before and set it upon the trunk containing his mother's personal belongings. The sound was definitely louder now, and Eric knew a group of riders was heading for the inn. He glanced at Milo, who was speaking softly to Frida on the other side of the kitchen. The decision to leave Ravensburg had been difficult, and to Eric's surprise it had not been his mother who objected. She seemed resigned to never realizing her girlhood dream of her sons being legitimized by his father. It was Nathan who had been the most vociferous in urging them to stay. When it was clear they were leaving, he bade them travel to the far coast. He spoke in almost reverent terms of the nobles of the far coast, Duke Marcus, cousin to the king, and his own Baron of Toulon, who had done everything in his power to aid those who had suffered in the massive destruction of the far coast at the hands of pirates a quarter-century earlier. Stephan's threats were repulsive to Nathan, whose view of the responsibilities of the nobility to the commons was at odds with the experience of most of those at the inn. All Milo would say was that nobility in the West was vastly different to that in Darkmoor. Eric and Frida had been gathering up their belongings, making ready for the morning coach that would take them west to Krondor. Eric was to call at the hall of the Guild of Smiths with a letter from Nathan, explaining that his leaving the forge at Ravensburg had nothing whatsoever to do with his skills. It explained more of the situation than Eric was comfortable with having known by strangers, but Nathan had assured him the Guild was like a family. The letter urged the Guild to find Eric a position somewhere on the far coast, or in the Sunset Islands. The sound of horses entering the courtyard of the inn caused Frida to cast a worried look Eric's way. It was only 2 days since Greylock had burned Otto's message, but still she was worried that Stephan might act prematurely to harm her son. Eric opened the door to the rear courtyard and found 20 men in the baronial livery dismounting, Owen Greylock at their head. "Master Greylock, what is it?" Eric half expected to hear Owen say they had come to arrest him, but instead the Baron's swordmaster took Eric by the arm and steered him away from the soldiers. "Your father. He suffered another seizure. We turned around yesterday afternoon, and now we must stop. His chirurgeon says he will not live to reach Darkmoor. He's being taken to the Peacock's Tail, the most lavish inn in Ravensburg, and the rest of the men will be quartered in the other inns around the town. Another company rides all night to Darkmoor to fetch the Baroness. Your father will not live more than a few days." Eric felt surprisingly devoid of any feeling at the news of his father's impending death. The message from him had made whatever childish fantasies about the man evaporate, to be replaced by a distant image of a man unable to do the right thing by a common woman and his own child. The closest feeling Eric could muster was pity. At last he spoke. "I don't know what to say, Owen." "Have you given thought to our last conversation?" "Mother and I are leaving tomorrow morning." "Good. Keep out of the town square tonight, and see you are on the coach when it leaves. Stephan and Manfred are understandably distressed, and there's no telling what that hothead Stephan's capable of doing. As long as the Baron's alive, he'll probably remain close at hand, so if he doesn't catch sight of you, all should be well." Glancing at the soldiers, he said, "I will stay here with this guard until I'm summoned to the Baron's side." Eric knew that Greylock had intentionally chosen to bring his own contingency of guards to the Inn of the Pintail against the possibility of trouble, and he said, "Thank you, Owen." "Just doing as my lord would want, Eric. Now go inside and tell Milo I need all his rooms." Eric did as he was asked, and soon the inn was busy, with Rosalind, Frida, and Milo all hurrying to get every room ready for guests. Each soldier saw to his own mount, but Eric and Nathan had plenty to do fetching fodder into the barn and the large corral on the north side of the barn where 12 of the 20 mounts were herded. Eric finished bringing in the last bale of hay for the horses and washed up in the forge. Nathan came to stand behind him and said, "I am sorry to hear about your father, Eric." Eric shrugged. "I don't have much feeling about this, Nathan. Milo's been the only father I've ever known, though he acts more like an uncle. You've treated me more like a son in the last 5 months than Otto did my entire life. I don't know what I should be feeling." Nathan put his hand on Eric's shoulder and gave it a firm squeeze. "There is no should to it, lad. You feel what you feel, and there's no right or wrong. Otto was your father, but you never knew him." His voice was quiet and calm as he went on. "It's changing diapers when the wife's too busy with another child's illness, or listening to the child prattle after a long, tiring day because it's your child's prattle. That makes a father. Not getting a girl pregnant. Any fool can do that. It's holding a child who's frightened at night, or tossing one in the air to make a giggle. You've had none of that from Otto. I can understand how you could feel little at his passing." Eric turned to regard the burly smith. "I shall miss you, Nathan. I mean what I said. You helped me understand what a father should be like. He embraced the older man, and they hugged for a long moment. Nathan said, "And you've given me a chance to imagine what it would have been like had my sons lived, Eric. I'll treasure that." Then, with a harsh, barking laugh, "And you've made it hell to be my next apprentice, lad. You're a talent, and you've got years of experience under your belt. I may be short-tempered with some tangle-footed boy of 14 who has never stepped inside a forge before." Eric shook his head. "I somehow doubt that, Nathan. You'll be fair with him." "Well, let's not dwell on partings. Let's go inside and grab some food before those soldiers eat everything in sight." Eric laughed at that and realized he was hungry, despite the prospect of leaving the place of his birth and never returning, and the specter of his father's death at any hour. They entered the kitchen to find Frida busy preparing food, as if it were just another night at the inn, and Rosalind hurrying between the kitchen and the common room, while Marlowe fetched ale and wine from the tap-room. Eric and Nathan washed up and entered the commons. Instead of the usual loud talk, the soldiers were quietly eating and drinking, keeping their voices low. Owen sat alone at a corner table and motioned Eric and Nathan to join him. They did, and Milo brought over 3 large glass goblets of wine. When he had left, Owen said, "Where are you bound for tomorrow, Eric?" "Crondor," he said, "to the guild office for another apprenticeship." "So it's west, then?" "Yes, the far coast or the Sunset Islands." Nathan said, "They found gems and gold in the mountains near Jonrel, so the rush is on. The trading houses from the free cities, as well as every adventurer, thief, and swindler, have descended there. But it also means a good opportunity, because the Duke of Crydee has asked for additional smiths, as well as other craftmasters, to be sent there." Owen nodded. "This place changes little, and most of us are born into our lives with small chance of making them different. Out there, with some ambition, some thought, and a touch of luck, a common man can rise to riches or even to the nobility." Eric said, "Riches with luck, I guess. But a commoner become a noble?" Owen smiled his crooked smile. "It's not common knowledge, but the king's adviser, the Duke of Illanon, was common-born." "Truth?" said Nathan. "He did some favor or another for the late Prince of Crondor, and was given a squire's rank when he was but a lad. His wit and service to the kingdom earned him a rapid rise, and now he is second only to royalty in power." He lowered his voice to a near whisper. "There are those who claim he was not only a common boy, but a thief as well." Eric said, "That is impossible." Owen shrugged. "Nothing is truly impossible, I think." Eric said, "Well, maybe when he was a boy, but that was 50 years ago." Owen nodded. "Things change. Once, centuries ago, this was the frontier, Eric." Eric's brow furrowed as if he didn't understand. Nathan said, "I grew up on the far coast, Eric. I think what friend Greylock means is that you'll find a different stripe out there. Men who are concerned more with what you know and can do than with who you are or who your father was. Too many things going on to worry about rank. You've got to depend upon your neighbors. Goblins, dark elves, bandits, and other problems constantly coming at you. Those make a man glad for help close by. You don't have time to worry about a lot of the things that make life here in the kingdom the way it is." Greylock nodded. Eric said nothing for a moment, thinking about the possibility things might turn out right after all, when the front door of the inn opened and Rue hurried in. He saw Eric from across the room and quickly came through the crowded commons to where his friend sat. Nodding with as much deference as he could muster to the Baron's swordmaster, he said, "Master Greylock, they need you over at the Peacock, sir." Owen threw a quick glance at Eric. His expression betrayed his worry. It couldn't be good news. He stood, said a quick goodbye, and left. Rue took his place. Nathan said, "You a squire these days, Rue?" Rue made a face as if that remark put a bad taste in his mouth. "I was hanging around the fountain by the Growers' and Vintners' Hall, and a soldier came out and told all of us to spread out and look for the swordmaster and fetch him to the Peacock's tail. So I told the other lads I'd come here." Eric smiled. "I was hoping you'd come by tonight." "I would have been here sooner, but Gwen was at the fountain, and—" Eric shook his head. "So you're back in her favor once again?" "Trying to be," said Rue. Nathan said, "How'd you like to apprentice at the forge, Rue?" It was a joke, and they all knew it, but Rue still said, "What? Me get all dirty and grimy? You get your hands calloused, and the horses step on your feet. Not on your life. I have plans." Eric smiled, but Nathan said, "Really? What sort of plans?" Rue glanced around the room as if fearing to be overheard. "There are ways to make a living that have nothing to do with guilds and apprenticeships, friend Smith." Nathan's brow furrowed. "You're going to end up in jail, Rue." Rue put up his hands as if protesting innocence. "No, nothing dodgy, I swear. It's just my father has been hauling enough from Crondor up to here that I'm getting pretty good at nosing out what the markets are for different things. I've saved a little money, and I'm going to invest it in a cargo one of these days." Nathan appeared impressed. "A shipping concern?" "There are syndicates in Crondor and Salador that routinely underwrite the cost of freight hauls from one city to another, or cargoes for ships bound to distant ports. They have subscribers and return nice profits on their investments." Nathan nodded. "True, but there's risk as well. If a cargo isn't delivered on time, your profit can vanish. Worse, if bandits take the caravan or the ship sinks, you lose everything." Rue looked as if this would never happen. "I plan on starting small and building up my capital for a few years." "What do you plan on doing to eat and put a roof over your head while you invest in these ventures?" asked Nathan. Rue said, "Well, I haven't quite worked that out, but—" "How much capital have you, Rue?" interrupted Nathan. "Under 30 golden sovereigns," he said proudly. Nathan was impressed. "Quite a beginning. I think I'll forbear asking how you've managed to amass such a young fortune, and—" He turned to Eric. "I suggest you get back to the forge and keep out of sight. When the coach comes in the morning is time enough for your goodbyes. If Master Greylock needs another word with you, I'll send him to you." Eric nodded and rose. Rue followed him. The two youngsters passed from the crowded common room to the kitchen, where Rosalind was hurrying to carry a large platter of steaming greens out to the soldiers. Frida worked feverishly over her stew, as if it were just another busy night at the inn, and not her last in the home of her birth. Eric walked outside with Rue, and as he passed the corral, the horses there wandered over to investigate the two boys. Eric inspected their legs out of habit. "Milo will need to order up hay tomorrow," he muttered to Rue as he slowly walked along the fence. "This lot will have eaten the entire contents of the loft by the time they've gone." Rue turned and faced Eric while they were walking. He seemed to half skip, half dance to keep from tripping while walking backwards. "Eric, let me come with you." Eric said, "Why would you want to come with me?" "Look, you're the only real friend I've got here, and I've got no trade. I wasn't joking about joining a syndicate. I can get a job in Crondor and invest my money until I'm rich. Once you get to Crondor, you'll see there are better things to do than return to apprenticeship." Eric laughed and stopped, so Rue wouldn't have to continue his backward walk. "What about your father?" "He'd just as soon be rid of me as not," Rue said with bitterness. "The bastard hasn't had a kind word for me since Mum died." Suddenly, as if by magic, a dagger appeared in Rue's hand. Then, equally suddenly, he returned it to inside his loose shirt. "I can take care of myself if I need to. Now, let me come along." Eric said, "I'll talk to Mother. She's not likely to offer any encouragement." "You'll talk her into it." "Well, assume I do. You need to get your things together and have some copper to pay the coach." "Everything I have is in a bundle at my father's. I'll run and get it." Eric shook his head and watched Rue run off into the night. He glanced around, suddenly feeling melancholy. This would be his last night under the barn roof. It was a poor lodging by any measure, occasionally leaky, draughty, and offering too little protection from winter's cold and summer's heat. But it was home, and he'd miss Milo and Rosalind. As he returned to his place in the loft, Eric thought of Rosalind, pretty but not teasing as Gwen and some of the other girls were. His feelings for her were often tempered by his sense of family. She was the sister of his heart, if not by blood. And while he was as interested in girls as any boy his age, something about Rosalind made him uneasy. In many ways, he'd miss her most of all. Tired from the long day's work and from worry, Eric quickly dozed off, only to be startled awake by a sudden feeling of panic. He sat up and looked around the dark barn loft. Unseen enemies were hovering nearby. The sound of men talking carried from the inn, and the horses in the corral and barn snorted. Eric rolled over on his side, head on his arm, thinking about the strange feeling of danger that had suddenly come upon him. He closed his eyes and again saw Rosalind's face. He would miss her, and Milo, and Nathan. Soon he was dozing again. Before he lapsed into a deep sleep, he dreamed he heard Rosalind gently calling his name. "Eric!" Eric came awake with a start as a hand shook his shoulder. He had been hard asleep in a deep, numbing slumber of emotional exhaustion, and he couldn't quite get his bearings. "Eric!" Rue's voice cut through the gloom, and Eric looked up into his friend's face. Rue was dressed as he had been earlier, but he wore a travel bundle tied around one shoulder, slung over his back. "What is it?" "You'd better come quick, down by the fountain. Rosalind—" Eric half leaped down the ladder, Rue scampering down after him as fast as he could. Eric sprinted past the corral of horses, and as he approached the inn, could hear the voices from within. "What time is it?" "9 o'clock was the last call. Half past that, I think." Eric knew that with this many soldiers in town, some of the town girls would be down at the fountain, but Rosalind was certainly not likely to be one of them. "What happened?" "I don't know," answered Rue. "Gwen can tell you." Eric ran through the streets until he came to the fountain, where a group of 3 young off-duty soldiers were attempting to impress the local girls with tales of their heroics. But the expression on Gwen's face as he saw it in the lantern light showed that all thoughts of harmless flirtation were gone. She looked very worried. "What is it?" demanded Eric.
"Rosalind came here looking for you."
"I was in the loft," said Eric.
Gwen said, "She said she called for you there, but you didn't answer."
Eric cursed his sound sleep and said, "Where is she now?" Rue said,
"They say she went off with Stefan."
"What?" Eric turned at his half-brother's name and gripped Gwen by the arm. "Tell me what happened." Gwen motioned for Eric to follow her, out of hearing of the soldiers.
"She was going back to the inn when the Baron's sons came. Stefan started saying sweet things to her, but there was something about his manner she didn't like. She tried to leave, but didn't know how to say no to someone of his rank, and when he took her by the arm, she went along. But he didn't lead her back to the inn. They went off toward the old orchard."
She pointed off in the general direction.
"He was more dragging her along than escorting her, Eric."
Eric had taken one step after them when Gwen held his arm.
"Eric, I've been with Stefan. The last time he was here, I went to his rooms at the Peacock."
Her voice lowered, as if she was ashamed to speak.
"He left marks on me, Eric. He likes to hit while he's having you, and when I cried, it made him laugh."
Rue had been standing beside Eric. As Eric turned away toward the apple grove, Rue saw an expression on Eric's face that caused him to hesitate an instant. While Eric moved away with purposeful steps, Rue grabbed Gwen by the arm. "Go to the Pintail and find Nathan. Tell him what happened and to come to the orchard." Rue hurried over to where the 3 soldiers watched Eric disappear into the night. One looked at Rue with an open expression of curiosity on his face, and Rue said, "If you don't want bloodshed, run and find Owen Greylock and tell him to come to the old orchard." Rue then ran as fast as he could after the rapidly receding figure of Eric. The slender boy was one of the fastest runners in town, but Eric had already moved out of the lantern light of the square and had vanished down the street leading to the old apple orchard at the edge of town. Rue hurried through the streets, his footfalls slapping the stones with a sound that seemed to evoke the anger and outrage in the night. Each step sounded like a hand striking a face, and with the sound, Rue felt his blood rise. Quick to anger, slow to release a grudge, Rue knew a fight was coming and was composing himself to help his friend. He didn't like Stefan anyway, from what he had seen of him, but as each stride took him closer to confrontation, it was turning into a serious hatred. As he left the last buildings behind, he caught a glimpse of Eric at the far edge of his vision, before he faded into the darkness. Rue hurried after, but Eric was possessed with an outrage that lent his feet wings. Rue had never seen Eric run so swiftly. Rue crossed the low pasture and jumped the fence that brought him to the edge of the old orchard, a favored meeting place for young lovers on warm nights. Reaching the edge of the trees, cloaked in threatening darkness after the brightly lit town square and lantern-dressed streets, Rue was forced to slow to a walk. He moved between the dark boles, then suddenly was upon Eric, who turned at his approach. Eric made a motion for silence, then whispered, "Over there, I think," as he tried to catch his breath. Rue listened, and was about to say he heard nothing over the pounding of his own heart, when a faint movement, as if someone shifted his weight, could be heard, the softest rustle of cloth upon cloth. It was in the general direction Eric indicated. Rue nodded. Eric moved like a hunter stalking prey. There was something very wrong in all of this. Rosalind would never have come away with any boy to the orchard, for there was only one reason to be here. Rosalind was still a virgin, of that Eric was certain, still too young to have a lover. Some girls, like Gwen, matured early and enjoyed the company of older boys, while others were shy. Rosalind was not only shy. Once outside her father's inn, she was intimidated by the company of any boys besides Eric and Rue. Even the most innocent compliment would bring a blush to her cheeks, and when the other girls started talking about the town boys, she would excuse herself in embarrassment. Eric knew in his heart she was in danger, and the silence of the orchard frightened him. If another couple had been making love anywhere within this grove, sounds would carry this quiet night. Abruptly, both boys heard a sound that made their hair stand on end. A girl's cry split the night, followed by the sound of a fist striking flesh, then silence. Eric leaped toward the sound. Rue hesitated an instant, then followed. Eric ran without thought toward where the sound had come from. Then he saw Rosalind, and his world froze for an instant. The girl lay back against the bole of a tree, her face bruised and her dress in tatters. Her blouse was torn from her, exposing her breasts, and her skirt was ripped away with only a tattered rag around her waist. Eric could see blood running from her nose, and she was without motion. Eric felt something hot and blinding rise up within him. A sense of movement, rather than anything really seen, caused Eric to move to his right, saving his life. A searing pain erupted in his left shoulder as Stefan's sword point pierced it. With a cry of agony, Eric felt his knees go weak from the unexpected shock. Then Rue flew past his friend, driving his head into Stefan's stomach. Eric almost fainted when the sword point was wrenched from his shoulder. His vision swam and his stomach knotted, and he had to force himself not to lose consciousness. He forced himself back to his feet as he shook his head to clear it. The sound of Rue's panic-stricken plea for help brought him back to alertness. In the dark, with only the middle moon shining through the branches, he could see Rue wrestling Stefan on the ground. The smaller lad had surprised Stefan, but that advantage was now gone. Stefan was using his superior strength and size to force himself atop Rue. Only the fact his sword was designed for fighting at arm's length saved Rue's life. Had Stefan held a dagger, the boy would surely be dead. As Rue called his name, Eric ignored the terrible pain in his left shoulder, and with a single step came up behind Stefan. He grabbed his half-brother around the waist and yanked him up in a massive bear hug, a primitive cry erupting from his own throat. Stefan's breath exploded from his lungs as the young smith's powerful arms closed hard around his chest. The sword fell from Stefan's hand as he was lifted abruptly off Rue. Held above the ground, all he could do was kick hopelessly backwards at Eric and claw at his hands. Eric stood like a man possessed by an avenging spirit as he attempted to crush the life from Stefan. He couldn't take his eyes from Rosalind, who lay in mute tableau, a testimony to Stefan's cruelty. Eric had seen her naked as a child, for they had bathed together, but not since they had grown. The sight of her breasts, her own blood dripping between them, was something obscene to Eric. Lover, husband, child should have touched that flesh with nurturing love. His Rosalind deserved better than the rough handling of a jaded and cruel noble. Rue rolled to his feet, his dagger pulled from within his shirt. Murderous anger flashed in his eyes as he stepped forward. Stefan struggled with hysterical strength, and Eric felt his grip loosen. As Rue reached them, Eric heard a distant voice shout, "Kill him!" And as Rue drove home the blade, Eric realized the voice commanding Stefan's death was his own. Stefan stiffened and bucked once, then went limp, and even when Rue yanked free his blade, the son of the Baron did not twitch. Eric felt his skin crawl with an otherworldly sense of disgust, as if he were holding something profoundly unclean, and he let go. Stefan fell limply to the ground. Rue stood over him, holding the still bloody dagger, and Eric saw rage was still in his friend's expression. He said, "Rue." Rue blinked and looked down at his blade, then at Stefan. He wiped the blade on Stefan's shirt and put it away. Frustration and anger still pumped through Rue's mind and body. In need of another target to vent them on, he aimed a vicious kick at Stefan's body. The toe of his boot struck ribs, breaking them. With a final gesture of contempt, he spit on the corpse. Suddenly, the anger drained out of Eric. "Rue," he repeated, and his friend turned to face him. Eric's expression was one of confusion, and Rue's a mask of equally confused anger. A third time Eric said his friend's name. Rue finally answered, his own voice hoarse with excitement and fear. "What? What have we done?" Rue looked blankly at Eric a moment, then looked down at Stefan. Instantly, what had just occurred registered on him. He rolled his eyes heavenward and said,
Oh, gods, Eric! They're going to hang us.
Eric glanced around, and the sight of Rosalind shook him back to more pressing needs than concern over his own fate. He crossed the distance between Stefan's body and hers, and knelt beside her. She lived, but her breath was shallow and labored, and he moved her to a more upright position. He watched helplessly, not knowing if he should cover her up or see if he could stop the bleeding from her nose or what. Then she moaned slightly. Rue appeared with a fancy cloak, obviously Stefan's, and covered her. "She's in danger," said Eric. "So are we," answered Rue. "If we stay, they will arrest us and hang us, Eric." Eric looked as if he were about to pick up Rosalind, but Rue said, "We must get away." Eric said, "What do you mean?" Rue said, "We've killed the Baron's son, you idiot." "But he abused Rosalind." "That doesn't give us a warrant to execute him, Eric. Do you want to go into court and swear that this was only about Rosalind? If it had been anyone else in the entire world but your own half-brother—" He left the thought unfinished. "We can't leave her here," said Eric. The sounds of men shouting echoed through the night. "She won't be undiscovered for long. This orchard is going to be swarming with the Baron's soldiers in a few minutes." As if to punctuate the observation, Eric could now hear distinct voices as the men advanced toward the orchard. Rue looked ready to run at a moment's notice as he looked around the glade. "We didn't have to kill him, Eric. If we are put in the dock and made to testify, we can't honestly say we had to kill him." Rue put his hand on Eric's arm as if to drag him from the scene. "I wanted him dead, Eric. You did, too. We murdered him." Eric found it almost impossible to keep events clear in his head. He knew he had felt something close to murder in his heart as he wrestled with Stefan, but now that was a distant memory, and events were jumbled. "I've got my money here." He indicated his travel bundle. "So we can make for Krondor and buy passage to the Sunset Islands." "Why there?" "Because if a man lives for a year and a day in the islands and commits no crime, he's pardoned for whatever he did before he came there. It's an old law from when the islands came into the kingdom." "But they'll be looking for us." Rosalind stirred with a faint moan of discomfort. Rue leaned down and asked, "Can you hear me?" The girl didn't answer. Rue said, "They'll probably think we're going to Kish. A man can hide in the Vale of Dreams and get across the border without much trouble." The Vale, the border between Great Kesh and the kingdom, was a no-man's land of smugglers, bandits, and garrisons along both sides of the frontier. Men came and went, and few questions were asked. Eric moved his shoulder experimentally and felt lightheaded when a stabbing pain answered his movement. "This isn't right," he said. Rue shook his head. "If we stay here, we will be hung. Even if we had 20 witnesses, Manfred would make sure we were found guilty." Rue looked around as a distant shout split the night. "Someone's coming. We have to go now." Eric nodded. "I should go back to the inn." "No," said Rue. "They'll expect that. We must go down the old western trail. We'll go all night and cut into the woodlands at daybreak. If they send the dogs after us, we had better be across a dozen streams or more before noon." "Mother," began Eric. "She'll be safe," Rue interrupted. "Manfred has no reason to trouble her. You were always the threat, not your mother." A shout from the far side of the orchard caused Rue to swear. "They're on the other side already. We're trapped." Eric said, "There." He pointed to an old tree both had played in over the years. The centerpiece of the old orchard, the tree was heavily shrouded in leaves and might offer possible haven. They crossed the short distance to the tree, and Rue said, "How's your shoulder?" "Hurts like blazes, but I can move it." Rue didn't hesitate, but scampered up the tree. He moved as high as he could, leaving the slightly heavier lower branches for Eric. By the time Eric was out of sight, torchlight and lanterns could be seen coming close. Rue shook for a moment as he lost balance, then regained it, and Eric was now almost sick with pain, fear, and disgust. Stefan's death was still unreal to him. He could see the dark shape of his body on the ground and expected him to rise up in a moment, as if this were all some mummery put on at a festival. Then a soldier with a lantern saw Rosalind. "Master Greylock, over here!" Through the leaves, Eric could barely make out the figures that rushed to where Rosalind and Stefan lay a few yards apart. Then he heard Owen Greylock's voice. "He's dead." Another voice asked, "How's the girl?" A third said, "She's in a bad way, Swordmaster. We should get her to the chirurgeon." Then Eric heard Manfred's shout of rage. "They've killed my brother!" An almost inaudible oath and a sobbing cry was followed by, "I'll kill him myself." Eric caught a glimpse of Owen Greylock's slender form between the nearby leaves and heard the Baron's swordmaster say, "We'll find those who did this, Manfred." Eric shook his head. The 3 soldiers who had seen him and Rue run after Stefan and Rosalind would certainly place them at the scene. A soldier said, I know there was bad blood between the bastard and your brother, but why did they beat the girl? Eric knew then that they had already been identified. Eric felt his anger rise again. A familiar voice said, "Eric wouldn't harm Rosalind." Nathan was there.
"Are you saying my brother did this, Master Smith?"
"Young sir, I only know that this girl is as gentle a soul as the gods have placed upon this world. She was a sister to Eric, and one of Rue's few friends. Neither boy would harm her." Then he pointedly added, "But I can certainly imagine them killing anyone who did." Manfred's voice rose in anger.
"I'll have no excuse for black murder, Master Smith. No member of my family would do this."
Manfred raised his voice to a shout of command.
"I want every man on his horse and combing the countryside, Swordmaster. If those two murderous dogs are found, I want them held until I can join whichever soldiers find them. I don't want them hung until I'm there to watch."
Nathan's voice cut through the muttering of the gathered soldiers. "There will be no hanging them out of hand, young lord. That's the law. And as you are a member of the family that is wronged, neither you nor your father can sit in judgment. When caught, Eric and Rue are to be bound over to a king's justice or magistrate." Then Nathan's tone became warning. "Eric is a guild apprentice. So if you really want troubles, young sir, try to put my apprentice into a noose without due writ."
"You'd bring the guild into this?"
asked Manfred. "I would," answered Nathan. Eric felt tears gather in his eyes. Nathan at least understood why this had happened. "I suggest the young lord returns to his father's side. Someone needs to break this grave news to him, and it should be someone he loves." To drive the point into the ground, he said, "It should be you, young sir." There was a stirring and a weak cry from Rosalind, and Nathan took command. "Master Greylock, would you ask 2 of your lads to carry the girl back to the inn?" Greylock gave instructions and began issuing commands to search for Eric and Rue. They remained in the tree while soldiers fanned out in all directions and said nothing to each other until it had been quiet for some time. Then slowly they dropped to the ground and crouched, ready to bolt should any noise indicate they were discovered. At last Rue said,
"For a while we have luck on our side."
"Why?"
"They don't think we're behind them. As they widen the circle to find us, there'll be more places we can slip through. Any local farmer would think of the old western trail, but Greylock's probably never heard of it. All his trips west have been by the King's Highway. For a while we can worry about soldiers in front of us, not behind us."
Eric said,
"I think maybe we should give ourselves up."
Rue said, "You may have Nathan and the guild to protect you, maybe, but I don't. Manfred will get me hung before the sun sets on the day they find me, and don't think he's likely to worry about the law much if it dawns on him that you're now a threat to his inheritance, not Stefan's."
Eric felt a sinking in his stomach.
Rue whispered, "You've made him Baron next, and I don't think he's going to want you around to thank you, Eric. We're dead men if we can't make straight to the Sunset Islands."
Eric nodded. He was still lightheaded and in pain, but he rose to unsteady feet. Without another word, he followed Rue into the darkness. 4. Fugitives. Eric fell. Rue turned and helped his friend back to his feet. In the distance, the baying of hounds could be heard, accompanied by the clatter of horses. The boys had been running on and off since leaving the orchard the night before, with no more than a few minutes' rest at any one time. Eric's wound refused to stop bleeding, though the flow was slight. Still, it throbbed and burned with heat, and he felt himself grow weaker by the hour as they worked their way down out of the low mountains of Darkmoor. The area west of Darkmoor and north of the King's Highway was still fairly underpopulated. Rocky terrain, with little to recommend itself to farmers, much of the land had been timbered out, but left unplowed. Thick stands of trees gave way to a sea of stumps, only to be replaced by unexpected rocky ridges. This region was rich with gullies, ravines, dead-end canyons, and low, flat meadows. Despite their having run down any number of streams, the sound of the dogs had been carrying on the wind for hours, and as Eric weakened, the sound was getting closer. As the morning sun crested the peaks behind them, Eric said,
"Where are we?"
Rue said, "I'm not sure. When we left the old wagon trail, I think we turned around a bit. The sun's in the right place, so we're still heading west."
Eric looked around, perspiration streaming off his forehead. He wiped it away and said,
"We'd better keep going."
Rue nodded, but after 3 or 4 fumbling footsteps, Eric collapsed. Rue tried to help his friend up.
"Why'd you have to be so damn big?"
Eric gasped for air and said,
"Go on without me."
Rue felt the hair rise upon his neck and felt panic slash through his stomach. Finding strength he didn't know he had, he forced Eric to his feet.
"And have to explain to your mother how I lost you? I don't think so."
Rue silently prayed that Eric could hold on long enough for them to find shelter and hide from the dogs. Rue was terrified. One of the heartiest lads in Ravensburg, Eric had stamina almost as legendary as his strength among the boys he grew up with. His ability to work from dawn to dusk since the age of 10, his ability to carry iron ingots to the forge, his ability to withstand the constant weight of draft horses leaning on him while being shod, all had given Eric an almost superhuman stature among the townspeople. His weakness was as alien to Rue as it was to Eric himself. Rue found it far more frightening than anything else that confronted them. With Eric at his side, he felt he had a fighting chance to survive. Without Eric, he was helpless. Rue sniffed the air.
Do you smell something?
Eric said, only the stink of my own sweat.
Over there.
Rue motioned with his chin. Eric put his hand against his friend's shoulder and rested a moment as he sniffed the air. Charcoal.
That's it.
There must be a charcoal burner's hut upwind.
It might mask our scent, said Rue. I know we can't go much farther. You've got to rest, get your strength back.
Eric only nodded, and Rue assisted him as they moved toward the source of the smoke. Through light woods they stumbled as the sound of the dogs grew louder by the minute. Eric and Rue were not woodsmen, but as boys they had played in the woodlands near Ravensburg enough to know those searching for them were less than a couple of miles behind, and coming fast. The woods thickened and grew more difficult to navigate, darker shadows confusing their sense of direction, but the smell of burning wood grew stronger. By the time they reached the hut, their eyes stung from it. An old woman, ugly beyond belief, stood tending a charcoal kiln, feeding small cuts of wood into it, banking flames as she ensured the wood burned down properly. Too hot, and she'd have ashes. Seeing the two young men suddenly appear out of the gloom, she shrieked and almost dove inside the rude hut beside which her kiln rested. The shrieking continued, and Rue said, "She'll bring them down on us if this keeps up." Eric tried to raise his voice over her, shouting,
"We mean you no harm."
The shrieking continued, and Rue added his protestation of no evil intent to Eric's. The woman continued to shriek. Finally, Eric said,
"We had best leave."
"We can't," answered Rue. "You're on your last legs now."
He said nothing about the wound, which continued to weep blood, despite the rags pressed against it. Stumbling down a small incline to the charcoal burner's hut, they confronted a simple piece of hide that served as a door. Eric leaned his weight against the mud-covered wall and pulled aside the leather door. The woman huddled back against the bale of rags that served as her bedding, shrieking all the more. Eric finally shouted,
"Woman, we mean you no harm."
Instantly, the shouting ceased.
"Well,"
she answered, her voice as raspy as a wire brush on metal.
"Why didn't you say something?"
Eric almost laughed. He felt so lightheaded and giddy. Rue said,
"We were trying to, but you kept screaming."
Getting up off the rags, showing a surprising nimbleness for her age and weight, easily as much as Eric's, and he stood a good 1.5 feet taller than she, the woman stepped out of the hut. Rue reflexively stepped back. She was the ugliest human being he had ever encountered, if indeed she was human. From her appearance, she could possibly be one of those trolls he had heard about that haunted the woodlands of the far coast. Her nose was a lumpy red protrusion, resembling a large tuber, with one big wart on the tip of it, from which several long hairs grew. Her eyes could only be called piggish, and they wept from some sort of inflammation. Her teeth were blackened stumps with green edges, and her breath was as foul as anything Rue had remembered smelling that wasn't dead. Her skin looked like dried leather, and he shuddered to consider what her body under that assortment of filthy rags might resemble. Then she smiled, and the effect was heightened.
"Come to pay old Gert a visit, have you?"
She tried to be girlish as she combed her fingers through gray hair tangled with straw and dirt. And had the boys not been so tired and frightened, they would have laughed.
"Well, my man is gone to the city, so maybe—"
"My friend is hurt,"
interrupted Rue. Suddenly the old woman's manner changed again as she caught the sound of the dogs on the wind.
"King's men are hunting you?"
Rue thought about lying, but Eric said, "Yes." Rue said,
"Baron's men, really."
"Same thing. Soldiers."
She spat the last word.
"Well, you'd better hide."
She motioned for them to enter the tiny hut.
"They won't find you in there."
Rue helped Eric into the hut and gagged at the stench. Eric's eyes watered, and he gasped,
"I thought Tyndall's room was bad."
Rue said,
"Try breathing through your mouth."
Gert knelt down next to Eric and said,
"Let me look at that,"
motioning to his blood-stained shoulder. Eric pulled aside his tunic and the rags. The rags pulled the skin where blood had dried, and he gasped in pain. Gert probed the wound with a filthy finger and said,
Sword wound. Seen 100 of them. Swollen around it. Got the hot sickness in it. Going to kill you, boy, if we don't clean it out. You got a strong stomach?
she asked Rue. He nodded, swallowing hard.
I'm here and haven't thrown up yet, haven't I?
Ha!
She almost cackled as she laughed.
There's more to you than meets the eye, Rue Avery.
She rose up as high as the low floor permitted and said,
I have just the thing to put you right. Be back in a jiffy.
Rue lay back, glad to be resting despite the stench of the hut. He glanced around. Enough gaps in the wall permitted light to enter, and he saw what looked to be a water jar with a long neck. He moved the clay vessel and heard a promising sound of liquid. Pulling the cork, he sniffed and got no odor. He sipped and was rewarded with fresh water. Drinking a huge mouthful, he suddenly realized he was ignoring his sick friend. He put the neck of the jar to Eric's lips, and he drank several mouthfuls, then sank back into the pile of rags. A fly began to buzz around Rue's head, and he absently swatted at it. Eric drifted off into a difficult slumber, his fatigue overwhelming his fear. His breathing came heavily, and perspiration continued to pour off his brow. Rue tried to relax, wondering if they could trust this strange old woman, but knowing that further flight was next to hopeless. Then suddenly there was the sound of barking nearby, and Gert's shriek cut the air. Eric came awake with a start at the sound.
What?
He began, but Rue grabbed his arm. Dogs could be heard barking nearby, and Gert shouted,
Shoo! Away with you!
Then horses approached, and the boys heard Gert shout,
Get these miserable curs away! They'll be biting old Gert in a minute.
A commanding voice said,
Have you seen 2 men? One large and blond, the other short and dark?
And if I did, what's it to you?
They're wanted for murder.
Murder, is it?
There was a long pause, punctuated by the sounds of the dogs sniffing the area and the occasional odd yelp of inquiry.
What's the reward?
Eric felt Rue's hand tighten on his arm at that, and the answer was,
The barons offered 100 gold sovereigns for their arrest.
That's a tidy bit, isn't it?
said Gert.
Well, I haven't seen them, but if I do, I'll want the gold.
Check inside the hut,
ordered the leader.
Here, now.
Gert began to protest.
Stand aside, old woman.
Eric backed away, trying as hard as he could to push himself backward through the dirt wall, while Rue drew the ragged, filthy blankets up below his chin. The leather door was swept aside, and the light was almost blinding after the darkness.
What a stench,
said the soldier, drawing back.
Go on,
commanded the leader of the troop. The soldier stuck his head back inside and blinked against the darkness, then looked directly at Rue and Eric. He looked to one side and then the other, and at last pulled his head back out.
Nothing in there but filthy rags and some pots, Captain.
Rue and Eric exchanged glances of wonder in the gloom. What magic was this?
What's the matter with the dogs? Asked the captain.
The man who must have been the houndmaster said,
They seem to have lost the scent. The charcoal must be confusing them. And let us go back to the last place you know they had it and begin again. Lord Manfred will have our ears if those murderers escape.
The dogs began to bark as the houndmaster blew his whistle, commanding them to follow. The horses rode away, and Rue let out his breath, held since the soldier stuck his face into the hut.
What caused that?
asked Rue.
Eric said, I don't know. Maybe it was too dark to see.
No, it was a spell. This Gert is a witch of some sort.
Eric said, The captain said, Lord Manfred. My father is dead.
Rue didn't know what to say. He glanced at his friend. In the gloom, he saw that Eric had leaned back and closed his eyes. After a few moments, the leather door was pulled back. Instead of Gert, a young woman appeared before them, tall enough to have to lean forward to enter. Her hair was dark, black in the gloom of the hut, and her features were masked, as she was silhouetted against the daylight.
What?
began Rue. Say nothing, she replied, then turned to Eric. Let me examine that wound. Something in her manner caused Rue to feel uncertain. Her clothing was nondescript, at least what he could see of it. A simple dress of some middling color, perhaps gray, perhaps green or blue. It was difficult to tell in the dark hut. Her features were partially visible now that the door was again shut. She had a high forehead and regal nose, fine features that would have looked pretty had they not been set in an expression of concentration. She pulled back Eric's tunic and glanced at the wound. "This will have to come off. Help me," she ordered Rue. He helped Eric stay upright as the woman gathered up the bottom of the tunic and pulled it up and over Eric's head, causing him no little pain. He lay back, perspiration running off his body, panting as if he had exerted himself in hard work for hours. She touched the wound, and he grunted in pain, teeth clenching. "You're a fool, Eric von Darkmoor. 2-3 more days, and you'd be dead from blood poison." Rue got a good look at the woman, and thought she was beautiful, but something very off-putting in her manner made him view it as a distant, unobtainable sort of beauty. "Where's Gert?" asked Rue softly. "Off on some business for me," came the answer. "Who are you?" "I told you to say nothing, Rue Avery. You need to learn there are times to speak and times to listen, and which time is which. When you have need to speak, you may call me Miranda." She set about tending Eric's wound. From somewhere in the cluttered hut she produced a bag from which she fetched a small vial. Opening it, she poured the contents over the wound, and Eric gasped at the pain. Then he relaxed. She next pulled the cork from a flask of liquid and said, "Drink this." Eric obeyed and made a face. "It's bitter." "Not as bitter as untimely death," said Miranda. She quickly finished tending Eric's wound, placing a poultice over it and then bandaging it. By the time she was finished, Eric was asleep. Without another word, she rose and left the hut. Rue watched Eric sleep for a minute, then got to his feet and peeked outside. There was no sign of another person, and he left the hut. Looking around, he saw only the charcoal kiln smoldering and a pile of dog droppings from when the pack had been nearby, but otherwise the area was deserted.
"Hello there, love,"
came a cheerful voice behind him, and Rue jumped. He turned to find Gert approaching with a pile of wood in her arms. "Where is she?" asked Rue.
"Where's who?"
"Miranda." Gert stopped and made a face.
"Miranda? Can't say as I know any Miranda. When the soldiers left, I went to get more wood to burn, and haven't seen any Miranda."
"A young woman, about this tall." He held his hand up a bit higher than his own head. "With dark hair, very pretty, came into the hut and tended Eric's wound."
"Pretty, you say?"
Gert scratched her chin.
"I think you must have been dreaming, boy."
Rue took a step toward the hut, drew aside the high door, and said, "Did I dream that?" He pointed to the fresh bandage on Eric's shoulder. Gert stared at it.
"That's a puzzler now, isn't it, dearie?"
She stood there a minute.
"All manner of queer folk in the woods, though. Perhaps she was one of those elf creatures you hear of. Or a ghost."
Rue said, "She was the most flesh-and-blood ghost you'll ever see, and she looked nothing like any elf I've heard of." He looked at Gert and saw her smiling. Then her expression turned somber.
"Well, some mysteries are best left alone. I've got wood to burn, so get back in there and take a rest. I have something to eat around here somewhere."
Rue felt fatigue wash over him. "Rest is good," he muttered, suddenly tired beyond belief. The thought of sharing a meal with Gert did nothing for his sense of well-being, but sleep was welcome. Re-entering the hut, he was surprised he didn't notice the stench this time. Must have gotten used to it, he thought. Quickly he felt a heavy lethargy sweep over him. Odd sounds intruded, but he found them difficult to identify. He lapsed into a deep sleep, ignoring the very busy sounds of preparation from outside. A chattering from above caused Rue to sit upright, brushing leaves from his face. He looked around, then up, and saw the author of the scolding racket, a red squirrel, defiantly challenging their right to be camped under his tree. Before Rue could clearly focus on the creature, it vanished around the bowl. Then he realized he was outside. He turned and saw Eric sleeping soundly under a clean blanket, his chest rising and falling evenly, his color good. Rue looked down and saw he was likewise bundled against the night's chill in another heavy blanket, and he felt behind him to where his head had rested. Like Eric's, his head had rested on a travel bundle. His own was missing. He opened the new one, fearing he had been robbed. Inside, he discovered a clean tunic and trousers, a fresh pair of underdrawers and stockings, and at the bottom he found his money pouch. He quickly counted and was pleased to find his 27 golden sovereigns and 16 silver royals all there. Rue stood and found himself remarkably rested. Of the charcoal burner's hut, there was no sign, not even ashes from the kiln. Rue felt he should have been alarmed by this, but he found himself amused and close to happy. He knelt beside Eric and tried to examine the bandage. It was still clean, and if anything, looked as if someone had just changed it. He gently reached out and touched his friend on the arm.
Eric,
he said. Eric came awake, blinking for a moment, then sat up.
What?
I wanted to see how you felt. Eric looked around.
Where are we?
last thing I remember, a hut and an old woman?
Eric nodded.
And someone else, too. But I can't recall who.
Miranda,
said Rue.
She said that was her name, but old Gert said she knew nothing of her.
Rue stood and extended his hand to Eric. Eric took it and let his friend pull him to his feet. Expecting to be the worse for wear, Eric discovered he felt fairly fit.
How's the shoulder?
Stiff, he answered as he moved it experimentally, but better than I thought it would be. Rue looked around.
There's no hut, no kiln, no Gert, no nothing.
Eric said, And what are these? He pointed to the 2 blankets and bundles on the ground.
Someone was taking great pains to see we don't freeze in the night, and they've given us clean clothing.
Eric suddenly looked at the clothing he was wearing and then pulled away his tunic and sniffed.
I should smell like a horse after a day in the field, but I don't, and this shirt feels clean.
Rue examined his own clothing.
You don't suppose old Gert gave us a bath?
He found fear rising up rather than humor. Eric shook his head.
I don't know what to think.
Then he glanced around.
It's about 9 of the clock from the angle of the sun, so this day is a quarter over. We'd better get moving again. I don't know why the soldiers didn't find us in the hut, but they'll come back and check again, I'm certain.
Check your bundle, said Rue. See what's in it.
Eric did as he was bidden and found his was packed much the same as Rue's. Fresh shirt and trousers, underdrawers, and stockings. Also there was a small loaf of hard bread and a note. He unrolled the tiny parchment and read aloud. You lads are safe for the time being. Make straight for Crondor and Barrett's coffee shop, Eric. You are now in our debt, Gert and mine. Miranda. Rue shook his head.
Running from the king's justice, and now we're in debt to a pair of witches.
Witches?
What else do you think?
Said Rue, looking as if a demon were about to leap up from the earth and snatch him to hell. He glanced around, the color gone from his face.
Look at that. That's the same low ridge we had to come down to reach the hut. There was a hut and a kiln. Now there's no sign that anyone has ever been here.
He walked over to where the kiln had been.
There's no soot, no ashes. Even if you moved the bloody damn thing, you couldn't clean up this much.
He got down on one knee.
There's got to be something.
His voice was growing loud, as if he was becoming angry at discovering the hut and kiln missing.
Damn it, Eric. Someone stripped us, bathed us, cleaned our clothing, and dressed us again. And we never woke up. What else could it be but magic?
He rose and went over to Eric. He put his hands on his friend's arms and said,
We're trapped by a debt to 2 evil black witches.
His voice continued to get louder, and Eric realized anger was quickly turning into hysteria.
Easy,
said Eric as he placed his hands on Rue's shoulders and squeezed reassuringly. Moving to where the kiln had been, he looked quickly around.
There's nothing left to show we were ever here, that's for certain.
He rubbed his chin.
Gert was no beauty, but I don't remember anything about her that smacked of evil, Rue.
No one that ugly could be good, believe me,
said Rue, his tone showing he was obviously not reassured by Eric's judgment. Eric smiled.
It's a mystery, and it makes my flesh crawl too, but we were not harmed, and I see no way anyone, witch or not, could force us to serve without our consent. I know little of this, but the priests claim you can only enter the service of dark powers willingly. I'll not be obliged for a favor unasked for, should the price be a black deed.
Fine, you can sound like a litigation solicitor all you wish, while demons are carrying you off to the 7 lower hells, but I'm making straight for a temple when we reach Crondor and asking for a protection.
Eric shook Rue gently by the arm.
Take a breath and let's be off. If you're right, and we need protection, we still must reach Crondor first. They may think it likely we're striking for the Vale of Dreams, but that patrol last night means they're looking everywhere.
Rue bent down to pick up the bundle and blanket, and as he folded the blanket, he noticed something.
Eric?
Yes, Rue.
See that dung over there?
Eric looked over, partly amused, and said, What about it?
I noticed that last night when I went out to talk to Gert, but look at it now.
Eric knelt and saw the dried droppings. These are days old. He started searching around and found a place where one of the horses had also relieved himself not too far away. 3 or 4 days from the look of it, he said after causing the horse dung to fall apart with a touch of his boot toe.
We slept 3 or 4 days?
From the look of it, Eric repeated. Can we leave now? Eric smiled, but there was no humor in it. He picked up his blanket, folded it, and tucked it inside the bundle. Then he swung it over his shoulder, saying, I think we'd best do so. Rue gathered together his new bundle, shoved the blanket inside in a haphazard fashion, and swung it over his back. Without another word, the 2 lads headed west. Eric held up his hand. They had been traveling for 3 days, moving steadily westward through the woodland north of the King's Highway. They avoided the occasional farm they encountered and lived off wild berries and the bread they had found in their bundles. Hard and chewy, it nevertheless provided surprising nourishment and kept them going. Eric's shoulder was healing rapidly, far sooner than either young man thought possible. They spoke little, fearing discovery, and fearing also to delve into the mystery of the charcoal burner's hut. It had been the 2nd day after leaving that they realized that both Gert and Miranda had known their names, without either young man's having mentioned them. Toward sundown, a distant voice cried out, a wordless sound of pain. Eric and Rue exchanged glances and moved away from the narrow path they had followed. Whispering, Rue said, What's that? Someone's hurt, said Eric, his voice as low as his friend's. What should we do? Avoid trouble, answered Eric. That may be miles away. Sound carries funny out here. Neither of them had been too far from their hometown as boys, so there was always some background sound of civilization, no matter how faintly heard. A voice calling across the vineyards, the sound of a wagon caravan moving down the distant King's Highway, a woman singing while she washed clothing in a stream. These woodlands were hardly wild, having been heavily forested over the years for lumber, but they were infrequently traveled and were therefore dangerous. Other lawbreakers besides Eric and Rue were likely to be hiding in the forest. Eric and Rue moved along at a slow pace, reluctant to rush into danger. Near sunset, they found a man lying on his back below a tree, a crossbow bolt in his chest. His eyes were rolled back into his head, and his skin was cold. Rue said, It's funny. What's funny? He looked at Eric. We killed Stefan, but I never got a good look at him. This is the first dead man I've had a chance to look at. Tyndall was the first for me, said Eric. Who do you think this is? Was, you mean, said Rue. Soldier of some sort. He indicated a sword held in loose fingers and the small round shield still on the left arm. A simple conical helm with a barnazel lay a short distance away, having rolled off his head when the man fell. Rue said, There might be something useful here. Stripping the dead is not to my liking, answered Eric. Rue knelt next to the man and investigated the contents of a small pouch. He won't mind, and we can certainly use that sword. In the pouch he found 6 copper coins and a ring of gold. This will be worth a bit, he said. Looks like a wedding band, observed Eric. The dead man was young, only a few years older than himself. I wonder if it was intended for his sweetheart. Perhaps he was going to ask her to wed. Rue pocketed the ring. We'll never know. One thing for certain, he's never going to get the chance to ask. Rue took the sword and handed it hilt first to Eric. Why me? Because I have my knife, and I have never used a sword in my life. Neither have I, protested Eric. Well, if you need to, just swing it like a hammer and hope you hit someone. You're strong enough. You should be able to do a lot of damage if you connect. Eric picked up the sword, then pulled the shield off the man's arm and put it experimentally on his own. It felt alien, but he felt better for having it there. Rue put the helm on his own head, and when Eric looked at him with a questioning expression, he said, You've got the shield. Eric nodded, as if this made sense, and the two set off, leaving the nameless man to the scavengers of the forest. The idea of burial was ignored, as they had no shovel, and were concerned that whoever killed the man might still be around. A short time later, they heard movement in the brush ahead. Eric signaled Rue for silence, then motioned that they should circle off to the right. Rue nodded and began walking with a tip-toed exaggeration that would have been comic if Eric hadn't been as badly frightened as his friend. They almost walked past the man, but he shifted his weight, and they heard the brush he hid in rustle. Then a dull thud sounded as a crossbow bolt sped through the air and struck a tree nearby. From a short distance away, a fearful voice shouted with false bravado, I have enough bolts to fell an army, you bastard!
You had better leave me alone, or I'll do to you what I did to your friend.
Then, from what seemed almost within touching distance, a voice shouted,
Leave your wagon and run, old man. I'll not bother you, but I mean to have your cargo. You can't stay awake forever, and if I set eyes on you again, I'll cut your throat for what you did to Jamie.
Eric could hardly act. He was so startled by the sound of the man's voice so close. Rue looked at his friend, eyes wide in fright, and motioned that they should move away. Eric was about to nod agreement when a voice shouted, Hey! Suddenly a man with a sword and shield stood up, less than 6 feet ahead of them. He saw Eric and Rue and leaped toward them, brandishing his sword as another bolt flew through the air, missing all 3 of them. Eric reacted. He blindly thrust with the sword, not intending to do more than push the fighter away. The man tried to parry, but he was expecting a feint, not a blind thrust, and Eric's sword slipped along the man's blade, and the point took him in the stomach. Both Eric and the man stared at each other with astonishment on their faces. Then, with what sounded like a faint, "Damn!" the man collapsed at Eric's feet. Eric was rooted in shock, but Rue leaped away, and for his trouble was almost impaled by another bolt. "Hey!" he yelped.
Who's that?
Asked a voice from beyond the brush. Eric hazarded a look through the brush beyond the man he had just killed and saw a wagon sitting in a small clearing. 2 horses stood in traces beyond it, and behind it a crouching figure waited.
"We're not bandits," cried Rue. "We just killed the man you were shooting at." "I'll shoot you, too, if you come closer,"
cried the man behind the wagon.
"We won't come closer,"
shouted Eric, a note of desperation in his voice.
"We just blundered into this mess, and we don't want any trouble."
Who are you?
Rue pulled on Eric's sleeve.
"We're on our way to Krondor, looking for work. Who are you?"
Who I am is no one's business but my own.
Rue got a familiar look, one Eric knew meant Rue was planning something that usually got both of them in trouble.
"Look, if you're a merchant traveling alone, you're an idiot," shouted Rue.
He spoke now in a voice forced to ease. He looked green at the sight of the dead man.
"If you're out here, you must be a smuggler."
I am no damn smuggler. I'm an honest trader.
"Who's avoiding paying toll on the King's Highway,"
replied Rue.
There's no law against that,
Came the answer. Rue grinned at Eric.
"True, but it's certainly a hard way to save some copper. Look, if we come out slowly, will you promise not to shoot?"
There was silence. Then,
Come ahead, but I've got a bolt pointed at you.
Rue and Eric moved slowly out of the woods into the clearing, hands held where they could be seen. Eric held the sword point down because he had no scabbard in which to sheath it, and he had the shield back on his arm so the man could see he was not hiding a weapon in the other hand.
You're a couple of boys,
said the man. He stepped out from behind the wagon, holding an old but obviously useful crossbow leveled at them. The man was gaunt and looked older than his years. Long, dark hair fell to his shoulders from beneath a felt cap with a tarnished badge on it. His clothing was old and oft mended, and he obviously cared nothing for fashion. His tunic was green, his leggings red, his boots brown, and his belt black. He wore a yellow scarf, and nothing about him was remotely appealing. His beard was gray, and his eyes were black. Rue said, "Master Merchant, you chose a brave course, but it almost proved your undoing."
Likely you're bandits like those other 2,
he answered, making a threatening gesture with the crossbow.
I should put a bolt through you just to be safe.
Eric was out of patience with this talk and queasy from the bloodshed.
"Well, shoot one of us, damn it, and the other will cut you in 2.
The man almost jumped back, but seeing Eric plant his sword point first in the dirt, he lowered his crossbow slightly.
Rue said, "You've no driver?"
Drive myself, said the merchant.
You really keep your overhead down, observed Rue.
What do you know about overhead? Asked the man.
I know a thing or 2 about business, said Rue in the insouciant tone Eric knew well. It meant Rue had almost no idea what he was talking about.
Who are you?
Repeated the man. I am Rupert, answered Rue, and my big friend's name is
Carl,
interrupted Eric, not wishing his identity known. Rue winced as if he should have thought of that himself.
Rupert? Carl? Sounds Advarian to me.
We're from Dartmoor,
said Rue, then winced again.
Lots of Advarian stock in Dartmoor. Rupert and Carl are common enough names.
I'm Advarian, said the man, putting away his crossbow. Helmut Grindle, merchant.
Are you going west? Asked Eric.
No, snapped Helmut. I've just got the horses facing west for my amusement. They're trained to walk backwards.
Eric flushed.
Look, we're bound for Krondor, if you don't mind company.
I do mind, snapped the merchant. I was doing fine until those 2 murderers tried to boost my cargo, and I would have killed the second one. I was just about to let fly into that brush when you killed him for me.
Eric said, I'm sure. Look, we're going to Crondor, and it would profit us all if we stayed together.
I don't need guards, and I won't pay for mercenaries.
Eric said, "Oh, wait, I don't mean you need to pay us."
Rue leaped in.
"We'll share guard duty with you for food. Besides, I can drive your team."
You're a teamster?
"I can drive up to 6 horses without a problem," Rue lied. His father had taught him to handle 4. Helmut thought about it.
Very well. I'll feed you, but you're standing night watch, and I sleep with my crossbow.
Eric laughed. "No need to fear, Mr. Merchant. We may be murderers, but we're not thieves." His bitter irony was lost on the man who, grumbling, motioned for them to approach the wagon.
We've still got the better part of an hour's light left, so there's no sense in dawdling. Let's get moving.
Rue said, "Get started, and I'll catch up. That second man had another sword."
"See if he has any gold,"
shouted Helmut after him.
Bending over, he said to Eric, "He'll probably lie to us both if he finds any." "It's what I would do."
Not waiting for a reply, he clambered up on the seat of the wagon and shouted at the horses as he shook the reins. Eric watched as the overworked and underfed animals pulled into the traces, and the wagon lurched forward. 5. Crondor. The wagon halted. Helmut Grindel pointed.
"Crondor."
Eric, sitting in the back of the wagon, turned and looked over the shoulders of Grindel and Rue, who had been driving. Eric had been impressed to discover that for once his friend really could back up his claim. He drove the team like an experienced teamster. Obviously, Rue's father had been good for something besides getting drunk and beating up on him. Eric looked down the long, winding road known as the King's Highway. They had turned south after Grindel had passed the last toll station, entering the road near a town called Haverford. Twice before that, patrols of armed soldiers had ridden past, but at no time did they even pause to look at Rue or Eric. As Rue snapped the reins and the wagon started down the road toward the city, a patrol of city guardsmen rode toward them. Eric sat as calmly as he could in the rear, attempting to look as much like just another wagon guard as possible. Rue's hands knotted on the reins, and the rear left horse snorted at the tension in the line, not sure if she was asked to change pace or direction. Rue forced himself to relax, and the two of them watched as the soldiers approached. Then abruptly the guards pulled up.
"There's a long wait,"
said the guard sergeant.
Grindel asked, "What's the hold-up?"
"The king has entered the city. South gate by the palace is sealed off for his retinue. Everyone else is forced to use the north gates," he said, waving in the general direction Grindel's wagon was headed. "And the gate watch is searching the wagons." Grindel swore as the guards rode off. Rue and Eric exchanged glances. Rue shook his head slightly, indicating Eric should say nothing about the wagon search. In conversational tones, he said, "That's some city."
"That she is,"
replied Grindel. Crondor sprawled at the head of a large bay, beyond which an expanse of blue stretched off to the horizon, the bitter sea. The old city was walled, but an extensive Folburg, the part of the city outside the walls, had grown up over the years, until now it was much larger than the inner city. Inside the walls, the view was dominated by the palace of the Prince of Crondor, which sat atop a hill hard against the south side of the bay. Ships, looking like tiny white slips of paper, rested at anchor or sailed in and out of the bay. Rue said, "Master Grindel, what do you think are the best commodities to ship from this city?" Eric suppressed a groan as the merchant began his long answer. In the days since joining up with Grindel, Rue had been pestering the merchant for ideas on making money. At first the man was reluctant, as if Rue would somehow steal a thought from him, and he'd be the poorer for it. Rue made several statements, as if they were fact, that got the old merchant going, telling the youth he was an idiot and would end up ruined before he was 20 years old. When challenged as to why, he'd open up with a sound argument. By cleverly asking questions, Rue would turn the conversation into an ongoing lecture on how to conduct business.
"There, that's the thing," said Grindel. "You can hear there's a shortage of hides for making boots in Illith. So corner all the hides in Crondor you can. By the time you reach Illith, you find some lad from the Free Cities has already imported 10 wagon loads of hides, and you're ruined. But rarities. There are always rich men looking for fine cloth, precious gems, exotic spices, and the like."
Glancing around to see he was not overheard, he continued,
"You can build volume in commodities. You can be the largest wool shipper in the West, but one plague of anthrax on the sheep herds
One ship sunk on its way to the far coast, and bang! He slapped his hands together for emphasis. One of the horses cocked an ear at the noise. You're ruined. I don't know, said Rue. People may not have money to buy luxuries, but they have to eat. Bah, said Grindle. Rich people always have money to buy luxuries. Poor people often don't have money to buy food. And rich people may eat better than poor, but one man can only eat so much, no matter how rich. What about wine? Grindle launched into a discussion, and Eric sat back, turning his mind to the last few days. At first, bored by the chatter, Eric discovered there was a lot about the business world that was interesting, especially in terms of risk versus reward. Grindle claimed he was only a modest merchant, but Eric was beginning to believe that was intentional understatement. The cargo in the wagon was an odd mix. A half-dozen bolts of embroidered silk, a dozen small jars carefully lashed together with huge amounts of cotton wadding for protection, some wooden boxes with heavy cord tied around them, and some odd sacks. The boys never asked what was in the packages, and Grindle never volunteered. From the course of the recent discussion, Eric assumed the man traded in precious goods, small but of high value, and wore poor clothing and drove a modest-appearing wagon to throw off suspicion. Eric suspected Grindle might have gems or some other cargo of small bulk and large value there. The first night together, Eric had noticed that while the wagon was dirty on the outside, it was clean in the back where the cargo lay, and it was very well repaired. The wheels had recently been reset, and the work had been first-rate, with the hubs properly packed and the iron bands on the wheels carefully attached with more than a minimum number of nails. The horses were likewise more than they seemed. Grindle kept them modestly dirty, though not enough to pose a health problem, but they were scruffy-looking animals until you examined them closely. Their hooves were trimmed at the proper angle, and the shoeing was absolutely masterful, as good as any Eric had seen. The animals were more than sound. They were fit and well cared for. Every night Grindle supplemented their roadside grazing with fresh grain from a bag he stored under the wagon seat. Rue clucked and rustled the reins, and the wagon rolled forward again, moving in behind a long line of wagons that were stretching along the highway toward the city. Grindle said, "This is the longest damn wait I've seen in my life." "It doesn't look like we're moving any time soon. I'll go look." Rue handed the reins to Grindle. Eric said, "I'll go with you," and leaped down off the wagon, following after Rue. As they moved along, several wagon drivers were standing up in their seats, attempting to see what the delay ahead might be. 10 or so wagons ahead of Grindle's, they encountered a teamster heading back toward the end of the line, muttering curses. "What's the hold-up?" asked Rue. The man didn't even look at them as he said, "Some damn nonsense, if you ask me. They're searching the wagons before they even reach the outer edge of the Folberg. Couldn't do it at the city gate, proper-like. They set up a second search point down at the creek bridge. I guess they just have to ruin a man's chances of a hot dinner. It'll be hours before we get through." The man reached his own wagon, 5 ahead of Grindle's, and swung up to take the reins from his apprentice. "Prince's funeral, every noble in the west and half from the east in town, and market day. Yet they're climbing through every wagon and looking at every man coming in like they were on the hunt for the king's own murderer." The man's comments descended into general muttering, peppered by some colorful obscenities, as Eric motioned for Rue to come away. Out of earshot of anyone in the waiting line of wagons, Rue said, "What do we do?" Eric said, "I don't know. With all this funeral stuff going on, it may be something else they're on the watch for, but it could be our necks if they are looking for us." He thought a minute. "Maybe we wait until dark, circle away from this road, and see if there's another way into town less watched. And there's still the problem of getting into the city proper behind the wall." "One at a time. If we can get into the Folberg, we can find a way through the walls, I'm certain. There's always a way in and out of a city for folks who don't want too much attention drawn to themselves." "Thieves and smugglers?" "Yes." "What if we circle the city and strike out for another port?" "Too far," said Rue. "I don't know how far Land's End is to the west, but I remember my father swearing a blue streak when he had to go there. Almost half again as far, he'd say. And I don't know what sort of ports there are to the north. Besides, on the road without Grindle's wagon, we'd stand out like we were painted red." Eric nodded. "Well, we'd better go back and say something to Grindle so he doesn't get suspicious." "He's suspicious already, but he's not overly curious, which is better," answered Rue. Then, with his infectious grin, he added, "Besides, I think he likes me. He says he has a daughter I should meet, and I'll bet you she's as ugly as he is." Eric had to laugh. Going to marry for money? As they approached Grendel's wagon, Rue said,
Only if I get the chance.
Grendel listened as they explained the delay, then said, Are you going on ahead?
Rue said, I think so. We can get through the gate faster if we go now, and you're safe from any marauders, so you don't need our company any longer, Master Merchant. We've got business near the port, and the sooner we can get there, the better.
Well, then, the gods speed to you, and if you ever return to Krondor, drop by and tell me how you're doing. To Rue, he said, You're a rogue and a liar, boy. But you have the makings of a good merchant if you just stop thinking everyone else around you is slower than yourself. That will be your undoing, you mark my words.
Rue laughed and waved goodbye to Grendel as Eric shouldered his travel bag. They walked down the line of wagons until they were sure they were out of sight of the merchant, and then they angled off, away from the King's Highway and toward a small farm to the north. Eric swatted a persistent fly that refused to stay away from his face. Got the little bastard, he said with satisfaction. Rue waved away several others and said, Now, if you could manage to kill all his little brothers and sisters as well. Eric lay back on a bale of straw. The farm was deserted, looking as if the entire household had gone into the city for some reason. It was a well-tended small holding with a house, 2 outbuildings, one a privy and the other a root cellar, and a barn. They had found the barn unlocked and wagon tracks leading away, so Eric supposed the farmer and his family had been stuck somewhere in that long line of people, waiting to get into the city or had gotten there earlier in the day. Eric and Rue were waiting for sundown before attempting to cross the open fields to the east of the city and make their way into the Folberg. Rue was confident that once they found a likely inn, he could find someone to show them the way into the city for a small fee. Eric wasn't as certain of the plan, but had nothing to offer by way of an alternative, so he said nothing. They sat at the rear of the barn, beneath the hayloft.
Eric?
Yes?
How do you feel?
Not bad. My shoulder feels like new.
No, I don't mean that, said Rue, nibbling on a long straw. I mean about everything. Killing Stefan and the rest.
Eric said nothing for a long while. At last he said, He needed killing, I guess. I don't feel much of anything. I felt very strange when he went all limp after you stuck him. I felt a lot worse when that bandit got in the way of my sword point. That made me feel sick. He was quiet for a minute. It's odd, isn't it? I hold my own half-brother, so you can kill him and don't feel much. Not even relief because of the way he abused Rosalind. But a complete stranger, a murderer probably, and I feel almost like vomiting. Rue said, Don't be so hard on murderers. That's us, remember? He yawned. Maybe you have to be holding the blade. That robber dying didn't bother me, but I can still feel the way it was when I stuck my dagger into Stefan. I was sure mad at him then. Eric let out a long sigh. It doesn't do to dwell on this, I think. We're outlaws, and there's nothing to do for it but to try to get to the Sunset Islands. There's a legacy of some sort waiting for me at Barrett's Coffee House, and I mean to go there, then find the first ship heading west.
What legacy? Rue sounded intrigued. You never mentioned it before.
Well, legacy may be too big a word. My father left something for me with the solicitor and litigator at Barrett's Coffee House. The sound of a wagon in the distance brought both young men to their feet. Rue peered out the door.
Either the farmer got tired of waiting in the line, or he's back from morning market in the city, but either way, the entire family seems to be riding in the wagon, and we can't get out without being seen.
Come on, said Eric, climbing the ladder to the hayloft. Rue followed and found what Eric had been looking for, a door outside. He knelt and said, Stay back against the wall until they've unhitched the wagons and gone inside. Then we'll jump down from here and head into the city. It should be about time anyway. Just then, the door to the barn was heaved open, and a child's voice shouted above the loud creaking, Papa, I didn't get to see the prince. A woman's voice said, If you hadn't been hitting your sister, you would have seen him ride by. Another male voice, an adult, said, Papa, why do you think the king named Nicholas Prince instead of Erland? That's the business of the crown and none of mine, came the answer as the wagon rolled into the barn, backed in by the farmer. Eric peeked over the edge of the loft and saw the farmer sitting in the wagon seat, letting his eldest son push the horses backwards as he kept an eye on things. They had obviously done this hundreds of times, and Eric appreciated the ease with which they ensured the horses did exactly what was asked, keeping the wagon intact and those riding in it safe. They continued to talk. The son said, Father, what's it going to be like with a new prince?
Don't know, said the farmer. Seems like Arutha was ruling there long as I can remember. Fact, before I can remember. 53 years on the throne of the West. Well, Nicholas is the son, said to be the most like his father, so maybe things won't change much.
The wagon stopped rolling.
Get Davy out of his traces first and put him away. I want you to take Brownie outside and walk her so I can see if she's really lame on her left front or just acting lazy like usual.
The elder boy did as he was instructed, while from the house the distant shouts of the younger boy and a girl could be heard, followed almost instantly by a scolding from their mother. The farmer dismounted from the wagon and removed some grain sacks from the back, loading them into a pile below the hayloft. When the second horse was out of her traces, father and son left the barn, and Eric said, "We'd better clear out. If they need fodder for the animals, the boy will be up here in a few minutes."
It's still light out,
Rue complained. "It's almost sundown. We'll just keep the barn between us and the house for a bit. If anyone sees us, we'll be two travelers walking across the field, heading for town." Rue said, "I hope you know what the hell you're talking about." Eric pushed open the door to the outside, through which hay was hoisted into the loft, and looked down. "It's only a bit of a jump, but be careful not to twist your ankle. I don't want to have to carry you."
Right,
said Rue, with thinly disguised concern. He looked down to the ground below and found the distance far greater than he had remembered.
Can't we climb back down the ladder and sneak out?
One door, remember? And they're exercising a horse right in front of it. The creak from out front told Eric and Rue the farmer was returning.
Lazy creature. Why should I feed you if you're pretending to be lame to get out of work?
Asked the farmer with affection. His son's voice carried to the loft as Eric lowered himself to hang from the edge, then let go.
I like the way that lameness moves from foreleg to back, then from right to left, depending on which way she's going.
His laughter showed his genuine amusement. Rue repeated Eric's movements, hanging for what seemed the longest moment before he let go, expecting to slam hard into the ground and break both legs. Eric's powerful hands closed around his waist and slowed him just enough so that he landed lightly on his feet. Rue turned and whispered,
"See? Nothing to it."
Did you hear something out back?
Came the voice of the son. Eric motioned for silence, and they hurried away from the barn. Whatever curiosity the farmer's eldest son might have had, the requirements of caring for the animals must have displaced it, for no one came to investigate the sound. Eric and Rue hastened along until they were a quarter-mile across the field, then slowed to a casual walk. They plodded down the rolling hillside, approaching the outer buildings of the city as the sun went down. Eric looked at the Folberg as they neared it, and said, "Keep an eye out for guards." They reached a low row of huts and simple gardens, with no clear passage between the buildings. In the evening light they could see a few hundred yards to the north of them that another road entered the city. They made out movement along the road, but neither Rue nor Eric could tell if it was field hands returning to the city, or soldiers on patrol using the thoroughfare. Rue said, "Look," and pointed to what was little more than a clear space between two houses, but through which they could reach the first north-south street in town without having to use the main roads. They stepped over a low fence, carefully avoiding the rows of vegetables planted there, and made their way to the back of the hut. Ducking low so as not to be seen through the single window, they skirted away from the rear door and moved between the buildings. Obviously, in one of the poorer sections of town, this little alleyway was heavily littered with trash. They picked their way along, trying to be as quiet as possible. Reaching the street, Rue peered out and pulled back, hugging the wall.
"It's pretty empty."
"Do you think we're beyond where the guards are?"
"I don't know, but at least we're in Krondor."
Rue moved out into the street, then strolled along as Eric caught up. They glanced right and left and saw only a few locals, some of whom paused to study the two young men. Rue started to feel self-conscious about the attention and motioned for Eric to follow him into a small neighborhood tavern. They entered a dingy, smoke-filled common room, populated by only two other men and a barkeep, who looked at them with suspicion. "Help you?" he asked, with a tone that indicated help was far down his list of priorities. Rue removed his travel bag and said, "2 ales?" The man didn't move, continuing to stare at Rue. After a moment, Rue dug into his belt pouch and pulled out a pair of copper coins. The man took the money, inspected it, and then put it in his own belt pouch. He reached under the bar and produced 2 empty flagons, which he carried halfway down the bar to a large tap. He pulled it twice, filling each flagon with a frothy brew. Returning to where Rue and Eric waited, he put them down before the two young men. "Anything else?" Eric said, "Anything to eat?" The man indicated a kettle hanging before the fireplace on the other side of the room.
Stew's done. 2 coppers a bowl, 3 if you want bread.
The smell wasn't promising, but Eric and Rue were both hungry, having had nothing to eat all day. Eric said, "We'll take the stew and the bread." The man still didn't move until Rue put more money on the bar. Then he went and filled 2 wooden bowls with stew and carried them back. He produced a couple of small loaves of bread and set them down on the dirty bar next to the bowls, then produced 2 almost clean wooden spoons and put them in the bowls before Eric or Rue could intercept them. Rue was too hungry to notice, and seeing his friend not suffering from eating the stew, Eric tried his own bowl. It was nothing like his mother's, but it was hot and filling, and the bread was acceptable, if a little coarse. As casually as he could, Rue said, "What's all the fuss about?"
"What fuss?"
asked the barkeep. "Outside at the gate," replied Rue.
"Didn't know there was a fuss."
Eric said, "We just got to Crondor and didn't feel like waiting in that long line to eat." The barkeep was silent until Rue put money on the bar and signaled for 2 more ales, even though the first were only half drunk. The barkeep produced another set of flagons and said,
"Prince of Crondor died."
"We heard that," said Rue.
"Well, his son is being installed in the office tomorrow. His brothers are here."
"The king's in Crondor?" said Eric, feigning surprise, even though he had heard that earlier.
"That's why there's so much security at the gates," said the barkeep. "There's a pair of murderers they're looking for. Did in some noble east of here, if you believe the story. Of course, everyone and his uncle's pet dog's in town for the festival. Funeral parade was today, which is why everyone took the day off to gawk at the king. Tomorrow they have the ceremony, then another parade, so those that couldn't see anything will get their chance. After that, the king will take his father back to Illanon for burial in the family vault, and Prince Nicholas will come back as the new Prince of Crondor. Then we'll have another festival, and everyone will drink too much and nothing will get done. Then all the visiting nobles will go home." "You don't sound very impressed," said Eric. The front door opened, and 2 more rough-looking men entered, sitting down at the table occupied by the first 2. The barman shrugged. "Why should I? Old prince, new prince, the taxes are the same." Rue continued to sound matter-of-fact. "Well, now that we're getting some food in us, I guess we'll just have to go stand in line like everyone else." The barkeep said, "Not, I should think." Rue tried to look uninterested and said, "You know another way into Crondor?" At this, the barkeep's expression changed to one of surprise. "No, just that they close the gate in an hour and you won't be able to get in tonight." "They close the gate?" "With the king in the city, of course," answered the barman, now interested. "You have a problem?" Eric was about to say nothing at all was the matter, but Rue quickly said, "We have to find a ship and be on it at first light tomorrow." "Plan on taking another, then," said the barkeep. "For many of those waiting to get into the city will simply sleep before the gate, so even were you to leave now and take a place outside, you'll be hours getting through tomorrow. It will be like that every day until the king and his family leave next week." Narrowing his gaze, Rue said, "I don't suppose you know of another way into the inner city? Say, perhaps one used by locals and not widely talked about?" The barman glanced around the room as if fearing being overheard. Highly unlikely, given that the other 4 men in the room were lost in their own conversation, and said, "I might, but it would cost you." "How much?" "How much do you have?" Before Eric could plead poverty, Rue said, "My friend and I can pay 10 gold pieces." The barman looked surprised at the amount, but only said, "Let's see your gold." As Rue made to undo his backpack, Eric placed a restraining hand on his shoulder. 10 gold pieces is all we have in the world. It's taken us months to scrounge it together. We were going to purchase passage with it." "You're young and strong. You can work your passage. There are ships leaving for Queg, the Free Cities, Kesh, every port you might wish to reach. They are always looking for deckhands." The barman nodded, and the sound of chairs being pushed away from the table caused Eric to turn. The 2 men who had just entered were already closing, billy clubs held high. Rue tried to duck under a blow, and for his trouble caught the strike on his shoulder instead of his head. His knees went loose from the pain, and he fell. Eric tried to draw his sword, but the nearest man was upon him. Letting go of the hilt, Eric unloaded a backhand blow that sent the man flying into the one coming behind him. The man who was clubbing Rue turned and shouted, "Get him!" Eric was starting to draw his sword when a blow to the back of the head stunned him. He felt his legs go out from under him, and his vision swam. 2 men grabbed him and hoisted him up, and before he could resist, he was tied like a fatted calf. The barman came around, holding the lead-filled club he had struck Eric with from behind, and said,
The little one is probably worthless, but the big fellow will bring a good price as a galley slave, or maybe even as a fighter in the arena. Get them to the Quagan Buyer before midnight. The envoy's escort galleys leave tomorrow in the evening tide, after the festivities at the palace. Eric tried to say something, and for his troubles caught another blow to the head. He slumped down unconscious. Eric's eyes opened. He sat up. His head throbbed, and his vision went in and out of focus as his stomach knotted. He swallowed hard, closed his eyes, discovered that made his nausea worse, and opened them again. He found his hands were restrained by heavy iron bracelets, and his legs by even heavier shackles. He looked around, expecting to be in the bottom of a ship bound for Queg. Instead, he found himself in a cell. A groan from close by caused him to turn around. Eric found Rue likewise shackled and trying to sit up. Eric gave him a hand, and the smaller youngster tried to clear his head.
Sort of a bad day for you two, wasn't it?
Said a voice from behind them. Eric turned to find a man leaning back against a window ledge, bars behind him, his body silhouetted against the daylight, the small aperture being the sole source of light. He moved away from the window, coming to squat down before Eric. Eric could make out his features in the dimly lit room. He was a broad-shouldered, bull-necked man of middle years, with dark receding hair, cut close, and deep blue eyes. There was something odd about his manner and expression, but Eric couldn't put his finger upon it. He needed a shave, and was dressed in plain tunic and trousers. High boots, well cared for, but old and worn, and a wide belt were his only other garments.
Where are we?
He closed his eyes as his head swam a minute. We were struck from behind.
Some of the locals trying to sell you to Quagan slavers,
said the man. His voice was slightly raspy, and his manner of speech common. Eric wasn't sure, but there was something about his accent that reminded him of Nathan's, so he assumed the man was from the far coast. The man smiled, but there was a hint of meanness behind the smile.
You were on your way to a less than pleasant ocean voyage, with the emissary from Queg in the city, along with several of his king's galleys. The Duke of Crondor thought there might be something like this going on.
You're not with them?
Huh! I'd as soon kiss a goblin as leave a Quagan slaver alive.
He glanced at Rue, who was regaining his wits. The man continued.
The Duke's men intercepted the slavers on their way to the docks. He was both surprised and pleased to discover that you two were among those heading out of the city. There's been quite a search on for you, my friends.
And you know who we are, said Eric with resignation.
Who are you? You've heard of the man they call the Eagle of Crondor?
Eric nodded. Who that man was and why he was called that wasn't widely known, but that he existed was common knowledge. Is that you?
Ha!
The man gave a harsh bark of laughter.
Hardly. But I work for him. You might call me the Dog of Crondor. I bite, so don't irritate me.
He made a growling noise and snarled in a fair imitation of a dog.
My name is Robert de Longueville. My friends call me Bobby.
You call me sir.
Rue said,
What have you to do with us?
I just wanted to see if you had any serious wounds.
Why?
Asked Rue. Can't hang an injured man?
Bobby smiled at this. Not my concern. The prince needs desperate men, and by all reports you two are about as desperate as they get. But from what I see, that's all you are. Well, pitiful, too. The prince may have to look elsewhere for his desperate men.
We're just going to be hung? Asked Eric.
Hardly,
said the man. He got up from his squatting position, groaning theatrically as he did so.
Knees aren't what they used to be.
He moved to the cell door and motioned for the jailer to open it.
The new Prince of Crondor, like his father, is a very particular man when it comes to observing the law. We will have a trial. Then we will hang you.
He passed through the door, and it closed behind him. A short time later, the door opened again, and an old man entered. He was dressed in richly fashioned clothing, but of plain cut, as if designed for one who was active despite his rank and years. The man's hair was silver. He wore a closely trimmed beard, and his eyes were dark and penetrating. He studied the two prisoners carefully. Kneeling before Eric, he said,
Tell me your name.
Eric von Dockmore, sir. Then he turned to Rue.
You are Rupert Avery?
Rue said, Yes, and who are you? His manner showed he took exception to being treated so roughly, and if he was going to be hung, he might as well vent his temper on whoever was nearby, irrespective of rank. The man smiled, amused by Rue's sharp manner. "You may call me Lord James." Rue sat up and moved, as far as the length of chain that bound his leg shackles to the wall permitted, and peered upward through the small window. "Well, Lord James, how long do we rot here in the Crondor jail before we're tried and hung?" "You're not in the Crondor jail, my abrupt young friend," answered James. "You're in the Prince's palace, and your trial will commence the day after tomorrow, as soon as Nicholas has taken his office. Unless you're in a particular hurry, in which case I could ask the king to preside this afternoon." "Well, by all means," snapped Rue. "If His Majesty isn't too busy, I'm sure we'd all just as soon get this over with. And he'd drop everything else just because you asked." James smiled, and there was a dangerous quality to it. "I'm sure he would. I'm something of an uncle to the king," he said. "I'm also the new Duke of Crondor." Standing, the Duke said, "Have you anyone to speak on your behalf?" Eric said, "There is one man at Barrett's Coffee House by name Sebastian Lender. He might speak for me." The Duke nodded. "I know him by reputation. Tricky bastard. He may keep you from being hung. I'll send for him and have him speak with you about your defense." He moved toward the door. "Then I'll see if the king's free tomorrow," he said pointedly to Rue. "But if I were you, I'd wait until Nicholas sits the Western throne. He's of more even temper than his brother, and His Majesty doesn't take kindly to those who go around murdering his nobles." "Nobles?" said Rue. "Stefan may have had a father of rank, but he was still a swine." James smiled, again without humor. "Perhaps. But as his father had died less than an hour before him, for a very short time he was Baron of Darkmoor." The door was opened, and Duke James left. Eric looked at Rue and said, "So much for the Sunset Islands." Rue sat back down, unable to see anything through the small window. "Yes, so much for the Sunset Islands." Eric and Rue were moved the next morning, without being told why. A squad of soldiers wearing the livery of the Prince of Crondor's own household guards arrived and unchained Eric and Rue from the wall, leaving the shackles and cuffs on. They were escorted to a large cell with a long barred wall, through which other cells with wooden doors could be seen. The cell was partially below ground. At head height, a long window, less than 1 foot high, ran the length of the cell, and both prisoners could see it allowed a view of a long gibbet erected at the far side of a large courtyard. A half-dozen nooses hung from a single long crossbeam, supported by heavy timbers between each noose. Eric studied it briefly. It would be a simple enough execution. The prisoners would be marched up several steps at one end and made to step up on 3-foot-high wooden boxes, which were kicked out from under their feet once the nooses were around their neck. Eric and Rue took up places alongside the bars and sat in silence. Eric glanced around the cell. 7 other men were likewise manacled and shackled, awaiting whatever fate held in store. All looked rough and dangerous, some more than others. Eric was used to being the largest boy in his town and had grown to be one of the strongest men, but at least 2 of the men in the cell were his equal in size, perhaps in strength as well. At midday, another pair of prisoners were admitted to the cell, these looking as if they had been severely beaten after being apprehended. One of the men, a hulking brute being dragged by 3 guards, had obviously put up a struggle, as he was barely conscious. But the other kept up a steady stream of invective as the guards threw him roughly into the cell, then left. He called after them, "When I'm out of here, my lads, you can bet we'll be settling accounts. I have your names, every one of you." He spoke with an affected speech, trying to sound educated, while being betrayed by his lower-class accent. Sitting down, he added, "You bloody bastards." Looking at Eric, who sat across from him, then at his nearly unconscious companion, he said, "Old Biggo doesn't look so good, does he?" From the corner of the cell, another man said, "Better for him if he stays out on his feet. Won't feel his neck getting stretched." "We're not for the gallows, old Biggo and I," said the other man with fear in his voice. "We're well connected, we are. Friends to the sagacious man himself." "Who is the sagacious man?" asked Rue. From across the cell, another man said, "The leader of the mockers. And this liar has been about as close to the sagacious man as I have been to the king's mother." "You watch," said the man who had been boasting. "We'll be out of here soon." The door at the end of the hallway opened, and a man entered, flanked by 2 guards. He wore a finely made robe, and upon his head was a hat Eric found comical, a short brim around a circular crown, fashioned from purple felt. A whipcord tie under his chin held it in place on his head. He had the face of a scholar or priest, thin and pale, with a long nose and square jaw. But his eyes were alive and seemed to miss nothing as they swept around the room. The guards did not open the cell, but stood away. The man came and stood at the bars.
Who here is Eric?
Eric stood up and moved to stand opposite the stranger, and Rue came to his side. I'm Eric.
What is your surname?
I am called von Darkmoor. The man nodded.
I am Sebastian Lender from Barrett's Coffee House.
He studied Eric and Rue for a long minute, as if memorizing every aspect of their appearance. Then at last he said,
And you two are in a great deal of trouble.
So we gathered, answered Rue.
I may be able to save your lives, said Lender, but you must tell me exactly what occurred. Don't leave out anything, and don't lie to me.
Eric told him exactly how he recalled things, and Rue added what he knew. Afterward, Lender said,
With what Baron Manfred has testified, and the girl, Rosalind, has said, it's clear that Stefan was hoping to lure you into a trap where he could kill you.
When do we stand trial? Asked Eric.
2 days from now. As it's a capital case, and one of the king's nobles was the victim, you're being tried in royal court, here at the palace.
He was thoughtful.
The prince is likely to be hard, but fair. The court of common pleas tends to breed a more cynical justice. Everyone brought before the justices there is innocent.
Eric said, My father said to find you.
Yes, I was to give you something.
What?
An odd legacy, I'm afraid. A small amount of gold, which will be barely sufficient to pay my fees, I'm sorry to say. And a pair of boots. The boots were your grandfather's, according to what Otto told me, and as you were of a size, your father supposed they might fit you. Also, there was a fine dagger, which I obviously can't give to you here.
A dagger? Asked Rue.
Lender put up his hand. Over the years, I have managed many stranger legacies. In any event, it is moot until the trial. We shall see if that goes as we wish. If so, we can move on from there.
What are our chances? Asked Eric.
Thin, answered Lender frankly. Had you stayed, you might have built a persuasive brief that you killed Stefan in self-defense. Manfred admits that he went seeking his father to gain an order from him, telling Stefan to leave off some hot-blooded plot or another. He will not tell what that was, claiming only that Stefan was looking for trouble.
Will he testify to this?
He already has, said Lender. He'll be on his way back to Darkmoor after Nicholas takes office tomorrow, and I have a copy of his deposition before the king's magistrate. It's very non-committal in places, and had I known I was to be arguing on your behalf, I would have been a lot more probing than was the king's man.
Can't you ask him more questions?
Asked Rue. Not unless he's compelled by king's warrant, answered Lender, and I suspect the king won't be inclined to agree.
Why not?
Asked Rue, not entirely sure what was being said.
The king wants justice, doesn't he?
Lender smiled, and it was the indulgent look of a master being asked something obvious by a gifted but untutored apprentice. Our king, more than most, seems interested in justice. Something to do with some time he spent in Great Kesh as a youngster, I believe. But he's also interested in not making it look too easy to kill a nobleman and avoid hanging. There's justice, and then there's justice.
Eric sighed. And we did kill Stefan.
Lowering his voice, Lender said, Did you go to find him with murder in your heart?
Eric was silent a minute, then said, Yes, I guess I did. I knew he was going to try something with Rosalind. I knew what I would find, and I knew I'd end up killing Stefan. I can't even say I just went to protect her.
Lender glanced at Rue. The slight boy nodded, and Lender let out a long sigh. If that's true, I doubt any power can save you from that. He pointed out the high window at the gibbet. Eric nodded, and Lender left without further comment. 6. Discovery. The creature stirred. The woman stood patiently as the creature's companions moved to one side.
Several others huddled in distant corners of the immense hall, speaking quietly to one another, while those who had been attending the sleeping monster crossed to join them. The woman ignored them and studied the waking creature. To the mortal eye, the beast appeared to be the grandmother of all dragon-kind, a gigantic being whose bulk massed high above her servants. She loomed enormous even in the vast hall that served as her home. In distant sconces, oil lamps flickered, but both the dragon and the woman needed little natural light to navigate the gloom. A faint scent of spice hung on the air, perhaps as an artifact of the making of the oil, perhaps to sweeten the air. The woman didn't know. At last the dragon opened eyes the size of palace windows and blinked. She stretched and lowered her head as she yawned, displaying ivory teeth the size of flashers, the giant two-handed scimitars used in great Kesh. Her skin was the reason for the absence of more illumination, for it consisted of gems, fused over plates once golden in color. Brighter illumination caused a riot of rainbow light throughout the hall, and while capable of arts beyond most human understanding, the dragon found the constantly dancing reflections gave her a headache. The woman had met dragons before, though nothing quite like this one, and while little could impress her, she conceded to herself that this was indeed an impressive-looking being. They had spoken to each other using magic arts, but this was their first true meeting in the flesh. Despite attempts at keeping the identity of this creature hidden over the last half-century, legends of the great jeweled dragon had already surfaced in various parts of the kingdom. But the woman knew this was no true dragon, despite being the get of dragons at birth. The spirit of the original dragon had perished in a great battle that had climaxed in this very hall almost 50 years before. Inhabiting the vessel that had once known the mind of Ryath, daughter of Ruach, perhaps the greatest of all golden dragons, was a consciousness alien and ancient, the oracle of Aal. A great rumbling voice issued from within the throat of the creature. "Greetings, Miranda. How fare you?" The woman nodded as she said, "I am well. The travel from the statue at Malak's Crossing is disorienting." "It was designed to be so. Only those with a certain gift may trigger it, and I wish to ensure that whatever talents they possess, they are vague about the true location of this hall." Miranda nodded in agreement. "Understood. How fare you?" "Time grows short. The heat tires me, and I sleep more each day. Soon I shall enter the birth sleep, and then shall I end this phase of existence." "Time grows short indeed. How much longer will we have your guidance?" "Already the future grows clouded and dim to me. My daughter will not have the gift for the first 20 years of her life. So soon, for 5 years of my birth sleep and 20 years of my daughter's infancy, you will be as you were before I came to this world. There is more." "What?" "Much of what I should see I cannot, which means only that my own future is involved. For to all creatures, even me, knowledge of their own future is denied." The Oracle of Aal was considered the oldest being in the universe, ancient when the Valharu rose to challenge the gods during the Chaos Wars. Thinking of that, Miranda turned to look at a dais behind the oracle. Willing a shift in her perception, the woman saw the stone flick into existence. A fey green in color, it pulsed with an inner light. She stared at its hypnotic rhythms for a moment, then said, "Are they stirring again?" "They are always stirring," said the oracle. "Now they move with more vigor. Somehow they still have influence with those outside who are receptive to their call." They were the Valharu, the ancient beings known as the Dragon Lords to most inhabitants of the world. Trapped by forces even beyond their own ability to understand, they were bound in the stone by a mysterious agent. From the stone rose a golden sword with an ivory pommel. The woman named Miranda knew that a half-century before, a great battle had raged in the city above, called Sethanon, and in this chamber a battle of equal proportion took place. The strange half-man, half-Valharu Thomas, inheritor of the mantle and power of Ashen-Shugar, the ruler of the Eagle's Reaches, battled a creature of spirit in the form of his ancient kinsman, Traken-Korin, the Lord of Tigers. At that time, Pug of Stardock, magician of two worlds, and Makros the Black, sorcerer non-pareil, battled to hold closed a tear between two universes, aided by two Tsurani Great Ones, magicians from the world of Kilawan. And the dragon, Ryath, battled a Dreadlord, a creature from an alien space-time whose very touch drained life. In the end, the Valharu had been trapped within the stone, the Dreadlord vanquished at the cost of Ryath's life, and all the forces supporting the false prophet Myrmindamus vanquished. Not one soldier on either side, in the kingdom or serving the Moradel chieftain, knew what the war had been about. No one among the highest-ranking chieftains of the nations of the north, as the dark elves and goblins were called, knew that Myrmindamus had been a Pantathian serpent priest, magically transformed to resemble their legendary leader. Only the king's family and a few trusted friends knew of the life stone and the presence of the oracle. And now the primary defender of the life stone, the magic and physical entity of the oracle dragon, was dying. "How will this change take place?" asked Miranda. The dragon lifted her head and nodded slightly to the right, where 6 robed figures stood speaking softly to one another.
"These, my husband's servants, they are already making their transformation."
The figures removed their hoods, and Miranda could see faces that were little more than those of boys. The dragon continued,
"When the heat began to rise, I made the call, and youths from around the area, those with a certain gift, answered. They wandered from their homes and came to Malak's Cross, to where the statue stands, and then I brought them here. Those that were lacking the true gifts needed were sent away, and thought only that they had been dreaming. Those who chose to stay were allowed to test, and those who failed were also sent away, with little memory of their time here. But these 6 are the first of the youths who have proven worthy to stand at my daughter's side." 6 elderly men came to stand next to the 6 youths. "These, who are their teachers, will join with me to create that which will be my daughter, and when they are done, these bodies will die. Then will the remaining spirit and knowledge enter these 6 young men." To another group on the other side of the hall the dragon motioned, and another 6 older men came forth. "I hope more of the young who have come to us prove worthy, for those who have no successor when it comes time to die, their knowledge is lost forever." Miranda said, "Only 12 of you?" "Had Pug not fetched us from our dying world, there would be none of us. And should a 13th worthy child come to us before the birthing, he too can become one with us. If a girl child comes, then another daughter, to serve with the first daughter. We may yet grow in number, we of the Aal." Miranda hid her impatience. She had other concerns at present. "Then you birth your daughter?" "Then my spirit joins with the spirits of my husband's servants, and we meld entirely, all memory and feeling, all pain and joy, to one consciousness. And that is split again, and those boys will be our sons, and my daughter shall be formed." "The new oracle?" "She shall be." "And what body will she inhabit? I see no young girl here." "This dragon's body is magic. It is strong beyond any that the oracle has used since our oldest memory. It shall be used again." "So this is why you will not be with us for 25 years? "Yes. She will be a child, even though she will have my powers eventually." Miranda sighed audibly. "At least she'll be a large enough girl to give anyone pause, should they break in." For a moment she considered. "Do you know where Pug is?" The oracle closed her eyes and considered. "He is absent from his island. I sense him out there." She made a vague gesture with her head. "Among the worlds." "Damn," Miranda swore. "I think we will need him here before your daughter is strong enough to defend this hall." She considered something in silence a while. "How long before you enter the final heat?" "We join in less than a year, Miranda. Then I shall be gone, for with the reforming something is always lost. This is why we, who were old when the stars were new, why we remember little of our own beginning. But in that rebirth, more strength and knowledge come, and she who follows after me shall be eventually my equal, then at last my better.
Miranda muttered, "If we live that long."
Dark tides are foaming. They rise against distant shores, but shall reach even here eventually.
I must be gone. There's little time and much to be done. I fear a great many foolish choices have already been made, and that we depend too much on auguries and portents.
You chose a strange audience for that argument, answered the oracle.
That you've been useful is without question, said the young woman, but fate is not immutable, I believe. I think one can seize destiny if one is but willing to make the attempt.
So believe those who oppose you, said the oracle. This is the root of the problem.
Those are deluded fanatics who live in a mad dream that has no basis in reality. They bring death and pain for no cause whatsoever.
True, but they share your sense of self-determination.
On that note, Miranda said dryly, I bid you farewell. Are you sufficiently protected here?
Our arts are sufficient for all but the most powerful.
Then I shall be gone. Will we meet again?
I do not know, said the oracle. Too many possible endings appear to my mind, and none clearly marked as likely.
Then fare you well on your journey to immortality, and pray that we lesser beings live long enough to greet your daughter when she comes into her own.
You have my wishes for success, said the dragon.
Then the young woman was gone, vanished from before their eyes with little more than a gust of wind filling the empty place where she had stood. To the one most senior among her companions, the dragon said with a chuckle,
She is much like her father, don't you think? That touch of the cynical in her nature could be the weak spot that undoes her. I hope fate is kind to her.
The senior-most companion said, Very much like her father. Winds swept the figure atop the hill, blowing her cloak and robes and billowing wings behind her. Smoke from distant fires stung her eyes as she beheld the carnage below. Riders were hunting down stragglers, raping and killing for sport. Using her arts, she studied in detail one scene after another. Men, made like animals in the fury of battle, now visited pain and destruction on helpless men, women, and children. She balled her fists in rage, but stayed her hand. Those who commanded the riders would descend upon her in an instant if she revealed her presence magically. While fear was not her companion, prudence was, and she understood her worth lay in being able to accomplish many things between now and the time of true battle. When that issue was decided, the fate of a world and more would hang in the balance, not the lives of these pitiful wretches. Even at this distance, the cries of pain carried on the wind, and Miranda turned away from them as she moved down the hillside. For the time being, she willed her heart to stone, for while she ached to help these few survivors, she knew that far more critical issues demanded her attention. As she approached the scene of battle, she crouched low. Ducking behind low rocks, she waited as a company of drunken warriors wearing emerald armbands rode by. A screaming woman held across the neck of one man's horse. Miranda felt her face flush in rage. She willed herself to calmness. Losing her head now would help no one. Skirting the action, she came to a village in ruin. No building had been left standing. A solitary wall here, a charred doorframe there, but nothing that could be remotely called shelter. Acrid smoke stung Miranda's eyes as she searched for any signs of life. Seeing none, she ventured deeper into the village, seeking any information that would prove useful. In the distance, she saw movement, and ducking behind a section of wall, she waited. Another company of horsemen rode by, less vigilant than they should have been, but not the drunken roisterers she had seen earlier. These were seasoned soldiers, Miranda calculated. These men were not mere mercenaries, but those posted to the central companies of the invaders' forces. By being at this location, she now had a fair estimate of the invaders' rate of march.
Cursing quietly, for it was faster than she had suspected, she moved away from the center of the village. She could will herself away at any time, but she was tired, and the effort to cloak her presence from her enemies was taking its toll. A little undisturbed rest in a quiet place would be needed for her to leave this area and not let her enemy know she had observed. Miranda ducked through a burned doorframe, between two still-standing sections of wall, and even her iron-willed composure cracked at the sight that greeted her. Gasping, she had to put her hand out and grip the door jamb, for her knees went weak as the sight of dead children greeted her. Tiny bodies, charred to blackness, were piled in the center of the fire-gutted building. Miranda felt a low animal growl of pain and wrath building in her throat and bit it back as rage threatened to overwhelm her composure. She knew well that should any of the monsters who had visited this horror on the children blunder within her sight, she would destroy him without thought, without regard for the consequences to her or her mission. Forcing herself to calm, she took 2 deep breaths and fought back tears of anguish. Babies with smashed heads were placed upon older children with charred arrows still protruding from them. At least, thought Miranda, the children had been killed before the building had been set alight. Bitterly she wondered if death from a blade or arrow was, in truth, kinder than dying in flames. Bidding peace to the souls of those tormented tiny bodies, she left the building. She picked her way amid the rubble to the outskirts of the village farthest from where she had last seen the raiders. She peered around the corner of what had once been an inn, and saw nothing. Dashing from the village across a rivulet running down from the hills, she made it to a copse of trees. There she almost died. The woman was terrified, and so her knife slash went wide, but Miranda still took a cut along her left forearm. Fighting back a cry of pain, Miranda reached out and gripped the woman's wrist with her right hand. A quick twist, and the woman was forced to release the blade. Hissing in pain and anger, Miranda said softly, "Silence, fool. I'll not hurt you." Then she saw the 2 cowering children behind the woman. "Or your babies." Her tone softened a bit. She released the woman's wrist and inspected the damage done to her arm. Miranda saw a shallow wound, and she closed her right hand over it. "Who are you?" said the woman. "I am called Miranda." The woman's eyes welled with tears, and she said, They're killing the children." Miranda closed her eyes a moment, then nodded. Women the raiders could use a while along the line of march before they finally killed them, but children would be useless. Slavers following the main army might take them, but out here, the leading edge of battle, all little ones could do was inform enemies of what they had seen. Gasping through the tears, the woman said, "They picked up the babies and swung them by the heels." Miranda said, "Enough." But her tone, while firm, was also pained. "Enough," she repeated softly, ignoring the wetness gathering in her own eyes. She had seen the tiny crushed skulls. "I know." Then she took account of who stood before her. The woman's eyes were wide with terror, but would be judged large under normal conditions. Her ears were upswept beneath blonde locks and possessed no lobes. Miranda glanced down at the children. They were twins. Miranda's own eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "You are what they call of the long-lived?" The woman nodded. "We are." Miranda closed her eyes and shook her head. No wonder the woman was nearly beside herself. Those beings known through most of the world of men as elves gave birth rarely, and children usually grew up to adulthood decades apart from their siblings. Some elves lived to see centuries pass, and the death of one child was more terrible than humans could imagine, but twins were almost unheard of among the Eladel, as they called themselves. For these 2 little boys to be lost would be a tragedy beyond human imagining for an elf. Miranda said, "I know what's at risk." "The entire village was slaughtered," said the woman. "I took the boys into the woods to forage for food. We were to leave tonight. We were going to seek out the Jashandi and ask for shelter there." Miranda nodded. The Jashandi numbered a high percentage of the long-lived among them, and would likely have taken in this woman and her children. "We didn't think the raiders would be here for another few days." Her eyes filled again, and she said, "My man." Miranda removed her hand from the cut on her arm and inspected it. The cut had ceased bleeding, and now a pink scar was the only sign of damage. She said, "If he was in the village, he is dead. I'm sorry." She knew how hollow that sounded. Suddenly the elven woman regained her composure, and she said, "Then I must protect the children alone." "Damn," said Miranda. "If we can get clear of this murderous mob, I may be able to help." She glanced down at the two boys and saw enormous eyes staring up at her from tiny faces. No older than 4 or 5 years of age, they would be counted children for nearly another 3 decades by their race, and would not be considered mature for a century. But by either standard, human or elven, they were beautiful children. Sighing in resignation, Miranda said, "I will save your children." "How?" "Come with me and be silent." Miranda moved away. The woman and the two boys followed, and while Miranda could have wished they had the legendary wood skills lore gave to their race, these 3 were villagers and were not adept at moving through the heavy undergrowth. At least these 3 were far quieter than a like trio of humans would have been. Wending their way up the path from the village that they must have used to enter the forest, Miranda led the fugitives. After nearly an hour, Miranda said, "Is there any place near here where I might rest?" The woman said, "There is a small clearing ahead, and on the other side the entrance to a cave." Miranda nodded and returned her attention ahead. The raiders might be combing the area for survivors, or they might be enjoying the fruits of their looting. Small villages like this yielded little by way of valuables, and if there were few women of suitable age for the men's amusement, the captains might have sent men out on patrol simply to avoid conflicts over who could be among the first to rape the women. The elven woman tried to lead onward the 2 silent boys, and after a moment, Miranda picked up one of the 2. The woman nodded and picked up the other, and they carried them. Miranda knew that any child frightened enough will go silent, instead of crying, and these babies were severely frightened. Without conscious thought, she kissed the child on the temple and stroked his hair before starting to walk. Making their way through the trees, they stopped once at the sound of distant horses and waited. When the sound receded, they continued. Reaching a heavy growth, they moved through the underbrush to a clearing, on the other side of which stood a cave. "It's safe here," said the woman. Miranda put down the child and said, "Wait." She advanced into the darkness, using her magic arts to see in the gloom. The cave was indeed empty, and showed enough signs of human use that it was unlikely any animal would attempt to use it as a den. She went back outside and said, "Come." Before she could finish, a man crashed through the brush, shouting,
"I told you I saw tracks."
Pulling a long knife from his belt, he said,
"A couple of brats. But the women are young."
Another man answered from behind, but whatever he said was lost as Miranda shouted, "Get inside." The woman grabbed her 2 children, each by one arm, and hurried inside the cave. Miranda pulled a long dagger out of her belt and waited. Another man followed the first into the clearing. Both looked like common mercenaries. The first wore a ragged tabard over rusty ring mail, the design faded and unknown to Miranda. The second was a tall man wearing a heavy gambeson cut off at the shoulders, for it was obviously a size too small and would have confined his ability to fight otherwise. Miranda waited as the 2 advanced.
"What are you going to do with that?"
snarled the second man, pointing at the dagger. He glanced at his companion.
"Put that away, girl," said the first with a nervous smile. "We'll treat you good if you don't cause problems. Give us trouble, and we'll make it rough for you."
Miranda waited, and when the first man stepped close enough to attempt to reach for her, she took a quick step forward, faster than either man expected, and stuck the dagger into his throat. She wrenched the dagger out as the second man jumped back in shock, and the first died, his life gurgling out of his gashed throat. "Hey!" cried the second man, his quick moves marking him a dangerous foe, no matter his ragged attire. His sword hissed from its scabbard, and he was ready for any attack before she could close, so she moved back. A distant clatter of hooves, and the man shouted, "Here! Over here!" Miranda cursed as answering calls rang through the air. While he warily observed her, she feigned an attack. His sword lashed out, and he briefly exposed his arm to her. She flicked out with her blade, but it slid off the ring mail, protecting his shoulder. He laughed as he unleashed a powerful backhanded blow designed to remove her head from her shoulders, but she merely squatted. As the blade cleaved air, she thrust upward with her dagger, taking him in his unprotected groin. A shriek of pain, and he doubled up as Miranda yanked free her blade. A cascade of crimson told her she had reached the artery deep in the groin, and the mercenary was doomed to death in moments. The sound of approaching hooves signaled that Miranda also had but a few minutes to live if she did not act quickly. Hurrying into the cave, she knelt before the elven woman. "What is your name?" The woman, crouching before the two boys, replied, "Elia. I can save you and the children, but I cannot take you to the Shishandi. Will you come away with me?" Hearing the riders entering the glade, she said, "What choice have I?" "None," said Miranda. She leaned across Elia, as if embracing her, and put her hands upon the boys' heads. Then suddenly, everything around them spun into darkness. A moment later, the air shifted, and it was warm night. The woman gasped and said, "What?" Miranda fell backwards awkwardly and sat hard upon damp soil. "We are—" she began, and it was clear she was disoriented. Elia glanced around as Miranda fought the confusion of the transition. They were in a large clearing surrounded by thick forest, with a broad stream or small river hurrying through it. The merry sound of water splashing over rocks was a startling alternative to the sound of men dying. Elia stood and took a step to Miranda's side, bending to help her to her feet. The dark-haired woman shook her head to clear it. A sizzling sound in the distance caught their attention, and both looked for its source. A faint glow of green appeared in the night sky. Then it turned into a point of light. "Quickly, into the water," commanded Miranda, and without hesitation Elia turned and scooped up her two children, carrying one under each arm. The river was shallow, but running rapidly, and the elven woman had to struggle to keep her feet on the slippery rocks. "Don't look back," shouted Miranda, and Elia obeyed silently as she waded hip-deep in the stream. The two boys clung tightly to their mother, remaining silent despite the sudden darkness and the cold of the river. The searing sound grew louder, and soon the boys had their faces buried against their mother's bosom, as if in refuge against the harsh sound. Elia thought her ears would begin to bleed, and the children finally could endure it no longer and began to wail. A shattering explosion hurled Elia forward, and for a panic-stricken moment she thought she would lose the children. Water closed over their heads, but she rolled to her backside and forced herself to her knees, holding her children close the entire time. The boys sputtered and coughed as their heads came out of the icy water, but neither had let go. The stumble and fall had turned Elia around, and she couldn't help but look where Miranda stood. A brilliant orange light fired down from the heavens, a long line of energy that engulfed the young woman. Miranda raised her arms as if warding off the harsh energies. A sudden blast of hot air struck at Elia, hot enough to dry much of her head and shoulders above water. Miranda moved her hands suddenly, and a latticework of purple-tinged white energy appeared and began to spread along the column of orange light, racing back toward its source. As it passed up the length of orange energy, it turned brilliant white, too brilliant to watch. Elia turned as rapidly as she could in the water, shielding the boys as much as possible from the heat. Wading forward, she reached the far bank and half lifted, half pushed the boys up onto the grass. Then she struggled to get herself out of the waist-deep water. Suddenly, strong hands reached down and lifted her easily out of the river. 3 men in green leather watched the fierce display across the water. One leaned upon a longbow and spoke to Elia in a language alien to her. She placed reassuring hands upon her boy's shoulders and said, "I don't understand." The man glanced at the other two and raised an eyebrow in surprise, then looked back at Elia.
"You speak Hessian, but not your own tongue?"
His accent sounded odd to Elia, but she could understand him.
"I speak the language taught to me by my parents."
The harsh light suddenly vanished, leaving the clearing suddenly inky in contrast. Miranda swayed in the darkness as if drunk. Then she steadied herself and turned. Across the river she saw Elia and the boy standing with 3 elven warriors. "May I enter?" she called weakly in the king's tongue.
"Who seeks Elvendar?"
answered one of the warriors.
"One in need of counsel with Lord Thomas."
"Cross if you are able."
Dryly, Miranda said, "I think I can manage." She waded to the far side, and the elven woman said,
"What magic is this?"
"These are your people, Elia. These are the Eladel, and this is the boundary of Elvendar."
"Elvendar?"
She looked confused.
"That is a legend, a tale told by old ones to children."
The leader of the 3 warriors said,
"I judge there are many questions to be answered, but this is not the place, nor is it the time. Come, we have 2 days of travel to reach the Queen's court."
"The little ones are tired," said Miranda, "and they are frightened." The elf looked down and saw the boys. His eyes widened slightly, a gesture that would have been lost on most humans, though Miranda marked his surprise. "Twins?" Elia looked at Miranda, who answered,
"They are."
Another elf warrior said, "I shall go now and carry word to the court." He turned and vanished into the woods. The first elf made a gesture, and the remaining elf nodded once and followed after his companion. To Miranda, the first said,
I am called Ghislaine. My companions are Alfal, who is returning to our campsite to prepare food for you, and the other is Laulio, who will take word to the queen and her consort.
He shouldered his bow, then, without asking leave, knelt and picked up the two boys as easily as he might have picked up two kittens. The boys looked at their mother, but neither child voiced protest. Miranda touched Elia's shoulder, then motioned with her head that they should follow their guide. Miranda used her natural sight to keep the others in view. Her arts were depleted by the battle on the riverbank. It had been a short struggle, but no less vicious for its brevity. Through her exhaustion, Miranda felt the satisfaction of knowing that on the other side of the world, the Pantathian magician who had thrown that tracking energy after her had not expected her counterspell. With grim pleasure, she knew he was now a smoldering corpse. They reached camp without having spoken a word. The fire was burning brightly as Alfal placed more wood on it, and rich smells of smoke and crisping game reached Miranda's nose. The boys were now asleep, and Ghislaine gently set them down upon the ground. Softly he said, "It will be light in a few hours. They can eat when they awake." The elven woman sat heavily upon the ground, and Miranda knew she was exhausted, emotionally as well as physically. Her home had been destroyed, and certainly her husband was dead, and suddenly she was in a strange place with people she didn't know, without even the most basic personal possessions to call her own. In the language of her homeland, she said, "Who are you?" Switching into Yabanese, the language of the neighboring kingdom province, and related to the ancient language of Kesh, the common ancestor of the language spoken by Elia, Ghislaine said, "I am named Ghislaine. We are of the Eladel, as are you." "I do not know this word, Eladel," said Elia, outwardly calm, though Miranda knew she must be terribly frightened. "It means the light people in our own language. There is much you will need to know. But to begin, ages ago, our race was divided into 4 tribes, for want of a better term. Those who are eldest among us, the Eldar, are the keepers of wisdom. Those who live here in Elvendar and serve Queen Aglarana are called Eladel. There are others, Glanradel, the wild ones, and Moradel, the dark ones. Some years ago we learned of your people, whom we call Osadel, people from across the sea. We are not sure if you are properly Glanradel or Eladel who have lost knowledge of their own race, but either way you are welcome to Elvendar. We live here," he smiled. "We are like you. Here you will be safe." Elia looked pointedly at his face, studying his eyes. As if reading her thoughts, he pushed back his long hair to show her the upswept, lobeless ears that marked elvenkind. She sighed in relief. "Safe?" she repeated. Her tones showed she scarcely believed. Miranda said, "You will learn that you are as safe here as any place on this world." Elia nodded, hugging her knees to her chin as she closed her eyes. After a moment, a tear appeared upon her cheek, and she sighed. Ghislaine left her to her memories and spoke to Miranda. "You make an impressive entrance." Spitting the word, Miranda said, "Snakes." Ghislaine's eyes narrowed. "The serpent men?" Miranda nodded. Ghislaine said, "We will leave as soon as the boys awake and eat. Sleep now if you can." Miranda didn't need convincing. She lay upon the damp ground where she sat, and within moments was fast asleep. The boys rode upon the shoulders of Ghislaine and Alfal, while Elia and Miranda hurried along. Miranda knew they were not moving as quickly as they would have been able to unburdened, but she had to struggle to keep pace. Only Elia's awkwardness gave her some small comfort, for it was a lifetime living in the woodlands that gave these elves their sure-footed passage in the undergrowth, not their race. The boys had awakened and eaten, and without discussion the party had left the campsite near the river. They had moved for the better part of the day, and had paused only long enough to eat some dried meat and fruit at midday. Then they had moved steadily through the trees until an hour before dusk. Ghislaine had gone hunting, while Alfal made a fire. Within the hour, Ghislaine had returned with a brace of rabbits. While not sumptuous fare for 4 adults and 2 children, there was enough so that no one slept with hunger pangs. Morning came too quickly for exhausted children and 2 tired women, but they were again on the trail as the sun rose in the east. By noon they encountered a patrol of hunters, who quickly exchanged information with Ghislaine and Alfal. The conversation was lost upon Elia, who was ignorant of the subtleties of elven communications, and Miranda missed a great deal. Near mid-afternoon they came to an enormous clearing, Elia stumbled, her mouth opening in awe, and even Miranda was impressed. Across the clearing rose a mighty city of trees. Boles to dwarf the mightiest oak rose high above them, blotting out the sky. A canopy of leaves formed a massive roof above the trunks that stretched away beyond sight. Dark green, the awning of treetops was punctuated by an occasional tree of a different color, some golden, others white, a few sparkling with emerald or azure lights. A soft glow seemed to tease the limits of vision, as if a magic haze enveloped the entire area. Galain said, "Elvendar." They crossed the clearing, and as they approached the nearest trees, Miranda could see figures moving. Workmen labored, curing hides, fashioning weapons in forges, and carving wooden implements. Others fletched arrows, worked stones, or prepared food. But the common nature of these tasks took nothing from the impact of the city itself. Elvendar was perhaps the most magical place upon the world. Soothing sounds, rather than the loud noise of workers, filled the air, and voices were musical, rather than harsh. Reaching a giant tree, Miranda saw stairs had been cut from the living wood of the huge trunk. "If you have a fear of heights, say now, Miranda." Miranda came out of her reverie and saw Galain studying her and Elia. She said nothing, shaking her head, and Galain led them upward. As they climbed, Miranda saw that some of the larger branches were flat on top, forming narrow roadways upon which elves walked, moving from tree to tree. Many of the trees were hollow, and what seemed to be small dwellings were fashioned inside. The elves who passed smiled in greeting, and several were openly delighted upon seeing the twin boys. Most wore leather, brown or green in color, but others wore soft robes, decorated with gems or beads. All were uniformly tall. Some were fair, but others were as dark of hair as was Miranda. A few wore furs and carried weapons, with metal-studded armbands and necklaces of gold set with precious stones. These looked openly at the women in curiosity, and their expressions were less friendly when turned upon Galain. As they passed, Althal spoke. "The Glanwadel are still not completely at ease here, but then they've been with us but a short time." "How long?" asked Miranda. "Those two who passed, not yet 30 years. Miranda had to suppress a laugh. Barely a long visit. Galain turned and smiled, showing he understood her humor. She wasn't sure if Althal shared his understanding. To the back of a large branch a platform was anchored, and from it rose a stairway of wood and rope. Mounting it, the two elves escorted Miranda and Elia to another larger platform and along a broad thoroughfare. This led to a maze of platforms, small markets, and meeting areas, and at last they reached a gigantic platform dominating the very heart of Elvendar. Entering, Galain led them to the center, where he faced two figures sitting upon a dais. He and Althal gently put the boys down and bowed. "My queen," Galain said, "and Thomas." The woman was impressive, a regal-looking elf with golden-red hair and eyes the color of ice-blue glaciers. Hundreds of years old, she looked much as a human would in the prime of youth, her face unlined and her body still straight and limber. Her features were chiseled and delicate, but there was strength in her bearing. The man at her side was even more striking, for he was not quite human or elven in appearance. 6 inches over 6 feet in height, he was broad of shoulder and deep in the chest without looking bulky. His eyes were an even paler blue than his companions, and his hair was sun-streaked yellow. His features were human, even brow with straight nose, full but not soft mouth. Yet somehow an agency had molded those features, casting an alien image over them. He was too regal to be handsome, yet when he smiled, a boy's charm appeared. The woman rose, and Miranda bowed, and Elia looked confused. At last she curtsied clumsily, while the boys clung to her. Ignoring formalities, the elf queen came up to Elia and gently took her in her arms and embraced her. Then she knelt before the boys and touched each upon the cheek. She said something softly, and Elia said, "I don't understand." Galain said, "Our queen speaks to your companion." In the Keshian dialect, most like Elia's, Aglarana said, "I said you bring us treasure. Your sons are beautiful. We are so much the richer for their joining us." Elia's eyes welled with tears as she said, "They look like their father." Thomas rose, and as he crossed to stand before Elia, he said, "It is not the way of my wife's people to speak the name of those who have traveled to the Blessed Isles. In his sons he lives on. You are more than welcome here." To Althal he said,
Take these newly come to us and find them a home. See to their needs." Then he addressed Elia. "You are safe here and under my protection. No harm will come to you or your sons in Elvendar. At first our ways will seem strange to you, but you will come to know that they are your ways truly, and that your fathers' fathers had been apart from us too long. Welcome to your true home."
Weak with relief, Elia allowed herself to be led away, one child holding fast to each of her hands. When they had left, Tomas said,
"And who are you?"
"A friend of your son's," answered Miranda. Gawain leaned upon his bow and said, "I thought your name familiar." Tomas's expression remained neutral. He motioned for Miranda to come away from the dais and led her over to a table where several elves had placed refreshments. Motioning for a few members of the Queen's court to attend, he said, "How is Callus?" "Disturbed," answered Miranda. "Has he told you his mad plan?" By the fearful expression on Aglarana's face, she could see he had. Tomas nodded. "Well, for better or worse, I'm helping him." Then she shook her head. "Though how much good I'm doing is—" She picked up a pear and bit into it, chewed and swallowed. Now, the snakes know someone with some talent was snooping around their army. She explained what had happened, her scouting the advancing army across the sea, the encounter with Elia and the boys, her escape, and the final attack at the bank of the river. After she was finished, Aglarana said, "It was unlikely they'd think their mad campaign would escape the notice of those with power for long. It may be they think you one of any number of magicians or priests." Miranda nodded. "And they have no way of knowing where I am. The one who found me is in no condition to tell them. The others might suspect I'm here, but they won't attempt to breach your defenses. Yet."
Tomas said, "We can speak more of these matters in the morning. You should rest. Night is almost upon us, and you look fatigued."
"Oh, that's what I am," agreed Miranda. "But by morning I plan on being a great distance from here. There is much to be done, and little time in which to do it. I must seek out your son and confer with him, and next convince some otherwise reasonable men to agree to a most foolish and dangerous undertaking. Then I can be about other business. I hadn't planned on coming here straight away, but now that I'm here, can you tell me something?"
"What?"
"Where I can find Pug?"
Tomas glanced at his wife and said, "We've not seen him for years. The last message I had from him was 7 years ago. He said he was concerned over the reports my son brought back from his last voyage to Novindus. He had consulted with the oracle of Aal, and—"
"And what?" prodded Miranda. Tomas's blue eyes regarded Miranda for a moment, as if measuring her. He said at last,
"He said he feared that his own powers would be lacking in the coming battle, and he needed to seek allies."
Miranda smiled, and there was nothing of humor in that smile. "His powers were lacking." She shook her head. "Who else on this world matches him in power save you?"
"Even my powers pale compared to what Pug can do if need be," answered Tomas. "My arts are set by my heritage, and are as they were at the end of the Rift War 50 years ago. But Pug, he studies and learns and masters new things yearly, and it may be no one since Makros the Black can approach his might." At the mention of Makros, Miranda made a sour expression. Much of what is alleged about his prowess was based upon his listeners being gullible by all reports. Tomas shook his head. "I have been places you could only imagine, woman. And I stood at Makros's side in the garden of the city forever, and I saw the creation of this universe. He may have been a man given to over-boasting at times, but not by any great margin, I will avow. His powers approached the gods, and his skills would be welcome in the coming fray."
Miranda said, "Still, by all reports, the black sorcerer is 50 years vanished from his realm. So then, whom could Pug be seeking?" Aglarana said, "Find the where, and that may tell you who."
Tomas said, "If he is not upon this world, then I suspect you must go to other worlds. Have you the arts?"
Miranda said, "If I don't, I can find those to help me who do. But where to begin the search?" She looked at Tomas. "Reputedly, you and Pug were as brothers. You would know where to begin the search."
Tomas said, "I can think of only one place, but it is much as if I said search the sea for a particular fish. For the place to begin searching is as vast as any place in all the myriad possible universes."
Miranda nodded, saying, "The Hall of Worlds." Tomas nodded too.
"The Hall of Worlds."
7. Trial. Rue stirred. He felt a hand on his leg, and in his sleepy state he brushed at it weakly. He felt it clamp down, and suddenly he was wide awake. An ugly face loomed over his, leering and grinning.
"You're an ugly sod, boy, but you're young."
It was the nervous man with affected speech of the day before, who was now fondling Rue's leg.
"Huh!" shouted Rue. "Keep away from me."
The man laughed.
"Just having a joke, me lad."
He shivered. Damn cell will give a man his death. Now shut up and go back to sleep, and we can both get warm. The man turned over, back to back with Rue, and closed his eyes. The brute called Big O, who had regained consciousness an hour after being tossed into the cell, said, "Don't terrorize the lad, Slippery Tom. This is the death room. He's too much on his mind to be thinking of romance." His speech had the lilt of Connachtmen of deep Taunton, rarely heard in the West. Slippery Tom, ignoring the jape and the accompanying laughter, said,
"It's a cold morning, Big O."
Seeing Eric now awake, Big O said, "He's not a bad sort for a liar and murderer, Slippery Tom. He's just scared." Rue's eyes widened. "Who isn't?" he said with a frantic note in his voice. He closed his eyes tight, as if to shut out everything by force of will. Eric sat back against the unyielding stone wall. He knew Rue had spent a fitful night, awakening several times, shouting in his sleep as he wrestled with personal demons. Eric glanced around the cell. Other men slept or sat quietly in their place as the night wore on. Eric knew that the bravado Rue had exhibited since awakening in the cell the day before had been some sort of madness. He couldn't accept the inevitability of his own death. Big O said, "Spanking young bottoms is common enough in the prison gangs, but Slippery is just looking for someone warm to cozy up to, lad." Rue opened his eyes.
"Well, he smells like something died in his shirt last week."
Tom said,
"And you don't exactly remind me of flowers, youngster. Now shut up and go back to sleep."
Big O grinned, and his bear-like face looked nothing so much as that of an overgrown child, one with broken and crooked teeth. The beating administered by the guards the day before had done nothing to enhance his appearance. Blue, purple, and red lumps decorated his visage. "I'd like to sleep cuddled with someone warm. Like me Elsme. She was sweet." He sighed as he closed his eyes. "Too bad I'll never see her again."
"You talk like we're all going to be convicted," said Rue.
"This is the death cell, me lad. You're here because you're going to be tried for your life, and not 1 in 100 who has sat here lived 2 days past his trial. You think you got away to beat the king's justice, boyo?" asked Big O with a laugh. "Well, good on you if you do. But none here are babes, and we all knew what the deal was when we took to the dodgy path. Get caught, take your punishment. That's the way of it for a fact." He closed his eyes, leaving the two young men to their own thoughts. Eric had been awake most of the night, falling asleep only a few hours before, wrestling with the same questions. He had never been a religious sort, going to temple on the festival days, joining the vineyard workers in the blessing of the vineyards every year. But he hadn't given much thought to what it would be like to face Lim's Cragma in her hall. He vaguely knew that every man came to stand before her to account for his deeds, but he always thought of that as some sort of priest talk, what Owen Greylock had called a metaphor, where one thing said stood for another. Now he wondered, would he simply end? When the box was kicked out from under his feet and the rope either snapped his neck or choked the life from him, would it turn all dark and meaningless? Or would he awake in the Hall of the Dead, as the priests claimed, joining the long line of those waiting for Lim's Cragma's judgment? Those found worthy were sent on to a better life, they said, while those found wanting were sent back to learn those lessons that had eluded them while living. There was talk that at some point those who lived pure lives of harmony and grace were elevated somehow, beyond human understanding, to a higher existence. Eric turned his mind away from the question again. There was no answer, he knew, until he actually faced death. Either way, he thought with a silent shrug, it'll be something interesting, or I'll not mind. He closed his eyes on this thought, finding it strangely comforting. The door at the far end of the hall clanked open, iron bands striking cold stone. 2 guards with drawn swords led a prisoner into the hallway. Another 2 guards walked before and after him, holding wooden poles looped through iron rings on a wooden yoke set around his neck.
The pressure on the yoke kept the man from being able to reach either guard, and the awkward procession made its way to the door of the death cell. The prisoner was otherwise undistinguished. He seemed a young man, little older than Eric or Rue, though this was hard to determine, as his race was alien to the two young men from Ravensburg. He was one of the yellow-skinned men from Kesh, from a province called Isolani. A few had passed through Ravensburg from time to time, but they were still the object of interest to the provincial residents of that town. This man was plainly dressed in a simple robe with an empty carry-cloth, a large cloth used to carry belongings in place of a backpack, hung around his neck. His feet were bare and his head was uncovered, showing a thatch of thick black hair roughly cut above the ears, but falling long in back. Black eyes regarded the unfolding events without expression. When the door was reached, the first guard unlocked it and ordered the prisoners to move to the far end of the long cell. Once they had obliged him, he opened the door, and the two men with the poles steered the prisoner to the opening. With practiced dexterity, the lead guard unfastened the neck yoke, and the two guards slipped the poles out. The collar was removed, and with unnecessary force, the remaining guard put his boot to the prisoner's back and shoved him into the cell. The prisoner stumbled one step, but caught himself and stood motionless. The others looked on in curiosity. "What was that all about?" asked one man. The new prisoner shrugged. "I disarmed a few of their guards when they tried to arrest me. They objected to that." "You disarmed them?" said another prisoner. "How did you do that?" The young man sat down on the vacant stone bench. "I took their weapons from them. How else would you imagine I did it?" A few of the prisoners asked the newcomer his name, but no conversation was forthcoming, as the new prisoner closed his eyes while remaining seated upright. He crossed his legs before him, each foot resting upon the opposite thigh, and put his hands, palms upward, on his knees. The other prisoners looked at him for a few minutes, then returned to sitting and waiting for whatever fate would bring them next. An hour later, the hall door opened again, and the company of soldiers entered. The man Eric had met before, Lord James, walked in. Then the men in the cell began to mutter as a woman entered, followed in turn by a pair of guardsmen. The woman was old, or at least she appeared that way to Eric. Older than his mother, at any rate. Her hair was a startling white, and her brows were pale enough for him to think her hair had always been this color. The lines in her face notwithstanding, Eric thought she was nice to look at, and she must have been beautiful when young. Her eyes were an odd blue, almost violet in the darkness of the cell, and she carried herself with a bearing of nobility, despite an expression of sadness on her face. Eric wondered what could be the cause of this expression of regret. Could she have some sort of feeling about the men who would be tried in the prince's chamber this day? She stopped before the bars, and the sullen prisoners were completely silent. For some reason, Eric found himself standing, feeling the urge to touch his forelock, as he would to any lady of quality who passed on the road in her carriage. Rue followed his example, and soon the other men were standing as well. The woman ignored the filth and wretched stench of the cell as her hands closed upon the bars. She was silent while her eyes searched out every face, and when her gaze at last turned upon Eric, he found himself suddenly afraid. He thought of his mother and Rosalind, and thinking of Rosalind made him think of Stefan, and suddenly he was ashamed of himself. He couldn't look at the lady any longer, and lowered his eyes. For long minutes the woman stood silently, her rich gown becoming dirtied by contact with the rusty iron of the bars as she leaned against them. Eric glanced up and found that as she looked from man to man, only the new prisoner could return her gaze, and at one point he even smiled slightly. But for several of the men her penetrating gaze was too much, and they began to weep. Then at last her own eyes began to fill with tears, and she said, "Enough." Lord James nodded curtly once, and motioned for the two guards to escort her out of the cell. When they were gone, he said, "You men will face trial this afternoon. Kingdom justice is swift. Those of you found guilty of capital crimes will be brought back to the cell, and in the morning we will hang you. You'll be given one last meal and time to make your peace with the gods. Priests of the 12 orders will come for those who ask for shriving, and for the rest of you who don't wish to speak with a priest, well, you can spend time contemplating your sins. If you have an advocate, he will be allowed to speak for you before Prince Nicholas. If you don't, you must speak for yourself, or the crown will convict you by default.
There is no appeal, so make your brief persuasive. The king is the only man who can overrule the prince, and he's busy.
Without another word, the Duke of Crondor turned and left the cell block. A guard waiting in the connecting hall reached in and pulled the door shut behind him. The men stood silently for a long minute. Then one, the man called Slippery Tom, said, "Something about that witch gave me a chill. It was like having me mom finding me with my brother's sweets on festival day," said another. Slowly they sat, and when every man was back in his place, Rue turned to Eric and asked, "What was that all about?" Eric shrugged.
"You know as much as I do."
"She read your minds," said the newcomer, as he returned to his contemplative pose.
"What?"
came from several of the men.
"She read our minds?"
Without opening his eyes, but with a very faint smile, the newcomer said, "She was looking for some men." Then suddenly his eyes opened and he glanced from face to face. "I think she may have found them." His eyes lingered on Eric, and he said, "Yes, I think she has." The midday meal was plain but filling. The guards brought in a platter of bread loaves and a round of hard cheese, as well as a bucket of a vegetable stew. No knives, forks, or other potential weapons were permitted, but dull-edged wooden bowls were provided for the stew. Finding himself suddenly hungry, Eric shouldered through the press of the bars as the guards handed out the food.
"Here now," shouted a guard. "There's enough for all of you, though why you'd have any appetite when you're going to hang tomorrow is beyond me."
Eric took a bowl and grabbed a loaf of bread, broke off a hunk of cheese, and returned to where Rue sat.
"Aren't you going to eat anything?"
Rue said, "If the guard's not lying, there will be more when I get to the bars." He rose slowly and moved to where the press of prisoners was lessening, then took his bowl and held it close to the bars as the guard filled it with a metal ladle. Then a loaf of bread and some cheese was given to him, and he returned to Eric's side. One of the prisoners said, "The food's better here than at me mum's." That brought a weak laugh from two of the men, but the rest ate in silence. Shortly after the meal, the guards came to escort the prisoners to the prince's court. Each man's leg irons and shackles, wrist irons and collars, and all the chains were inspected. The newest prisoner, the Isolani, stood silently as the wooden collar was presented to him. He said, "I will cause you no difficulty." Then, with an enigmatic smile, he said, "I am interested in what is about to occur." The guard sergeant seemed to think about it, but the man walked quietly out of the cell and stood in place behind the man who had been let out before him. The guard sergeant made a curt nod, indicating it was all right, and the other prisoners were put in the line.
"All right. Any of you makes a break, we shoot you down, and that's the end of it. So if you prefer a crossbow bolt to the rope, now's your chance. But be warned, if the bolt doesn't kill you outright, it's a messy, pitiful way to go. Saw a man with his lung punched out of him? That was a sight. Now, move the prisoners along."
The company of crossbowmen lined the hallway where they marched, and the prisoners, now numbering 12, were led through the palace up to the prince's hall. Dirty, poor, and miserable, these men were ushered into the presence of the second most powerful man in the kingdom, Nicholas, prince of the western realm of the Kingdom of the Isles, brother to King Boric, heir apparent to the crown. The prince was a man of 40-some years of age, and his dark hair was still almost entirely without gray. His eyes were dark brown and deeply shadowed. The stress of burying his father was obvious, etching deep lines on his face. He wore mourning black, and his only badge of office was his royal ring. He sat in a large chair at the end of the hall, raised upon a dais. The chair next to his, used by his mother when his father ruled only days before, was empty. The Dowager Princess Anita was in seclusion in her quarters. Standing beside the throne was the Duke of Crondor, Lord James, and beside him the mysterious lady, who the Isolani said read minds. The prisoners were ushered into the prince's presence, and the guard sergeant had to order them to bow. The men made an awkward attempt, and at last the court was called to order. Several onlookers lined the sides of the halls, and Eric noticed Sebastian Lender among them. That made him feel slightly better than he had in days. The first prisoner was called before the prince, a man named Thomas Reed, and to Eric's surprise, the man called Slippery Tom moved before Nicholas. Nicholas looked down on Slippery Tom.
"What are the charges, James?"
The Duke of Crondor nodded to a scribe, who said, Thomas Reed stands accused of theft and aiding and abetting in the murder of the victim, a spice merchant named John Corwin, late of Crondor.
How do you plead? Asked James.
Slippery Tom glanced around the room and tried to present as pleasant an expression as possible to Nicholas.
Your Majesty,
he began.
Highness, interrupted James. Not Your Majesty. Your Highness.
Grinning as if this social gaffe were his worst offense, he said,
Your Highness, it were this way.
James interrupted.
How do you plead?
Suddenly angry eyes regarded the Duke as he said,
I was attempting to explain this to His Highness, sir.
Plead first, then explain, said Prince Nicholas.
Tom seemed to think of his options a moment.
Well, strictly speaking, I guess I would have to say I was guilty, but only in a sense of it.
Enter the plea, said James. Do you have anyone to speak on your behalf?
Just Big O,
said Tom.
Big O, said Nicholas.
James said,
The next defendant.
Oh, well, then tell me your story. Tom began to spin an improbable tale of two poor workmen attempting to do the right thing in a bargain gone sour with a spice merchant of dubious character who cheated the two basically honest workers. When confronted with his perfidious acts, the spice merchant had pulled a knife and in the ensuing struggle had fallen on his own blade. The two wronged men, regretting the malefactor's death, had taken his gold only in the amount they were owed, which happened to be all he was carrying.
And that's not all he owed us,
said Tom. Nicholas looked at James. Corwin?
Honest for the most part, said James. What I could find out tells me he occasionally received some Keshian spices without benefit of duty, but that's not unusual.
Nicholas said, Why did John Corwin owe you money? With a feral light in his eyes, Tom said,
Well, truth to tell, Your Highness, we was bringing the merchant some Keshian spice without bothering to call it to the attention of the duty office of the Port Authority, as you see. We was only doing it to support our families.
Nicholas glanced at the woman who had remained silent, and Eric followed his gaze. She looked at Tom for a moment, then briefly shook her head. No. Nicholas said,
What's the state's request?
James said,
Thomas Reed is a habitual criminal, a self-confessed member of the Guild of Thieves.
Wait a minute, Lord,
shouted Thomas.
I was just making some idle boasts, trying to get some respect from the gods.
James ignored the interruption.
The state asks for death.
Granted. With that single word, Slippery Tom was sentenced to die the next morning. Eric looked at Rue and wondered if the terror he saw in his friend's eyes was as apparent in his own. Slowly each man was brought before the bar of justice, and each time at the end of the plea, Eric saw the prince look at the woman. Each time she shook her head no, save for once, when Big O was on trial, when she nodded yes, slightly. But it seemed to make no difference, for Big O was condemned to the gallows with the others. When there were fewer than half to be tried, the scribe called, Shopi! The Isolani was brought before the prince, and James recited the charges.
Shopi, a citizen of Kesh, Highness, arrested for brawling. He killed a guard.
Your plea? Asked the prince. The Isolani smiled. Plea? I have none, Highness. The facts are as recited.
Then enter the plea as guilty, said Nicholas. Have you anything to say before sentencing?
The smile broadened, and the Isolani said, Only that facts and truth are not interchangeable. I am but a poor student, formerly a monk of the Order of Dala. I was sent to find my master.
Your master?
Asked Nicholas, seemingly interested in the story, decidedly different than the run-of-the-mill pleas heard so far today.
Who is he?
This I do not know. I was an indifferent student at the monastery where I was trained, save in the art of fighting. I admit to being unworthy of the calling. The abbot sent me out, telling me that if I had a master, he was outside the order, and to seek him in a city where men brawl daily. The man shrugged. Often in jest, truth is revealed, and I meditated for days upon what my former abbot said. Given some insight by hunger, I decided to seek my master in your city, though it was far from my own land. I traveled and worked, and found myself in Crondor but a week ago.
Since then, he's been arrested 3 times, said James.
The man named Shopi shrugged. Unfortunately, this is true. I have many flaws, and a temper is among them. I was being cheated at cards, and when I objected, a struggle ensued. And when I pleaded my innocence to your city watch, I was attacked. I merely defended myself."
"During the struggle, he killed a guardsman," said James.
"Is this true?" said Arutha. "Regrettably. But in my defense, may I say that it was never my intent to kill the man. I was merely trying to disarm him. I had taken his sword from him when he unexpectedly twisted away from me, pushing himself into his companion, who threw him forward upon the sword I was now holding. It is very sad, but it happened." He spoke as if he were reciting a lesson without emotion, not pleading for his life. The prince looked at the woman, who nodded slightly. Then he said,
"What is the state's request?" "The state requests 30 years' labor in the prison gang."
"Granted," said Nicholas. For reasons Eric couldn't understand, Chopin seemed amused at this, as the guard escorted him back to the prisoner's dock. 2 more men were ordered to their death. Then, when Eric and Rue were all that were left, their names were called. Sebastian Lender stepped forward with Eric, and James said,
"Your Highness, we have a special case here. Eric von Darkmoor and Rupert Avery are charged with the murder of Stefan, Baron von Darkmoor."
"How do you plead?" asked Nicholas. Before either young man could speak, Lender said,
"If it pleases your Highness, I would ask that it be recorded that the 2 youths before you plead not guilty."
Nicholas smiled and leaned back in his throne.
"Lender, isn't it? You used to cause my father no end of irritation. Now I see why." "Very well." He looked at Eric and Rupert. "Do you have something to say?"
Again, before either young man could speak, Lender said,
"I have here, Highness, documents sworn before the High Constable in Darkmoor and 2 priests of local temples under oath on behalf of these young men."
He opened a large leather document case and pulled from it a copious sheaf of papers.
"Not only do we have the sworn testimony of one Rosalind, daughter of Milo, owner of the Inn of the Pintail, I have a testimony from several guardsmen who were witness to events leading to the conflict, and from Baron Manfred von Darkmoor as to his brother Stefan's state of mind before the incident."
He handed them to James, who looked irritated at the need to peruse such a large amount of information in a short time.
"While my Duke of Crondor looks over these documents, Master Lender, I would be pleased to hear the young men tell what happened."
Eric looked at Rue, and with a nod indicated he should begin.
"It started at the fountain, Your Highness, the one before the Growers and Vintners Hall in Ravensburg. I was there with some others, just talking, when Rosalind came looking for Eric. While I was talking to her, Stefan and Manfred, the Baron's sons, came up to us and began talking to Rosalind. Manfred kept telling Stefan they needed to get back to their father, Otto, who was dying at the time, but Stefan kept talking about Eric's girl, and how she was too sweet to waste on a bastard blacksmith and things like that."
Nicholas sat back and seemed intent on the story as Rue recounted all he could remember up to where Eric took off after Stefan and the ensuing fight. When he was done, Nicholas asked Eric for his story. Eric told it calmly and without any attempt to avoid responsibility for his taking his half-brother's life. When the story was told, Nicholas said,
"Why did you run?"
Eric shrugged. "I don't know. It seemed—" He looked down a moment, then back up, locking gazes with Nicholas. "It seemed impossible that I could kill the swine and not be hung for it."
"Did you hate him that much?"
Eric said, "More than I thought, Highness." Inclining his head at his friend, he said, "Rue saw it coming long before I did. He told me once that I might have to kill Stefan some day. Stefan and I met only 3 times before that night, and all 3 times he sought me out to cause problems, calling me names, insulting my mother, claiming I wanted his inheritance."
"Was there any truth to it?"
Eric shrugged. "I don't think so. I never thought much about being noble or having office. I'm a smith, and I'm the best horseman in Darkmoor. Ask Owen Greylock, the Baron's swordmaster, if you doubt me. I only wanted a guild badge on my own forge, no more than that. My mother only wanted me to have a proper name. It was her passion that made Stefan fearful. But even if she dreamed I might some day be a noble, it was never any dream of mine. I had the name already." His voice lowered, and his tone became almost defiant. "That was at least one thing my father did allow me. He never publicly denied me the name von Darkmoor, and I'll take that to the grave with me." Rue visibly winced at the phrase. Nicholas sighed. This is very convoluted. Lord James, have you a suggestion? James was still leafing through the papers given to him by Linder.
Highness, may I suggest you take this case under advisement, and after supper I'll have the state's recommendation for you?
Granted, said Nicholas. Court is adjourned. Guards motioned for the prisoners already in the dock to leave, and Eric and Rue found themselves being marched back to join the others. Eric looked at Linder. What happened? He asked. Linder didn't look hopeful.
Well, think about it. You should know after supper.
Watching the prince rise from his throne and leave the hall to enter his private chamber, Linder said,
It will be decided by morning either way.
Guards moved them into line behind Chopin, and Rue said, What do you think is going to happen? If you had not run, and had told this story at once, I think Nicholas would have been inclined to believe you. But you ran, and that counts against you. He was silent as the guards chained the prisoners into line, and Linder said,
If it goes badly, the gallows. If it goes better, 30 years on the work gang. The best I can imagine is service in the Royal Navy for 10 years.
The guards ordered them to move out, and suddenly Chopin looked over his shoulder at Eric. Or something else? He smiled enigmatically at the remark. Eric thought his behavior odd for someone facing 30 years of hard labor. The prisoners marched out of the hall, back to the death cell. Those who had been condemned to die alternated between numb despair and frantic rage. Slippery Tom was the most antic with fear. He paced the long death cell, concocting plan after plan to overpower the guards and escape the palace. He was convinced the mockers were waiting for any sign of revolt to launch a raid into the palace, to set their captured brethren free. After an hour, Bigot stood up and said,
Give it a rest, lad. You're going to hang.
Slippery Tom's eyes widened, and with a scream he lunged at his friend, grabbing him around the throat. Bigot gripped hard on Tom's wrists and forced the hands away from his throat, and as he spread his hands, Tom's face came close to his own. Suddenly, Bigot head-butted Tom, whose eyes rolled up into his head as he lost consciousness. Bigot deposited the limp form of Slippery Tom in a hay-strewn corner.
That should quiet things down for a while, he said.
Another man said,
Is that what you want? Peace?
Well, you'll have all the peace you'll ever need come tomorrow morning, Bigot.
Maybe Tom's right, and we should die fighting guards.
Bigot laughed.
We'll what? Wooden bowls?
You anxious to die?
Demanded the man. Bigot rubbed his chin.
Everyone dies, laddie. It's just a question of when. As soon as you took to the dodgy path, you were doomed to the gibbet, like it or not.
He sighed and looked reflective.
Doesn't seem right to be killing guards for doing their job. We're going to die anyway, so why spread the misery? Some of them have wives and children.
He leaned back, resting his elbows on a ledge behind the stone bench he sat upon.
Hanging may not be so bad. Either your neck's cracked,
he snapped his fingers,
and you're gone, or it chokes you. Choking's not so bad, I'm thinking. I was choked once in a fight. You get sort of light-headed, and everything collapses around your vision, and there's this bright light. No, me boyo, it'll be over quickly.
Another man said,
Give it a rest, Bigot. We're not temple-goers like you.
It was that very choking I spoke of that made me a religious man, Aaron. If Shaky Jake hadn't busted a chair over Billy the Sly's head, I'd have died right there. I decided then it was high time I got righteous with the gods, I did. So I went off to Lim's Cragmas temple and talked to a priest and gave an offering, and I don't miss a holy day unless I'm too sick to walk.
He sat back and crossed his arms.
Tomorrow, when I'm in the death goddess's hall, and she says to me, Bigot, you're a liar and a thief and a murderer, even if you didn't mean to be one. But at least you're a pious bastard. I'll smile at her and say, That's right, your goddessness. That should count for something.
Eric found it hard to find anything amusing in his present circumstances, and Rue was close to tears for fear they would be joining those sentenced to die. The only 3 men not under the death mark were Chopin, Eric, and Rue. Chopin would be transferred to the work gang after the hanging, which he would watch as a lesson. He seemed unfazed by the prospect of spending the next 30 years hauling rocks out of the royal quarry or dredging out the royal harbor. It was rumored some young men had survived their 30 years, so it was possible he might emerge alive. Some day, a broken man in his 50s who might somehow forge a life. For most men, it only put off death. The door at the far end of the cell opened, and Eric jerked around to see who was there, half hoping, half fearing it would be Lender. Instead, it was guards with the evening meal. More bread and cheese, but this time the stew had beef in it, and there was a cup of wine for each prisoner. Eric found himself hungry despite his worry, but Rue simply ignored the food, curling up and falling into a sleep of emotional exhaustion. Most of the men ate in silence, save the Isolani, who came to sit next to Eric. He said, "You think you will go free?" Eric looked off into space for a minute. "No, I think had we stayed and faced down our accusers, maybe. Had they seen the blood flowing from my shoulder from Stefan's sword, maybe then. As it is now, I think we are probably going either to be hung or to spend out our lives working next to you in the labor gang." The Isolani said, "I don't think so." "What makes you say that?" "That woman. I don't know why. But it was important that she see what we were thinking when we were before the prince." "If she was reading minds like you claim, then it was to see if we were telling the truth." "No, something else." "What?" "I'm not sure. Maybe what kind of men we are." Eric finished his meal, and when Rue offered no protest, he drank his wine as well. The evening stretched on, and the door opened again. Eric turned and was astonished to see Manfred von Dockmore enter, flanked by 2 guards wearing the livery of Dockmore and 2 others wearing the prince's colors. Manfred motioned with his head to Eric to come to the far end of the cell where they could speak privately. Eric got up slowly, and the guards stood away as the 2 half-brothers reached the far end of the cell. Eric said nothing, waiting for Manfred to speak. After looking at Eric a moment, Manfred said, "Well, I suspect you wonder why I'm here." "I would think that was obvious," said Eric. "I'm not entirely sure why I'm here, truth be told. Perhaps it's because I have lost one brother, and am about to lose another, whom I don't know." "I may not be lost, brother," said Eric dryly. "The prince has taken the evidence under advisement, and I have a very gifted solicitor arguing on my behalf." "So I have heard." Manfred looked Eric up and down. "You do look a great deal like father, you know. But I suspect you have your mother's steel in you." "Why do you say that?" "You never knew our father. He was a weak man in many ways," Manfred said. "I loved him, of course, but it was difficult to admire him. He avoided fights, mostly with Mother, and he hated being in the public eye." With an ironic smile, he added, "I, on the other hand, find that I rather like it." Picking an imagined speck from his sleeve, he said, "I don't know if I should hate you for killing Stefan or thank you for making me Baron. But either way, Mother is up talking to the prince right now, ensuring you go to the gallows." Eric said, "Why does she hate me so?" Manfred said, "I don't think she hates you, really. Fears you is more like it. It was our father she hated." Eric looked surprised. "Why?" "Father liked the ladies, and Mother always knew he had been forced into marrying her. From what I gathered after I was born, they were man and wife in name only. It was Mother who ensured we had only male servants or ugly women working in our castle. Father had an eye for pretty young girls. Even with Mother's precautions, Father found every pretty woman within a day's ride of the castle. Stefan was a lot like him in that respect. He really thought he'd hurt you if he took your girl and had his way with her." "Rosalind wasn't my girl," said Eric. "She was more like a sister." "Even better," said Manfred. "He would have delighted in knowing that. If he could have taken your mother while you watched, he'd have liked that even more." His voice lowered. "Stefan was an evil bastard, Eric. A mean-spirited pig who delighted in causing pain. I should know, because I was on the receiving end of it most of the time. It was only when I caught up with him in size and could defend myself that he left me alone." Almost whispering, he said, "When I first saw him dead, I was angry enough to have killed you myself that minute. After the shock wore off, I realized I felt relief that he was gone. You did the world a favor by killing him, but I'm afraid that fact won't help you at all. Mother's going to see you hung." I guess I'm here to tell you that at least one of your brothers doesn't hate you. Brothers? You're not father's only bastard, Eric. You may have a score of brothers and sisters out there. But you were the oldest, and your mother made sure the world knew it. I guess that's really the reason you are going to hang tomorrow. Eric tried to muster as much courage as he could. We'll still see what the prince has to say. Of course, said Manfred. If you do somehow come out of this without being hung, and after you've spent your time on the prison gang, send me a letter. He turned and walked away, then turned to look back at Eric. But don't enter Darkmoor if you wish to stay alive. Eric stood alone for a minute after Manfred left, then returned to his place next to the sleeping Rue. Time dragged on, and Eric found himself unable to sleep. Several others fell into fitful dozes, and only Bigot and the Isolani seemed able to sleep comfortably. A couple of the men sat in silent prayer. At midnight the door opened, and a handful of priests entered from various orders, and each stood across from the prisoner who wished to take comfort. This continued for an hour or more. Then the priests left, and still no word from Lender. Eric at last fell into a half-sleep, with panic waking him up several times, his heart pounding and his chest constricted as he fought against the rising terror. Suddenly a loud clang echoed in the otherwise silent cell block, and Eric was on his feet as Sebastian Lender entered the room. Eric lightly kicked Rue awake, and the two hurried to the far end of the cell. Eric looked at what Lender carried, and his chest constricted in terror. A pair of boots, fashioned out of soft leather, with high tops that folded down, were clutched in the old man's hands. They were a horseman's boots, well made and artfully crafted, and Eric knew why Lender carried them. Eric said, "We're to die?" Lender said, "Yes. The prince gave the order less than an hour ago." Lender handed the boots through the bars to Eric. "I'm sorry. I thought I had built a persuasive brief, but the mother of the man you killed is the daughter of the Duke of Rann, and has much influence in this court as well as the king's. The king himself was consulted, and in the end you were both sentenced to death. There is nothing that can be done." He pointed to the boots that Eric now clutched before him. "These were your father's last gift to you. I thought it would be unfitting for you not to have them at least for a few hours before—" "They hang us," whispered Rue. Eric pushed the boots back through the bars. "Sell them, Master Lender. You said the gold he left me wouldn't cover your fees." Lender pushed them back toward Eric. "No, I failed, and I will give your gold to whoever you instruct me to. There is no fee, Eric." Eric said, "Then send the gold to my mother at Ravensbrück. She's at the inn at the Pintail, and she has no one to care for her. Tell her to use the gold wisely, for it is all I will ever be able to give her." Lender nodded and said, "I pray the gods will be gentle with you, Eric, and you as well, Rupert. You have no evil in your hearts, even if you have done this violent thing." Lender looked close to tears as he turned away, leaving the two young men from Darkmoor alone in the far corner of the death cell. Eric looked at his boyhood friend and said nothing. There was nothing to say. He sat and stripped off his common boots and pulled on the rider's boots. They fit as if they had been fashioned for him. High to mid-calf, they were soft and clung like soft velvet instead of harsh hides. Eric knew that if he worked for a lifetime, he would not have been able to afford their like. He sighed. He would at least wear them for a part of one day, from the cell to the gallows. He only regretted he didn't have at least one opportunity to test them on horseback. Rue sat on the floor, back against the bars. He looked at Eric, his eyes wide with fear, and whispered, "What do we do now?" Eric tried to smile reassuringly at his friend, but the best he could manage was a crooked grimace. "We wait." Nothing more was said. 8. Choice. The door opened. Eric blinked, surprised to discover he had dozed in a numb, emotionally exhausted sleep. Guards, heavily armed against the possible rebellion of the condemned, entered. Last through the door was the strange man, Robert de Longueville.
"Listen, you dogs!"
he shouted, his gravelly voice striking them like a leather glove. With a twisted smile, he said,
"You come when bidden and die like men.
He called 6 names, and the last of the 6 was Slippery Tom. Tom held back, as if somehow he could hide among the group who would be hung second.
"Thomas Reed, get out here,"
commanded de Longueville. When Slippery Tom only crouched lower behind his friend Bigot, de Longueville sent in a pair of guards, swords drawn. The other prisoners stepped aside, and the two grappled with Tom a moment, then dragged him from the cell. He started to cry out for mercy and wailed the entire way to the gallows. No one in the cell spoke. They all listened to the sound of Tom's screaming as he was carried farther and farther from them, then turned as one to look out the cell window as the screaming grew again in volume. The first 6 prisoners were marched in line, save for Tom, who was still being dragged. His voice reached a near shriek in terror. Repeated cuffing from the guards who carried him only seemed to increase his panic, and short of knocking him senseless, they had no way to shut him up. If they were put off by the screaming, they showed no sign. Tom obviously wasn't the first man they had dragged shrieking to his death. He would be silent soon enough. Through the bars, Eric watched with a mixture of revulsion and fascination as the first 5 men plodded up the 6 wooden steps that led to the gallows. In some distant corner of his mind, he knew he would soon be following them, but he couldn't bring himself to accept that reality in his heart. This was all happening to someone else, not to him. The men stepped up on the high boxes placed under the nooses, and Tom was carried up to where he would die. He kicked and spit and tried to bite the guards, who held on to him tightly. Then they lifted him up to the box, while another jumped up beside him and quickly placed the rope around his neck. 2 more guards held him in place, lest he kick the box over and die before the order was given. Eric didn't know what to expect. An announcement of some sort, or reading of a formal verdict, but without ceremony, Robert de Longueville came to stand directly in front of the condemned, his back to the men still in the cell. His voice carried across the yard as he said, "Hang them." Guards kicked hard at the boxes under the men's feet, in one case twice to move it from under the man, who slumped down in a faint at de Longueville's command. Slippery Tom's screaming was choked off abruptly. Eric felt his stomach knot at the sight before him. 3 men went limp, a sign their necks had snapped. 1 jerked twice, then died, but the last 2 kicked as they were slowly choked to death. Slippery Tom was one of the 2, and it seemed to Eric he took an impossibly long time to die. The slender thief kicked, striking one of his guards with a heel, and Bigot said, "Should tie a man's legs, you think? Robs him of dignity, kicking around like that." Rue stood next to Eric, tears of terror streaming down his face as he said, "Dignity?" Bigot said, "Not much else left to a man now, laddie. Man comes into the world naked and leaves the same way. Clothes on his body don't mean anything. He's naked in his soul. But bravery and dignity, that counts for something, I'm thinking. Maybe nothing to anyone, but someday, you never know. One of these guards might be telling his wife, 'I remember this big fellow we hung once. He knew how to die.'" Eric watched as Slippery Tom kicked, then twitched, then at last ceased moving. Robert de Longueville waited for what seemed a long time to Eric before, with a motion of his hand, he shouted, "Cut them down!" The soldiers cut the dead men from the gibbet, and while they were being carried down to be placed on the ground, other soldiers hurried with fresh nooses and put them in place. Suddenly Eric realized they were coming to get him. His knees began to shake, and he put out a hand to steady himself, pressing his palm against the rough stone. "This is the last time I'll feel stone against my hand," crossed his mind. Robert de Longueville motioned for a company of guards to form up, and they marched out of sight of the waiting prisoners. Through the walls they could hear the tread of boots upon stone as the guards marched from the yard to the death cell. Closer and closer they came, and Eric alternately wished that they were here and it was over, and that they would never reach the death cell. He pressed his hand hard against the wall, as if the rough feel of it against his flesh somehow denied the approaching end of his life. Then the door at the end of the hall opened, and the guards marched through. The cell door was open, and de Longueville was calling their names. Rue was called 4th, Eric 5th, and Chopin, as the only one who would not be hung, was last. Rue got into line and looked around, panic on his face. "Wait, can't we? Isn't there—" One of the guards put a firm hand on his shoulder. "Stay in line, lad. That's a good fellow." Rue stopped moving, but his eyes were wide, with tears running down his face, while his mouth moved, saying nothing that Eric could understand. Eric glanced around and felt a sick numbness in his stomach, as if he had been poisoned. Then his bowel tightened, and he felt the need to relieve himself, and was suddenly fearful he would fill his pants when he died. He found his chest tight and had to will himself to breathe. Sweat dripped down his face and ran from his armpits and groin. He was going to die.
"I didn't mean it,"
said Rue, pleading with men who had no power to save him. The sergeant in command gave the order. The prisoners were marched from the cell, and Eric wondered how he was managing to keep in step, for his feet were leaden and his knees trembled. Rue shivered visibly, and Eric wished he could have touched his friend's shoulder, but the shackles and manacles prevented such movement. They left the long hall next to the death cell. The condemned moved down a long corridor to another that led to a short flight of steps. They walked up them, turned another corner, and out through a door into daylight. The sun was still not above the walls, so they moved through shadow, but above them a blue sky promised a beautiful day. Eric's heart almost broke, wishing he could see that day. Rue cried openly, making inarticulate noises, punctuated by a single word, "Please," but he managed to walk. They moved past where the first 6 bodies lay in the yard as a charnel wagon was being drawn close enough for the dead to be loaded into it. Eric glanced down at the dead men. He almost stumbled. He had seen death before, having found Tyndall and having looked at Stefan and the nameless bandit after he killed them, but he had never seen this. The men's faces were contorted, especially those of Tom and the other man who had strangled, their eyes bulging from their sockets. The other 4, whose necks had broken, still looked ghastly, with eyes staring lifelessly at the sky. Flies were already gathering on the corpses, and no one was bothering to shoo them away. All at once Eric was being moved up the steps, and he felt his bladder weaken. He had not needed to relieve himself, and suddenly he felt an overwhelming urge to ask for permission to do so before he was hung. A wave of childish embarrassment swept up from some deep well of memory, and he felt tears coursing down his cheeks. His mother had scolded him at an early age for messing his bed during the night, and for reasons beyond his ability to understand, the thought of messing himself now was the worst fate he could imagine. From the reek of urine and excrement, others had already lost control. He didn't know if it was those ahead of him or those who had already died. He felt a desperate need not to lose control and have his mother get mad. He tried to look at Rue, but suddenly he was stepping up on the box, a guard stepping up next to him to place the noose expertly around Eric's neck without hesitation, then stepped down without upsetting the box below Eric's feet. He tried to look over, but for some reason he couldn't see Rue. Eric felt himself tremble. He couldn't make his eyes work, and images of bright sky overhead and dark shadows under the walls made no sense. He heard a few mumbled prayers, and what he thought was Rue's softly pleading, "No, please, no, please," over and over. He wondered if he should say something at the end to his friend, but before he could think of anything to say, Robert de Longueville came to stand before the condemned men. With astonishing clarity, Eric could see every detail of this man who was to order his death. He had shaved in a hurry that morning, for a slight stubble had turned his cheeks dark, and there was a slight scar above his right eye Eric hadn't noticed before. He wore a fine red tunic with a badge that Eric could now see depicted the seal of Crondor, an eagle soaring over a peak above the sea. He had blue eyes and dark brows, and his hair needed to be trimmed. Eric wondered how he could see so much so quickly, and felt his stomach rebel. He was about to be sick from fear. The only prisoner not slated to die was brought to stand beside de Longueville, who turned to him and said, "Watch this and learn something, Cassian." Nodding once to the men on the gibbet, he ordered, "Hang them." Eric sucked in his breath in terror as he felt a powerful blow knock the box from beneath his feet. He heard Rue's shriek of terror, and then he fell. The sky spun for Eric as he moved through the air. His only thought was of the blue above, and he heard himself cry, "Mommy," as he felt his body hit the end of the rope. A sudden jerk made his skin burn as the rope tightened around his neck. Then, with another jerk, he continued to fall. Instead of the expected crack of his own neck or the sudden choking as his windpipe was crushed, he felt a numbing slam along his face and body as he fell hard against the wooden floor of the gibbet. Suddenly, Robert de Longueville was shouting, "Get them to their feet!" Rough hands dragged Eric upright, and with a half-dazed sense of being somewhere else, he looked around and saw stunned men returning his confused expression. Rue gaped like a just-landed fish, and his face was sporting a red mark from where it had struck the boards. His eyes were puffy and red, and snot ran down from his nose as he cried like a baby. Bigot glanced around, blood running from a cut on his forehead, as if trying to understand this evil prank that robbed him of his meeting with the goddess of death. The man next to him, Billy Goodwin, closed his eyes and sucked in breath as if he were still choking. Eric didn't know the name of the man at the far end of the gibbet, but he stood silently, his expression as stunned as the others.
Now listen, you swine, commanded Robert de Longueville. You are dead men.
He glanced from face to face. He raised his voice.
Do you understand me?
They nodded, but it was clear none of them did.
You are officially dead. I can have anyone who doubts my word hauled up again, and this time we'll tie the rope to the crosspiece of the gibbet. Or, if you'd prefer, I will happily cut your throat.
Turning to the Keshian prisoner, he said,
Get over there with the others.
The shackled men were being pulled roughly down the steps to stand next to the bodies of the dead. Soldiers cut short the rope hanging from each of the 5 men, and 2 placed a similar noose around Chopin's neck.
You leave those on until I tell you to take them off, shouted de Longueville. You're not even slaves. Slaves have rights. You have no rights. From now on, you will draw each breath at my whim. If I decide I don't want you breathing my air any longer, I'll have the guards close that noose around your neck, and you will stop breathing. Do you understand me?
Some of the men nodded, and Eric said, Yes, softly. De Longueville nearly roared when he said,
When I ask you a question, you will answer loudly so I can hear you. Do you understand me?
This time all 6 men said, Yes. De Longueville turned and began walking along before the men again.
I am waiting.
It was Eric who said, Yes, sir. Coming to stand before Eric, de Longueville put his face before Eric so their noses were less than an inch apart.
Sir. I am more than a sir, you toads. I am more than your mothers, your wives, your fathers, and your brothers. I am your God from this moment on. If I snap my fingers, you're dead men in truth. Now, when I ask you a question, you will answer, Yes, Sergeant de Longueville. Is that clear?
Yes, Sergeant de Longueville, they said, almost shouting, despite raw throats from the mock hanging.
Now load those men into the wagon, you swine,
de Longueville commanded.
Each of you take one.
Bigot stepped forward, picked up the body of Slippery Tom, and carried him as a man might a child, loading him into the wagon. 2 grave diggers stood in the charnel wagon and dragged the corpse deeper into the wagon bed to make room for the next. Eric picked up a body, not sure what the man's name or crime had been, and carried it to the wagon, placing it where the grave diggers could grab it. He looked at the man's face and didn't recognize him. He knew it was one of 6 men he had seen for 2 days and probably spoken to, but he couldn't recall who this man was. Rue looked down at the man at his feet, then tried to pick up the body. He struggled, tears from an apparently inexhaustible fount streaming down his face. Eric hesitated, then moved to help him.
Get back there, Von Dockmore,
commanded de Longueville. He can't do it, said Eric, discovering his voice still hoarse and his neck sore from the rope burn. De Longueville's eyes narrowed menacingly, and Eric quickly added, Sergeant de Longueville.
Well, he'd better, said de Longueville, or he'll be the first one of you sent back to hang.
He pointed back up the steps with a dagger he now held. Eric watched as Rue struggled to find strength enough to drag the corpse to the wagon. The 10 feet must have looked like a mile. Eric knew Rue had never been a strong boy, and whatever vitality was usual, his had fled days before. He looked as if his arms were damp rope, and he had no power in his legs as he dragged hopelessly on the corpse. Finally it moved, first a foot, then 2, and after a moment, more. Another. Grunting as if he were carrying suits of armor up a mountain, Rue pulled until he got the body to the foot of the wagon. Then he collapsed. De Longueville came to stand over him, crouching down so his face was level with Rue's. He shouted so loud he nearly screamed.
What? Do you expect those honest workmen to climb down from there and finish your job for you?
Rue looked up at the short man, silently pleading to die. De Longueville reached down and gripped Rue by the hair, pulling him to his feet, holding the dagger to his throat.
You're not going to die, you useless piece of pig snot,
he said, as if reading the boy's mind.
You're mine, and you will die when I tell you it is my pleasure that you die, not before. If you die before I tell you, I will reach into the Death Goddess's hall and yank you back to life, and then I will kill you. I will cut your belly open and eat your liver for dinner if you don't do as I tell you. Now get that dead meat into that wagon.
Rue fell backwards, hard against the wagon's tailgate, and barely kept himself from falling. He leaned down, got his arms under the body's arms, and heaved.
You're no good to me, boy,
bellowed de Longueville.
If you don't get him in that wagon by the time I count to 10, you worthless slug, I'll cut your heart out before your eyes. 1.
Rue heaved, and his face betrayed panic.
2.
He forced his own weight forward and got the corpse sitting up.
3.
He lifted with his legs and somehow got himself half turned around so that the dead man rested against the tailgate.
4.
Rue took a breath and heaved again, and suddenly the man was halfway into the wagon.
5.
Rue let the body go and reached down quickly, gripping the corpse around the hips. He ignored the reek of urine and feces as he heaved with his last reserve of strength. Then he collapsed.
6.
Screamed de Longueville, leaning over the boy who sat at the base of the wagon. Rue looked up and saw the man's legs were hanging over the end of the tailgate. He struggled to his feet as de Longueville shouted, 7, and pushed as hard on the legs as he could. They bent, and he half pushed, half rolled the dead man all the way into the wagon as de Longueville reached the count of 8. Then he fainted. Eric took a step forward. De Longueville turned, took a single step, and delivered a backhanded blow to Eric that brought him to his knees. Lowering his head to lock gazes with a stunned Eric, Robert de Longueville said,
You will learn, Dogmeat, that no matter what happens to your friends, you will do what you're told when you are told, and nothing else. If that's not the first thing you learn, you'll be crowbait before the sun sets.
Straightening up, he shouted,
Get them back to their cell.
The still stunned man moved raggedly along, not certain what had happened. Eric's ears rang from the blow to his head, but he risked a glance back at Rue and saw that 2 guards had picked him up and were bringing him along. In silence, the men were taken back to the death cell and herded in. Rue was unceremoniously tossed in, and the door slammed shut behind. The man from Cash, Chopin, came to look at Rue and said, He'll recover. It is mostly shock and fear. Then he turned to Eric and smiled, a dangerous look around his eyes. Didn't I tell you it might be something else?
But what? Asked Bigot. What was all this vicious mummery?
The Keshian sat down, crossing his legs before him. It was what is called an object lesson. This man, de Longueville, who works, I imagine, for the prince, he wishes you to know something without any doubt whatsoever.
Now what?
Asked Billy Goodwin, a slender fellow with curly brown hair. He wants you to know that he will kill you without hesitation if you do not do what he wants.
But what does he want?
Asked the man whose name Eric didn't know, a thin man with a gray beard and red hair. Closing his eyes as if he were about to take a rest, Chopin said, I do not know, but I think it will be interesting. Eric sat back and suddenly giggled. Bigot said, What is it? Finding himself embarrassed before these men, he said, I loaded my pants. Then he started to laugh, and the laughter had a hysterical edge to it. Billy Goodwin said, I dirtied myself, too. Eric nodded, and suddenly the laughter was gone, and he found, to his amazement, he was crying. His mother would be so angry with him if she found out. Rue roused when food appeared, and to their astonishment it was not only abundant, but good. Before they had gotten a vegetable stew and a heavy beef stock, but now they were served steaming vegetables and slabs of bread, heavy with butter, and cheese and meat. Rather than the usual bucket of water, there were cold pewter mugs and a large pitcher of chilled white wine, enough to slake thirst and ease the tension, but not enough to get anyone drunk. They ate and considered their fortune.
Do you think this is some cruel thing the prince is doing to us? Asked the gray-bearded man,
a Rhodesian named Luis de Savona. Bigot shook his hand.
I'm a fair judge of men. That Robert de Longueville could be cruel like this if it suited his needs. But the prince isn't that sort of man, I'm thinking. Nor like our Keshian friend here says.
Isolani, corrected Chopin. We live in the Empire, but we are not Keshin.
Whatever, said Vigo. What he said about this being a lesson is right. That's why we still have these on.
He flipped the length of rope that still hung from around his neck.
To remind us we're officially dead. So that whatever happens next, we know that we're living on sufferance.
Billy Goodwin said, I don't think they'll have to remind me any time soon. He shook his head. Gods, I can't remember what I was thinking when they kicked the box from under me. I was a baby again and waiting for my mum to come fetch me from some difficulty. I don't think I can tell what I felt like. The others nodded. Eric felt tears start to gather as he remembered his own feelings as he fell. Pushing that aside, he turned to Rue. How are you doing? Rue said nothing, only nodded as he ate. Eric knew he was looking at something powerful changing in his friend. Something was marking him and making him different from what he had known all his life in Ravensburg. He wondered if he was changing as much as his friend. Guards arrived later to remove the trays and pitchers, and no one spoke. Soon the cells fell into darkness, and the single torch that illuminated the hall outside remained unlit.
I think it's de Longueville's way of telling us to sleep as soon as we can, said Vigo.
Chopin nodded. We will get an early start on whatever it is we do tomorrow. Then he curled up on the stone shelf and closed his eyes.
Eric said, I'm not sleeping in my own filth.
He removed his boots and trousers, then took them to the slops bucket and did his best to shake loose the dirt there, using a bit of the drinking water to clean them as best he could. It was a gesture, nothing more, and the pants were still dirty and again wet when he put them back on, but he felt better for trying. Some others followed his example as Eric nodded at Rue, who sank back into a corner with his arms wrapped around him, despite the fact it wasn't at all cold that night. But Eric knew his friend felt a chill inside that no fire would ever drive out. Eric lay back and, to his astonishment, felt a warm fatigue sink into his bones, and before he could ponder the amazing events of the day, he was asleep.
Get up, you scum!
Shouted de Longueville, and the prisoners stirred. Suddenly the cell erupted in a cacophony of sound as guards slammed shields against the iron bars and began to shout.
Get up! On your feet!
Eric was standing before he was fully awake. He looked at Rue, who blinked like an owl caught in a lantern's light. The door to the cell was opened and the men ordered out. They came to stand in the same order they had marched to the gibbet in, and waited without comment.
When I give you the command to right turn, you will all turn as one and face that door. Understand?
The last word wasn't a question, but a harsh command.
Right turn!
The men turned, feet shuffling, the shackles making any quick movement difficult. The door at the end of the cell block opened, and de Longueville said,
When I give the order, you will start forward with your left foot, and you will march behind that soldier there.
He pointed to a guardsman with the chevron of a corporal on his helm.
You will follow him in order. Any man who fails to keep his place will be back on the gallows within 1 minute. Are we clear on that?
The men shouted,
Yes, Sergeant de Longueville. March!
The first man in line, Billy Goodwin, moved out, but it was obvious that Vigo and Louis didn't know their left from their right, and it was a ragged group that set out after the corporal. They followed through a long corridor, away from the courtyard where they had endured the false hanging the day before. They climbed a long flight of stairs and were taken into what appeared to be the palace proper. Their chains clanked as they moved quickly, and suddenly Eric was self-conscious, as they were hurried past some court officials who glanced at them and returned to whatever discussion they were having. Eric realized he was still filthy, as were all the other 5 men, though Chopin was only in need of a bath. The rest had soiled their clothing and had infused it with a reek of terror. The bit of cleaning the night before had done nothing to rid the clothing of the stink. Usually untroubled by the smell of honest sweat, a constant companion to a blacksmith, Eric was now repulsed by the stench that intruded on his nose.
In there,
said de Longueville, and Eric realized it was the first time he had spoken in a calm voice in 2 days. They entered a large chamber with 6 steaming tubs of water, each as high as a man. The door was closed, and Eric heard it bolted from outside. Guards came and unlocked the manacles and shackles. Strip off those rags, said the corporal. Vigo started to remove the rope from around his neck, but de Longueville shouted,
Leave that there, swine. You're dead men, and that's to remind you. Strip off the rest.
The men removed their clothing. Eric put his boots in a corner and watched as a serving boy gathered up the ragged, stinking clothing.
You're going to meet someone very important, said de Longueville. We can't have you stinking the place to high heaven. I don't mind, but I'm low-born like you swine and have no tender ways. Others aren't so tolerant. He motioned, and other boys, dressed in the livery of palace squires, carried buckets of soapy water.
Without warning, they lifted the hot, soapy water and poured it over Big O and Billy Goodwin, and then returned to the tubs for more.
"Wash down!"
shouted de Longueville.
"I want you as clean as you've ever been in your life."
The men began to clean away weeks of grime, body filth, and stench. Harsh salves were brought to rub into their hair to rid them of any lice, and Eric thought he'd have no hair left. Yet by the time they were done, he stood shivering but revived. He hadn't felt this clean since the night before he and Rue had killed Stefan. He looked at Rue, who nodded and gave a pale imitation of his former smile. He hugged himself as water dripped off the only thing he wore, the noose around his neck. He had scant body hair, and Eric was astonished how much he looked like a little boy. Clothing was produced, plain gray tunic and trousers, and Eric was allowed to reclaim his boots, as the others with footgear were. Big O and Billy went barefoot. They were lined up and inspected by Robert de Longueville, who said,
"You will be allowed to go without chains for a while. The noise and sight of them might be off-putting to some of the more tender-natured of those we are about to meet. But first you will follow me."
The corporal ordered them to return to line, and they did so, falling in raggedly in the same order they had entered the bathing room. They were marched to a small courtyard, and there brought to a halt. Along the top of the wall, guards with crossbows were stationed, while every fifth man held a longbow.
"Those fellows up there with the big bows are pathfinders," said de Longueville. "They can hit a sparrow at 100 yards. They're up there to keep any of you from becoming inspired during our next little demonstration."
He motioned, and the guard handed him a sword.
"Any one of you scum think they know how to use this?"
The prisoners looked at one another, saying nothing.
"Do you?"
bellowed de Longueville into the face of Luis de Savona.
"I'm a fair hand with the sword, Sergeant," he said softly.
De Longueville reversed the sword and handed it to de Savona.
"And here's the deal. Run me through with this, and you can walk out of the palace a free man."
De Savona looked around, and after a long moment shook his head, throwing the sword to the ground.
"Pick that up!"
raged de Longueville.
"I'll tell you when to put something down. You pick up that sword and run me through with it, or I'll have that man up there,"
he pointed to one of the pathfinders,
"put a cloth-yard shaft through your thick skull. Is that clear?"
De Savona said.
"Either way, am I dead man?"
De Longueville came up to the taller Rhodesian and shouted into his face.
"Do you doubt my word? I said if you killed me, you would be a free man. Are you saying I would lie to you?"
When de Savona said nothing, Robert de Longueville struck him across the face.
"Are you calling me a liar?"
Luis bent, grabbed the sword, and as he came up, he moved forward. Lunging, he abruptly found de Longueville had easily sidestepped the sword, and suddenly he was on his knees, with de Longueville behind him, the noose now pulled tightly around his neck. As he struggled for air, de Longueville said,
"I want you all to listen. Every man you meet from now on is your better. Each of them can take any weapon you have away from you like you were a baby. Each of them has proved himself 100 times over to me, and I will grant any and all of them permission to cut your throat, strangle you, bludgeon you with a club, kick you to death, or whatever else they feel like, if you so much as fart without my permission. Is that clear?"
The men mumbled something, and he yelled,
"I can't hear you!"
De Savona was beginning to turn crimson from lack of air.
"If he dies before I can hear you, you'll all hang."
"Yes, Sergeant de Longueville!"
shouted the men, and de Longueville let go of the noose around de Savona's neck. The Rhodesian lay gasping for breath, and after a moment he got to his feet and staggered into his place in line.
"Remember, every man you meet from now on is your better."
He motioned for the guards to move the men out, and the corporal let them back into the palace. They moved quickly through a long passage, and abruptly they were in what appeared to be a private quarter of the palace. They were led into a good-sized chamber, one far smaller than the grand hall where the court had been conducted, and there they saw the Prince of Crondor, Duke James, the strange woman who had come to see them and who had been at their trial, and other nobles of the court. The woman stood stiffly, as if this was a difficult place for her to be, and she looked from face to face and jerked slightly when she looked at Chopin. Some silent communication seemed to pass between them, and at last she turned to Lord James and the prince and said, "I think they will do as you wish. May I be excused now, sire?" The Prince of Crondor said, "I can only imagine how difficult this was for you, my lady. You have my thanks. You may withdraw." The Duke whispered to the woman a moment, and she nodded and left the hall. De Longueville said,
"Sire, the dead men are here."
The prince said, "What you started was with my father's knowledge and permission, honey. I am still trying to make sense of it all." James said,
Nicky, you've seen what the snakes can do with your own eyes. You were at sea when Arutha agreed to Callus and Blondie's plan. You'd still be at sea if we hadn't sent for you when your father died. Don't doubt for a moment it's necessary.
the prince sat, took off the circlet of office he wore, and studied the prisoners, who waited silently. After studying them for a long moment, he said,
Was all this
really necessary? James said,
It was. Every condemned man would lie to you about his willingness to serve. They'd give up their mothers when the box was being kicked from under their feet. Now, these men are the 6 who could be trusted the most among those condemned to die.
Nicholas looked from face to face and said, I still don't see the need for the charade of the gallows. Certainly, that was cruel beyond reason. Longville said,
Excuse me, sire, but these men are now officially dead. I have made that abundantly clear to them all. They know that we can execute them at whim. They are, to a man, desperate to stay alive.
What about the Keshian? Asked the prince. James answered,
He's something of a special case, but my wife feels he will be needed.
The prince sat back and let out a long sigh. Coming to this office wasn't easy. Borak agonized long hours about who should sit this throne until Prince Patrick is old enough to come take my place and I can return to the sea. That's 3 years of this. I'm a sailor, damn it. I haven't spent more than a month in port in 20 years. This administering... James smiled, the light in his eyes making him look far younger than his years.
You sound like Amos.
The prince shook his head as a faint smile graced his lips. I guess I do. He taught me all there was to know about the sea. He looked at the men. Have they been told yet? Robert de Longueville said,
That's why they're here, sire.
The prince nodded to Lord James, who said,
Each of you men is being given a choice. Listen carefully, so you'll understand what is at stake.
Robert de Longueville said,
By the grace and generosity of His Highness, execution of your sentence has been postponed. You have not been pardoned, nor have you had your sentence commuted. Are you clear on this?
The men glanced at one another, then several nodded. James said,
You men will all die. The only question is, how and when?
Robert de Longueville said,
The kingdom needs something done, and we need desperate men who are willing to do it. To this end, we have pulled you from the brink of death, and we offer you this choice. Any man who is enough at peace in his conscience to face the death goddess can ask, and we will take him from this hall to the gallows and execute him. That ends his worries in this lifetime.
He glanced around the room, and no one said anything, not even the previously pious Bigot.
Good. You are going to be trained for this job that needs to be done, and when we are finished, we are going to sail halfway around the world. And we are going to go places few men of the kingdom have ever gone before and lived to tell about. And while we are going and while we are there, you may bloody well wish you had elected to go to the gallows this afternoon. But if we somehow get through it all and get back to Crondor,
Nicholas said, Your sentences will be reviewed and you will be paroled or pardoned, depending upon whatever recommendation Lord James makes to me.
And that will depend on what recommendation is made by those who lead you, said James. So if you have any hope in you that someday you might again be free, do as you are told.
The prince nodded, and de Longueville said,
Turn around.
The prisoners did as they were commanded, and they were marched out of the hall. Instead of being returned to the prison block, they were taken to a small courtyard where a wagon waited. It was a shallow bed affair with a buckboard, 2 drivers, and 2 benches in back where the men could sit 3 to a side with a guard at the rear. A company of horse soldiers moved in to flank the wagon, and de Longueville shouted,
Get in that wagon!
The men did as commanded, and soldiers quickly chained each prisoner's right ankle to an iron ring under the small seat. De Longueville mounted a horse brought to him by a groom and gave the order for the company to move out. The gates to the courtyard were opened, and as the wagon rolled through, Eric could see they were leaving by a gate that led to a small road. At the far end of the road they could see a private dock, which must be for the palace. They turned away from the dock and moved toward the city itself. They reached a second gate, and guards swung this wide, letting the procession leave the palace grounds. The hooves of the horses beat a loud clang as iron struck paving stone, and the horses snorted to be outside and moving. Eric looked around. It was barely past noon. So much had passed since that first glimpse of sky at dawn. The sun had burned off whatever morning fog and low clouds had gripped the city, and now a glorious fall day was upon them. Warm sunlight caressed his face as cool ocean breezes carried the sound of gulls and the tang of salt. He remembered the stab of pain he had felt when he had thought he would not see the day, and the terror and panic that had gripped him as rough hands had placed him upon the gallows returned. Eric felt a choking sensation in his own chest, and suddenly, without any ability to control it, he began to weep. Rue looked over and nodded, and tears began to run down his face too. But no man in the wagon said anything, soldier or prisoner. After a few minutes, Eric got himself under control, and he sat back, feeling the breeze cool him, and vowing to never again be that afraid.
9. Breakdown.
Eric groaned. He struggled to carry the bag of rocks up the hill, his feet slipping on the treacherous mound of stone. The hill was formed by the rocks being hauled by the 6 prisoners up its unstable side. Reaching the top, Eric paused, took a deep breath as sweat poured down his face, and swung the heavy bag off his shoulder. He upended it, and rocks went cascading down the side of the mound, causing those behind to curse as they were forced to dodge the stones. He knew the guards would allow him a moment to catch his breath before he negotiated his way down the dangerous stone mound to continue this pointless task. He let his vision sweep the vista below. The mound of rocks rose up in the midst of a military camp. He had never seen a soldier's compound, but he guessed this was unlike any other such installation in the world. A huge square, it was surrounded by wooden walls upon which sentries patrolled, as much to ensure no one approached from outside as to keep prisoners inside. A good 300 yards of woodlands had been cleared around all sides, providing that no one could get close enough to the camp to witness what occurred inside. In the midst of the camp were 3 large buildings, also fashioned from logs. 10 large tents, each designed for 6 men, were arrayed along the north wall of the compound. A familiar sound carried through the morning air, and Eric looked toward the southern wall, where stood an armory, leather shop, and cook shed.
Von Dartmoor?
Shouted a guard, and Eric realized he had lapsed into daydream. The next warning would be followed by a fowling blunt, an arrow with a hard ball of lead covered with leather that could break a man's arm if it struck there. Usually it just knocked the hapless target from the peak of the hill, followed by a rough ride down the rocky slope. That would be followed in turn by an equally rocky berating from Robert de Longueville. The sergeant stood a short distance away, watching as the men moved slowly up the rock pile, trying not to dislodge stones onto the men behind. He spoke softly to the corporal, whose name was Foster. They pointed at various men as they struggled to get the rocks up the hill. Rue moved toward Eric, and he puffed mightily as he said, "Only 2 or 3 more trips, I figure." The scrawny boy from Dartmoor had never been one for labor, Eric knew, but over the last week he had managed to keep up with the others. Part of it, Eric knew, was the food. None of them had ever eaten that well in their lives, and while they were roused from sleep at dawn, they turned in early enough so they were sufficiently rested. Eric had felt his old strength return, and if anything, he was even more fit than before. He and Biggo loaded up more than the others because they could carry more, but every man pulled his share of rocks up that slope. Eric made one more transit from the small mounds dumped by the wagon to the growing hill. When he got to the bottom, he saw Robert de Longueville wave him to stand nearby. When all 6 prisoners were finished, standing in ragged line, de Longueville came up to them. "Tired?" he asked, his face set in a friendly smile. The men muttered they were, and he nodded in understanding.
"I bet," he said. "Could be you're as tired as you've ever been in your life?"
The men muttered agreement. He rocked back and forth a little on his feet, then shouted,
"And what do you do when your enemy hits you when you're tired?"
Suddenly Eric was slammed into from behind, his assailant taking him down. A man in black moved away as Eric rolled over on his back, out of breath and heart pounding. The others were likewise on the ground, save Chopin, who danced nimbly away as a black-clad man lay face down in the dirt. De Longueville said,
"Here now, how did you manage that?"
Chopin said, "By never for a moment assuming I'm safe, Sergeant." De Longueville raised his brows, and with eyes wide with respect, nodded.
"That is an attitude I can appreciate."
He moved with almost a saunter as he approached Chopin.
"You would do well," he said to the others, "to follow this man's example.
Without warning, he leveled a flying kick at Chopi's knees, which the Isolani deftly avoided. Suddenly, the Isolani was a blur of motion as he sidestepped the smaller but solid man. He kicked out with his right leg and tattooed de Longueville with a series of kicks to the face and chest. Then he swept with his leg, coming full circle, and took de Longueville's feet out from under him. The men who were still on the ground laughed at the sight of their tormentor humbled, but that laughter turned to silence as 2 guards ran up, pointing crossbows at Chopi, forcing him away from de Longueville. Robert de Longueville sat up, shaking his head, and then jumped to his feet.
Did you think that was funny?
None of the men spoke.
I said, did you think that was funny?
The men shouted,
No, Sergeant.
De Longueville turned and said,
I'll show you something funny.
His voice rose to the near shriek the men had become used to over the last week.
That pile of rocks is in the wrong place.
Eric bit back a groan as he knew what was coming next.
You will take that pile apart and move it over there.
De Longueville pointed to a place where the wagon, now empty, stood.
Then when I have decided exactly where I want the rocks, I'll have you move them again. Is that clear?
Without thought, Eric shouted, Yes, sir.
Now get started.
Eric didn't look to see what the others were doing. He stood, shouldered his sack, and started to the pile of rocks. He reached the edge and bent over to pick up rocks, but de Longueville's voice cut the air.
From the top down, von Darkmoor. I want it moved from the top down.
Eric winced, and without comment started the dangerous climb to the top of the rock pile. Halfway up the slope, Eric heard Billy Goodwin say,
I'd like one good shot at that bastard.
From even farther down the slope, Eric heard Vigo say, With your luck, you'd probably kick him in the heart and break your foot. Eric couldn't help but laugh, and suddenly he realized it was the first laugh he had experienced since Stefan had died. Suddenly his foot slipped, and he half fell, slamming both knees into the rocks. As he winced in pain and regained his feet, he cursed the day he had first seen this camp, a week earlier. 5 miles to the east of Crondor, the wagon he had ridden in had turned south, leaving the heavily traveled road from Crondor to Darkmoor. But it wasn't the main road southeast that headed toward the Vale of Dreams and the border with Kesh. Rather, they had followed an old wagon trail to what looked to Eric to have once been a farming village near a small lake, surrounded on 3 sides by sheltering hills. The Crown had obviously taken over this area, for several guard posts had been erected along the way, and 3 times they had been forced to stop, while Robert de Longueville had shown proper passes. Eric had been curious, for with all the guards riding with them, and the tabards of the prince's own household guard, the guards along the way had still appeared cautious. The other thing that had piqued Eric's interest had been how veteran those soldiers guarding the way to this camp had appeared. All the men had been older, not one smooth cheek in the crew, and many had borne scars. And most wore differing tabards, some the black with the golden eagle of Bastyra, others the golden gull on brown of Cryde. A guard sergeant at the gate had greeted de Longueville by name, many calling him Bobby, but still looked over his pass. Once inside the compound, Eric and the others had their first glimpse of the camp. A dozen men, all wearing black tunics and trousers, had been practicing with bows in a corner of the compound as the wagon had rolled through the gate, and as the large doors were swung shut, Eric caught sight of a dozen more practicing their horsemanship. He had gawked as the wagon had ground to a halt and the prisoners had been unchained. The men had been forced to run from the wagon to stand in front of the main building for over an hour, though at what end Eric had never understood. As he had waited, he had reveled in the simple fact of still being alive. His experience on the gallows had left him alternating between black depression and giddy elation. He had entered the compound in good spirits, which hadn't worn off as he had waited before the nameless building. De Longueville had gone inside for over an hour and had returned with a man who appeared to be some sort of chirurgeon, who had examined all the prisoners and had made several comments on their condition Eric hadn't understood. For the first time in his life, he had some sense of how horses felt when he examined them for fitness. The prisoners had been run through some strange drills and asked to march around. This had brought rude comments and mocking observations from those men in black who were standing around while the prisoners drilled. At the end of the day, they had been ordered to the second large building, the mess. Fully half the tables were unoccupied after the men in black were seated. Young boys in the livery of squires of the prince's court in Crondor raced between the tables, heaping abundance beyond Eric's dreams on them. Breads, hot and slathered with butter, pitchers of cow's milk, cooled by ice brought down by riders from the nearby mountains. Meats, chicken, beef, and pork, surrounded by vegetables of every description, were set down next to platters of cheese and fruit. Eric was suddenly hungry beyond belief. and ate. He lay almost comatose in a tent next to Rue that night. The next morning, training had begun, and they had been ordered to build the mountain. Robert de Longueville had ordered them to pick up seemingly endless piles of rocks and move them half the distance across the compound to build this hill. His reverie was broken by Chopin saying, "I apologize." Eric reached the peak, and as he knelt and started filling the bag with rocks, said, "For what?" "My temper got the best of me. Had I let him knock me down, we would not have to do this over." Eric finished loading up his sack. "Oh, I think he'd have found a reason. You just provided a convenient excuse." Moving carefully down the hill as Chopin took his place at the summit, Eric said, "It was worth it to see him dumped on his brat." "I trust you feel that way tomorrow, friend Eric." Despite aching shoulders and legs and black and blue marks all over his body from the constantly rolling rocks, Eric knew he would. "Get out of there, you dogs!" Eric and Rue were out of their bedding and on their feet before they were fully awake. Corporal Foster looked at the 6 men. Billy Goodwin, Bigot, and Louise were on one side of the large tent, while Eric and Rue were on the other side with Chopin. All 6 stood at what they had come to learn was the approved stance, what the soldiers called "at attention." Head back, eyes forward, hands to either side of them, palms in, feet at an angle together at the heels, each man before the foot of his wood and straw bed. If this morning was like the others, they would be working for an hour or so before the morning meal, when they would be required to sit in silence at a table removed from the 40 or so men who occupied the compound. They had been forbidden to speak to the other men, and those black-clad soldiers had shown no inclination to speak to the prisoners. That they were soldiers was beyond doubt to Eric. They spent long hours drilling, climbing the wooden walls, jumping barricades, riding horseback, practicing with all manner of weapons. Instead of being returned to the rock hill for their 3rd day of moving the rocks to Robert de Longueville's newly chosen location, they were marched before the big building where Eric was now convinced the officers lived. They were told to stand at attention and wait while de Longueville entered the building. A few minutes later, he re-emerged with another man behind. The second man struck Eric as looking somewhat odd, though he couldn't place why. He was slender, blond, and youthful, no more than 20 or 25 years of age, but de Longueville showed obvious deference to him as they spoke.
"These are the last 6,
he said. The blond-haired man nodded, saying nothing.
"I don't like this," de Longueville continued. "We planned for 60 men, not 36.
The other man spoke at last, and there was something strange in his speech. Soft and well-mannered, yet different from what Eric had heard among the nobles and wealthy merchants of Darkmoor and Ravensburg. Eric had heard a lot of foreign accents in his day, but he couldn't place this one.
"Agreed, but conditions force us to make do with what we have. What about these?" "They have promise, Callis, but we've months of training ahead."
"Who are they?" asked the man called Callis. Robert de Longueville moved before Bigot.
"This one's called Bigot. Strong as an ox and almost as intelligent. Quicker than he looks. Calm. Doesn't rattle easily."
He stepped before the next.
"Luis de Savannah. Rhodesian cutthroat. Likes to use a knife. Handy where we're going."
Then he said,
"Billy Goodwin. Looks like a simple lad, but he'd cut your throat for the fun of it. Too mean when angered, but he can be broken."
He came to stand before Eric.
"This is von Darkmoor's bastard. Probably too stupid to live, but he's almost as strong as Bigot, and he'll do as he's told."
Then he was before Rue.
"Rupert Avery. He's a sneaky little rodent, but he's got potential."
He then grabbed Rue's ever-present noose and pulled him forward, almost off balance, as he shouted into his face,
"If I don't kill him first for being so damned ugly!"
Then he let go, and Rue almost fell backwards, overcompensating, as de Longueville stepped before Chopin.
"This is the Kishian I told you about. Could be very useful to us if he can learn to keep his temper. More dangerous than Goodwin. This one doesn't show it when he's getting angry."
Then he turned to the 6 prisoners.
"Do you see this man here?"
asked de Longueville. The prisoner said, "Yes, Sergeant." De Longueville said,
"Be afraid of him. Be very afraid."
He looked from face to face.
"He is not what he seems. He is the Eagle of Crondor, and wise men keep out of sight when he flies above."
Callis indulged himself in a slight smile at the rhetoric, nodded, and said,
"Your men will live or die as the kingdom requires. I will see you dead before I will let you jeopardize the mission we will be upon. Is this understood?"
The men nodded. They had no idea what mission they were to be a part of, but it had been driven home daily that it was vital to the interests of the kingdom, and that each of them would instantly be killed if they appeared in any way to threaten its success. Eric was certain he had never been more convinced of any single fact in his life than he was of this. Callis studied each face, then said, "You have 2 weeks, Bobby."
2 weeks? I was to have 3 more months.
With a hint of distant sadness, Callis said, "Ruthie is dead. Nicholas was not told of his father's plan until the day after hearing of his death. It was a shock. He's not convinced of the wisdom of what we do." He turned and looked at de Longueville. 2 weeks. And any man who isn't reliable, hang him. Without another word, he returned inside the building. De Longueville glanced from face to face one more time, then said, "Be very afraid." The next morning, the hill of rocks was gone. The men in black had been ordered to remove it, and 30 of them had made quick work of the pile. Eric and the others had been taken to another part of the compound by Corporal Foster. He had stood before them and said, "Any of you murdering mother-lovers think you know how to handle a sword?" The men glanced at one another, but no one spoke. They had learned within a few hours of arriving at camp that when Foster or de Longueville asked a question, you had better be absolutely sure of the right answer if you opened your mouth. "I thought so," said Foster. "Easy enough to club a man from behind in an alley, big arm." He grinned without humor. Foster moved down the line. "Or slip a dagger into a man's back when he's drunk in a tavern, Louis?" When he got to Eric, he said, "Or you can just hold him from behind while your little rat-faced sweetheart sticks a knife into his gut." Eric said nothing. De Longueville had a harsh nature and was a tyrant, but didn't seem to find particular pleasure in his work. Corporal Foster seemed to enjoy insulting the prisoners. Billy Goodman had lost his temper with Foster the second day, and had endured the humiliation of being soundly drubbed by the experienced soldier before the entire company in the compound. The men in black had gathered to laugh at the thrashing. 2 soldiers approached, each carrying 3 swords. "Well," said Foster, "these 2 lads and myself are going to attempt to show you a thing or two about using this weapon, so you don't hurt yourself if you happen to find one in your hand some day." Taking out his own sword, he said, "Better men than you have managed to cut off their own foot." The soldiers passed out a blade to each man. Eric held his awkwardly. It was a common kingdom short sword, heavier than the fast rapier, shorter than the broad bastard and great swords used by some fighters. It was, he had been told as a boy, the simplest weapon to train with. "Pay attention," said de Longueville. "Your life will certainly depend on it." So began an intensive week of arms study. For a half-day they stood in the yard, slamming away at one another with wooden practice weapons, until every one of them was covered in black and blue welts. Then, after the midday meal, they were taken to the stable area. "Who's a rider here?" asked de Longueville. Eric and Louis raised their hands. 2 horses were led toward them, and de Longueville said, "Get aboard and let's see what you know." Louis quickly mounted, but Eric walked around his horse and inspected the animal. De Longueville said, "Waiting for him to invite you up, Von Darkmoor?" Ignoring the sarcasm, Eric said, "This animal isn't sound." "What?" asked Robert de Longueville. "He looks sound enough to me." "He's off in the left rear." Eric reached down and ran his hand along the animal's left rear leg, and the gelding obligingly raised his foot. A thick mat of dirt, hay, and dung was packed in the hoof. Eric reached for a pick that hadn't been on his belt for a month and smiled to himself ruefully. Old habits. He looked up. Without a word, one of the 2 grooms handed Eric a hoof pick, and he pulled the mass loose. Even standing a few feet back, de Longueville could smell the stink. Eric held the hoof, inspecting it. "Thrush. That won't make him lame until the hoof rots off, but there's certainly something else here." Eric dug into the frog, and the horse protested and began to pull away. "Hold!" shouted Eric, and gave the horse a backward slap with his hand, more admonishment than any real punishment. Sensing he was being treated by someone who knew what he was doing, the horse quieted, though he obviously wasn't pleased. "Got a rock here, small one, but in there good." Suddenly it popped out, and blood and pus oozed after it. "A couple of days of soaking that hoof a time or 2 in hot salty water should fix him right up. Just needs to be packed with poultice to keep it from festering." He let go of the leg. "Someone's not taking proper care of these horses, Sergeant." De Longueville said, "Someone is going to find himself shipped back to the Shamata garrison at first light tomorrow, if there's one other lame horse in that stable tonight." To one of the grooms he shouted, "Bring another mount." As the horse was led away, de Longueville asked, How did you know? Eric shrugged. It's what I do. I'm a blacksmith. I can see little things most don't notice. De Longueville rubbed his chin as he thought. Then softly he said, Get back in line. While waiting for a fresh mount to be brought, de Longueville said, Let me see you take the yard at a trot, de Savona. Louis moved the horse easily forward, and Eric nodded slightly in approval. The Rhodesian had a good seat and didn't saw at the horse's mouth. He overbalanced a little, and his legs were somewhat out of position, but overall he was a fair rider. The afternoon wore on, with each of the men taking a turn at riding. Rue sat well enough, despite his having little experience, and Chopin seemed to have a natural aptitude, good balance, and a relaxed seat. Bigot and William were both tossed before they made it halfway around the compound, and by the end of the day every man but Eric and Louis was complaining of muscles in his legs he never knew existed now, stretched and beaten. For the first 3 days after meeting Callas, Eric and the other 5 prisoners were put through intensive weapons training as well as at least 2 hours of riding each day. Eric was developing a fair sense of how to use a sword, as was Rue, who used his quickness to good advantage. No one asked, but it was clear that they were being trained for combat, and that their ability to prove something to Robert de Longueville was critical to their future survival. No one spoke of Callas's final instruction to de Longueville that any man found unreliable was to be hung. No one cared to speculate on what would constitute reliability in 2 weeks' time. Each man's strengths and weaknesses began to emerge as the week wore on. Bigot was fine as long as he had clear instructions, but when something unexpected arose, he was indecisive. Rue was daring and took chances, and as often as not received lumps and bruises for his troubles. Billy Goodwin lost his temper in a blind rage, while Chopin lost his temper and became intensely focused, in a fashion that made Eric consider him the most deadly of the company. Louis de Savona was a fair swordsman, though he claimed he excelled with the dagger, and a decent horseman, but his vulnerability was his vanity. He could not say no to any challenge. Chopin was naturally gifted and never repeated a lesson. He sat effortlessly in the saddle and used a sword easily mere hours after having been shown what to do. 5 days after Callas had inspected them, training in the camp changed. The 6 prisoners were ordered out with an equal number of men in black, and a dozen of them were marched to a distant area of the compound, where 2 soldiers waited, wearing the brown and gold tabard of the Duchy of Crydee. On the ground before them lay a host of strange-looking objects, some which appeared to be weapons, others which were incomprehensible. The 2 soldiers, a captain and a sergeant, began a lecture on these alien weapons, quickly demonstrating what each was capable of doing. After that demonstration was over, the men were marched to another area, where a man who appeared to be a priest of Dala began to instruct them in the basics of caring for wounds. By the end of the day, Eric had a firm picture in his mind of one thing. They were going to war. But from the unspoken urgency of each man's instruction this day, they were going into a war with a dearth of preparation. The sound of horses whinnying and greeting brought Eric awake. He rolled from his bunk and moved aside the door flap of the tent. Looking out, he saw a company of Royal Crondorian lancers entering the compound some distance away. He glanced toward the east and saw the sky already lightening. They would be roused from sleep in another hour. He started to return to bed, but something caught his attention. For a moment he stared at it without recognition. Then it struck him. He watched until he was almost sure of what he saw, then moved to Rue's bunk. Kneeling, he shook his friend awake, covering his mouth to keep him from waking the others. In the gloom, he made a motion for his friend to follow him. They crept out of the tent, and then Rue said, "What?" "Miranda. She just rode in with a company of Royal Lancers." "Are you certain?" said Rue. "No, that's why I'm going to get a closer look." Eric turned, and hunkering down so those marching post on the wall wouldn't notice him, moved off. The sentries weren't there to keep Eric and the others inside, he was now certain, but to ensure no one outside got close. The 2 young men circled around to the far side of what Eric had come to think of as the officers' quarters. At least that was where de Longueville retired every night, and where Callas seemed to reside. They ducked along, keeping away from the line of lancers, who sat their horses easily as they turned their mounts around and began riding back toward the gate. Eric glanced at them long enough to realize they weren't heading out again, merely moving away from the command building. Eric had a suspicion, but said nothing to Rue. The 2 of them darted along behind the building and crept under a window. Faint voices carried. Eric motioned for Rue to remain silent and moved to another window. Here he could barely make out the sound of conversation. Need to be gone before the camp rises. Every man here has seen me at least once. It would not do for my presence to be detected. Too many questions. A man's voice. Eric thought it sounded like Callus, answered. I agree. Something urgent must have brought you here. What is it? Nicholas received a warning from the Oracle. She begins her mating with the eldest of her attendants, and the new Oracle will be conceived this summer. Callus was silent a moment, then said, I know as much about the life stone as any living, Miranda, save those who saw it at Serpentwar. I'm not certain I appreciate the significance of what you tell me, though. Miranda laughed, and Eric thought it a sound without humor. It seems that as we embark on this dangerous course, the Oracle of Baal begins a mating, birth, and death cycle that will take the better part of 5 years. In other words, just as we seek to end the danger to the lifestone, the Oracle is going to mate, give birth to her successor, and die. We will be without the Oracle's visions for the next 25 years, until the daughter reaches maturity. Callus said, I know little of the ancients of Baal, save the legends about them. I take it this mating is a surprise to you? Miranda mumbled something Eric couldn't hear, then said, The limit of seeing one's own future, I suppose. A rebirth that limits the Oracle's abilities for a 25-year period, once every 1,000 years, is little more than an inconvenience from that perspective, but it's certainly ill-timed from ours. Is Nicholas thinking of cancelling our plans? Miranda said, I don't know. I can't read him as I could his father. He's so much like him in some ways, yet so different in others. I've only met him twice before, and I have no doubt he would have little trust for me were it not for you and James vouching for me. You've convinced us of your sincerity and commitment to stop the enemy, even if you're damn unbending and revealing much about yourself. He paused a moment. What's the upshot of all of this? Asked Callus. It means we need to move even sooner than we thought. It means you should dismantle this camp starting today and have your ships ready to depart next week. Callus was silent. Then he said, I have 6 men who are not trained, and we're barely half the number we had planned on. I cannot depend on hired mercenaries. Too many good men died last time because I made that mistake. I need... He stopped himself. You know all the arguments. Bobby and I made them to Arutha 3 years ago. If we must go with only 36 men, I will take the next 9 days to evaluate the last 6. I'll hang them myself before I let them become a weak link in the chain we're forming, but I'll at least give them that little bit of time to prove themselves. Miranda's voice rose. I have been through a great deal to select these men, Callus. I think I know each one well. I think you have only 2 who might break, Goodwin and de Savona. The others will do as we need. Might break, he repeated. That's the problem. You think. If I knew they would break, I'd execute them tonight. If I knew they would stand fast, I would leave tomorrow. But if we judge wrong, and if one of them breaks at the wrong time, nothing is certain. There was a dry chuckle, and Callus said, Working with an oracle has given us something of a false illusion of certainty, I'm afraid. If we return to the certainty that nothing is clear before it happens, we might survive this venture. I'm leaving. If you insist on lingering the next 9 days, so be it, but Nicholas is adamant we should move as soon as possible. We've captured 2 agents, and they know we're up to something. Dead? Now they are. Gamina read both men before they died and found out little we didn't already know, but it's clear the snakes are closing in on this facility. You've done well covering your tracks for the last year, but now they know something unusual is happening outside of Condor. The next bunch of spies they send won't be sniffing around the palace. They'll be out here in the woods looking for this encampment. Once they discover it was here, we've taken every precaution. Someone who loaded a wagon of beef will say something in an inn. Someone at the palace will let a list of prisoners be seen while he's out of an office. It will take time, but within a year, not only will the snakes know you're in their way again, they'll have the name of every man with you. Callus was silent, then said something Eric couldn't make out. Suddenly there was a sound of a door opening and closing, and Eric motioned for Rue to follow him in a hurry. They returned the way they went and made it back to their tent. Moving back to their bunks, Eric was silent for a moment as he caught his breath. Then he woke Vigo. Quiet. Wake the others. When Luis, Chopin, and Billy were awake, Eric said, Some time before you were caught, did you run into a woman named Miranda? The 4 looked at one another, and it was Chopin who spoke first. Dark of hair and with intense green eyes? Eric nodded. She spoke to me outside of Shamata, while I was on the road to Krondor. There was something about her that I noticed at once. She has power.
What did she tell you?
Chopin shrugged. We talked of things of little importance. I found her very beautiful and was flattered at the attention, but her interests seemed more abstract than carnal, and I was curious why I sensed she was so much more than she seemed.
Was there anything she said that got you tossed into jail?
Chopin said, Nothing I can remember. The others talked about their encounters. Billy and Louise saying she had used a different name, but it was clear that all 6 men had encountered the woman at some point, less than a month prior to being arrested.
Big O said, That girl gets around if she was talking to you.
He pointed at Chopin.
But she might have the week before running into Eric and Rooney at Dartmoor.
How does she know us? Asked Louise.
Eric said, It has something to do with an oracle who reads the future. We're important in some way, but only if we survive the next 9 days. I don't know why we were saved from the gallows, and I don't know what we might be to these people if we continue to live. But I have no doubt of this.
If Callus thinks we're dangerous to his plans, he'll hang us all before he breaks camp in 9 days. If he thinks we're trustworthy, he'll keep us alive. It's that simple.
Billy said,
It means we've got to work hard. We've been breaking our backs, complained Louise. I mean, work hard at being what they want. Chopin said, Billy is right. He and I must stem our temper. He rose and returned to his own bunk, where he sat back, resting on his elbows. Big O must begin to show he can think for himself.
What of me?
Said Louise, obviously fearful of not being judged trustworthy in 9 days' time. You must put aside your pride. You must stop acting as if every order is an insult and every task beneath you. Your arrogance will get you hung. I am not arrogant, demanded Louise, obviously ready to take offense. Eric saw a fight coming, and thinking quickly to stem it, he said,
There's more.
What? Said Big O. If one of us fails, we all fail.
What?
Said Billy. If one of us is judged unworthy, they're going to hang all 6 of us. Rue looked at Eric a moment, then nodded. We're a team. We live or die as one. Louise glanced around the tent and saw all eyes upon him. I will work on humility. When that little cabrone tells me to shovel dung, I will carefully say, Si, me comandante. How high? Big O grinned.
If there's a stiffer-necked bunch around than you bloody Rhodesians, it's them Tsarani up in Lamut, but not by much.
Looking at Chopin, he said,
I've gotten by for years playing dumb so that folks won't expect much of me. I guess it's a habit now. I'll try to look a little brighter.
Chopin said, And you, Rupert, you must stop trying to be so clever. It will get you killed. You are not as clever as you think, nor are others as stupid.
Eric said, What of me?
Chopin said, I do not know, Eric von Dartmoor. There is nothing you do that is obviously wrong. Yet, there is something I do not know. A hesitancy, perhaps? You need to be more decisive. Further discussion was halted by the arrival of Corporal Foster, and the men leaped up to stand before their beds. The corporal looked around, for obviously something had been occurring just before he arrived, but nothing was obvious. So after a moment he shouted,
All right, outside and fall in, you worms. We don't have all morning.
Foster stood over Billy, screaming insults at him. The prisoner looked as if he was about to leap to his feet and attack the corporal. A man in black stood not 10 feet away, puffing heavily from the exertion of the recently ended combat. They had been dueling, with Billy getting the upper hand, when suddenly Foster had tripped Goodwin. Then, before he could react, the corporal was standing over him as if it were Billy's fault. Then Foster said,
And your mother was a whore.
As he turned away, Billy leaped to his feet. Before he could charge Foster, Eric hit him with a tackle, driving his shoulder into Billy's waist. They went to the ground and rolled, Eric using his strength and weight to keep Billy under him. Suddenly, soldiers were hauling them apart, and Foster was shouting, Here now, what's this about? Eric, blood running from his nose from one of Billy's elbows, said, Keeping him from doing something stupid, Corporal. Foster regarded Eric a moment, then said, Right. Turning to Billy, he said, Going to jump me from behind, you swine? Well, how'd you like to try it from in front? He backed away, pulling his own sword. Let him go. The soldiers obeyed, and Billy stood with his own weapon ready. Then Big O stepped between him and the corporal.
Wouldn't be smart for Billy, would it, Corporal? What with those lads on the wall and limbering their bows and all, would it?
Billy glanced up and saw that a pair of longbowmen had strung their weapons and nocked arrows, and were watching closely. "Stand away, Big-O, you overblown pile of cow dung," commanded Foster. "I'm going to cut a few pieces off this dog meat." Louise came over to stand next to Big-O, with Chopee a step behind. Rue joined them, and Eric shook off the 2 soldiers who held him and joined the other 5.
"What's this? Mutiny?" shouted Foster.
"No," answered Chopee. "Just trying to keep the situation from becoming dangerous."
"I'll have that man hung!"
shouted Foster, as Robert de Longueville approached to see what was occurring. Big-O said, "Then I think you should hang us all." Robert de Longueville said,
"What's this, then? Volunteering to go back to the gibbet?"
Big-O turned and, with an affable smile, said, "Sergeant, if one of us is to be hung for thinking we'd like to murder the good corporal, then you'd better hang us all, because we all think it at least a dozen times a day. And I'd rather you get it over with now than make us work for another week at this soldier drilling. I'm kind of tired of it. With all respect, Sergeant." De Longueville raised his eyebrows in surprise.
"This man speaking for you all?"
They looked from one to another. Then Eric said, "I think that's the way it is, sir." Suddenly, de Longueville was standing nose to nose with Big-O, having to rise up on his toes to accomplish the feat.
"You're not being told to think. What makes you imagine we care what you think? If you're thinking, that means you have too much time on your hands. I can fix that."
Turning to the 2 guards who had held Eric a moment before, he said,
"We need a stable swept. Get these murderous dogs down there and have them pick up everything they find. And I don't want them dirtying perfectly good brooms and pitchforks. They can pick everything up by hand. Now move them out."
The 2 soldiers motioned for the prisoners to fall in and quick marched them out of sight. As they vanished, Foster looked at de Longueville and said, "I think it's starting to work, Bobby." De Longueville scratched his chin as he pondered.
"I don't know. We'll see. But it had better. We're going south short-handed, and I'd hate to have to hang this lot the day before we sail."
Foster said, "If Billy Goodwin didn't cut my throat for calling his mother a whore, she was, but he's touchy about it, then I think he's learning. And the way they stuck up for him." De Longueville nodded.
"Maybe you're right. Well, maybe they're being clever. We'll have to see, won't we?"
Without waiting for an answer, he turned and headed back to the command building. 10. Transition. The alarm sounded. Drums beat as the camp turned out. It had been 3 days since Eric had overheard the discussion in Callus's office, and the 6 prisoners had been training hard, focusing their attentions on doing whatever was necessary to remain alive. Foster became even more of a tyrant, abusing the men at every turn, and de Longueville studied them closely, looking for any sign they might fail to meet his demands. Now a new day began with an unexpected twist. The prisoners moved out of their tent a good half-hour earlier than usual, and saw that the other men who lived in the compound were all hurrying to the command building. As they followed, they were intercepted by a guard, a soldier named Perry of Whitcomb, who said, "Fall in behind me and stay together, no talking." The 6 fell into their usual order, with Big-O at the lead and Chopee at the rear, Billy, Louise, Rue, and Eric in between. They reached the building as the door opened, and Callus and de Longueville emerged. De Longueville held his hand up for silence and said,
"Listen up."
Callus said, "We've been discovered. 2 of our sentries were killed last night." A muttering broke out among the men in black, and de Longueville had to call for quiet again. Callus continued, "You all know what to do. We break camp now." Instantly, the 30 men in black raced to their tents, and the majority of soldiers began hurrying to their assigned places. Foster turned to Perry of Whitcomb and gave instructions. The soldier gestured to the 6 prisoners and said, "You lot come with me." They followed the soldier through the frantic but organized activity, and he led them to a large tent not far from the blacksmith's shop. "Find clothing that fits," he ordered, "and put it on." The 6 entered, and in the gloom saw a pile of common clothing. Eric stripped off his boots and then his tunic and trousers, throwing the ragged gray garments into the corner. He joined the others in rummaging through the pile, picking up tunics and judging their size, casting aside those that were obviously too small. Louise and Billy, as well as Chopee, found clothing quickly, being of more average size. But Rue, because of his diminutive stature, and Big-O and Eric, because of their bulk, took longer to find clothing that fit. Eventually, all 6 stood wearing fresh garments. Eric had found a dark blue tunic with an open collar and long sleeves. A pair of sailor's trousers were the only pair of pants he could find that fit. He gave up trying to push the flared legs into the top of his boots and let them fall outside. Laughter caused Eric to turn, and there he saw Rue with an angry expression. "It's the only one that fits," he said as Billy and Louise made rude observations. The shirt was open to the waist, and a lurid purple color. Making matters worse, the only pair of trousers small enough were a bright crimson. "Then pick one that doesn't fit," said Eric, trying hard not to laugh. Rue peeled off the offending shirt and looked some more, finding a plain white tunic that was only slightly too large. He tucked the voluminous tails of the shirt into his loud red waistband, and Eric nodded.
Now you look only slightly ridiculous, instead of completely ridiculous.
Rue grimaced, then smiled.
Red's my lucky color.
Get out of there,
called Perry, and the prisoners came out of the tent.
Get to the smithy and get aboard the last wagon in line. There will be 2 mounted crossbowmen with you, so don't imagine you'll get a chance to go for a stroll.
He started to move away, then turned and said,
And tuck those nooses out of sight.
The 6 prisoners had grown used to being required to wear the nooses at all times outside their tunics. They had put them back on after changing. Now they tucked them inside so they wouldn't be seen. Spigo had to quickly strip off his tunic and put on the noose, then put the tunic on, as the neck of his shirt was close-fitting. Louis said,
A bit lumpy for high fashion, my friend, but it will do.
Since coming to the compound from the prison, Eric had noticed Louis was vain, in addition to having a temper and being arrogant. But he still found himself liking the Rhodesian knife man. He had shaved off his gray beard, but let his mustache grow, as well as keeping his shoulder-length hair neatly trimmed. Louis was becoming something of a peacock. The clothing he had selected were as fashionable as possible, given the choice. Eric had no doubt Louis was not simply speaking of high fashion in the abstract, but was a man who had dressed for court functions before his temper and violent nature had brought him to low estate. He had said nothing of his past, but once had mentioned having been friends with the son of the Duke of Rhodes. They hurried to the smithy, and Eric noticed with a sense of awe just how fast the forge and other equipment were being carried out of the building. Everywhere they looked, men were hurriedly tearing down all signs of occupation. Newcomers to the camp, workmen from somewhere, probably Crondor, were now starting to tear apart the 3 buildings that dominated the compound. Foster was waiting for them at the smithy and motioned for them to climb into a wagon. 2 guards sat atop the buckboard, and 2 more climbed in after the prisoners, who sat 3 to each side of the wagon as they had when arriving. 2 more guardsmen on horseback moved in behind the wagon, and they set out. Eric glanced around. Rue seemed half excited, half afraid of the significance of what was occurring. Louis watched carefully, as did Bigot. Billy seemed amused, and Chopin was looking off into the distance. Some of the men whom Eric recognized as having been dressed in black were now dressed as were the prisoners, in a variety of clothing ranging from almost ragged to noble's finery. Some rode on horseback and others in wagons, and more than a dozen were leaving the compound by foot. 2 more riders approached, and Eric saw they were Robert de Longueville and Corporal Foster. De Longueville pulled up next to the wagon and said,
All right, listen up. I was talking to Callis about hanging you all this morning, but we couldn't take the time. Nothing spoils my breakfast like a rushed hanging. Callis agrees with me that we can do it later, when we can be more leisurely and do things properly. You men are going to live a few days longer, but don't think we've fallen in love with you. Those 2 lads behind you with the crossbows have orders to shoot any one of you foolish enough to try to get down from this wagon. Understood?
Yes, Sergeant, they all said.
And another thing. Until I tell you, no more of that shouting, Yes, Sergeant. It'll call attention to you. And attention's too much of what we have right now. So keep your mouths shut and do as you're told until we get where we're going.
Without another word, he put heels to his horse and cantered off. Foster followed, only a length behind. Eric looked around and noticed no one else seemed willing to risk a crossbow bolt by saying anything, so he settled down as best he could in the jouncing wagon and tried to relax. Along the road to Crondor, they passed groups of men on foot, many dressed as common mercenaries, farmers, or laborers. Others rode in wagons and kept to themselves. A few passed by on horseback, each appearing oblivious to the others. Other traffic appeared on the road, heading toward the capital of the Western Realm. Farm wagons heavy with late summer crops and the first of the early fall harvest rumbled toward Crondor. Traders, with their goods piled high, and the occasional noble's carriage joined the traffic. There was no roadblock, and Eric and the others moved rapidly down the road leading to the southern gate to the city, the one closest to the palace in which they had all been condemned to die. In the midday light, the palace looked splendid, rising up as it did above the harbor. Towers were aflutter with banners, and the city spread majestically around the ancient hill upon which the first keep of the first Prince of Crondor had been constructed. At the southern gate, guards waved them through, and the wagon started a convoluted course through the city. At last they entered the docks area, near the poor quarter, and Foster suddenly appeared. Without raising his voice, he said, "You lot, get out of that wagon and get into that boat down there." He pointed to a longboat that bobbed on the tide at the bottom of a flight of stone stairs leading down from the quayside. Eric and the others hurried down the stone steps and entered the boat, each being told where to sit by a pair of sailors. As soon as Rue, last to enter, was seated, Foster joined them, and the sailors pushed off. Expertly, the two sailors rowed the longboat toward a ship in the harbor. Eric knew nothing of ships, but this one dwarfed most of those nearby. It had 3 masts rising high into the sky like bare trees, and it was painted a daunting black. Other ships near it were green or red or blue, and there was even one that was a gaudy yellow, making the black ship all the more impressive for its somber appearance. The longboat reached the side of the ship, and Foster said, "Up you go," pointing to a net hung over the side. Eric rose and gripped the netting like a ladder and started to climb. The weight of those below pulling on the net caused him to twist and dip a little, but he made it safely to the rail, where sailors half-hauled him aboard. A man in a strange uniform, blue coat cut high at the waist, white trousers, and a saber hanging from a baldric slung across his shoulder, motioned for Eric to stand away. When the others were aboard, Foster called up, "That lot is to be kept together, Mr. Collins." The man in the strange uniform leaned over the rail and said, "In with the others?" "Yes," answered Foster, as the longboat pulled away. "But in a corner, Mr. Collins." "Aye, aye, Corporal Foster." The man named Collins turned and ordered, "Follow me." He moved down a strange ladder, narrow and steep, into a square hatchway, forward of the mainmast. Eric was the last into the hold, and his eyes took a moment to adjust to the gloom. They entered a cargo hold that had been reconfigured to act as a barracks. Eric saw that 20 triple bunks had been fastened to the bulkheads, 10 to each side of the ship, lengthwise, creating a fairly wide aisle. Between the head of one set of 3 bunks and the foot of the next set, large trunks had been affixed to the deck, in which men were busy stowing gear. Collins motioned for the 6 prisoners to follow him. He led them to the 2 sets of bunks farthest from the other men, set against the starboard bulkhead. Those across the hold on the port side were empty. He motioned for them to occupy the bunks. "This is where you'll sleep. You'll eat on deck unless the weather's too rough, when you'll be eating here. You can store your gear in those 2 trunks." He pointed to the trunk closest to the bulkhead at the aft of the cargo hold, and the one between the 2 sets of bunks they were assigned. Rue said, "We've got no gear." The man said, "You'll call me Mr. Collins, or Sir, when you address me. I'm the second mate on the Trenchard's Revenge. The first mate is Mr. Roper, and the captain is—" "You call him captain, is that clear?" Rue said, "Yes, Mr. Collins, but they didn't give us any gear, sir." "That's not my problem. Your officer will get you what you need, I'm sure. It's a long voyage, and you'll have ample time to get organized. Now stay here until you're sent for." He left. Big O took one of the lower bunks, with Joe P. and Billy Goodwin above him, while Rue, Eric, and Louise took the other bunk, in descending order. "What do we do now?" asked Rue. Big O grinned. "Nothing. I'm for a nap," he added cheerfully. Eric realized that he was also tired, but nervous, waiting to discover what fate held in store for them next. Still, the lulling of the ship as it moved gently on ground swells in the harbor quickly soothed his nerves, and soon he was asleep as well. A clatter from above, and a sense of motion, and Eric sat up, striking his head against the bottom of the bunk above. Wincing at the pain, he almost stepped on Rue as he got down from the middle bunk. A grinding sound from above, and a change in motion, coupled with the shouts of orders from above, and it was clear they were under way. The 6 prisoners stood unsure of what to do, while the 30 men at the other end of the hold seemed amused by their confusion. One of them, a large man nearly Big O's size, said, "Why don't you run up and tell Bobby de Longueville that he's been thoughtless in not telling you we was leaving this soon?" This brought a burst of laughter. Louise said, "Why don't you go ask him if he knows who your father might be? Your mother certainly didn't." The man on the bunk was on his feet and 2 strides on his way toward Louise when Chopin intercepted him. "Now, a moment, my friend," said the Isolani. "You're no friend of mine," countered the large man, now obviously ready to fight with anyone, as he put his hand on Chopin's chest to push him aside. Suddenly the man was on his knees, pain etched on his face as Chopin held his hand in a torturous grip, pulling thumb back and palm reversed so the hand twisted back hard against its own wrist. A gasp of agony was the only sound he made. "I was going to suggest," said Chopin, "that as this is going to be a very long and tedious voyage, it would be in all of our best interests to make peace and try to consider one another's feelings. I'm sure my friend here is more than willing to apologize for impugning your mother, if you'll graciously grant him pardon." Louise was now amused, and with a gesture of removing a non-existent hat, he bowed like a courtier, and said, "Sir, I was a boor and acted rashly and without thought. My behavior shames me. I crave your pardon, sir." The gasping man, whose eyes were now watering so that tears streamed down his face, said, "Granted." It was barely more than a croak of pain. Chopin released his hand, and the man almost fainted from relief. Billy helped him to his feet and escorted him back to his own companions, trying to keep from grinning as he did. The man kept rubbing his hand as if expecting something to be broken, but nothing was. He shook it a few times as Billy returned to his own side of the hold. The hatch above slid aside, and two figures came down, de Longueville and Foster. Foster said, "Listen up." De Longueville stopped about halfway down the companionway so he could look around at all the men. "We're underway, which no doubt you know unless you're unconscious or even more stupid than I thought. We'll be between 90 and 100 days at sea, weather permitting. There's plenty of work to do, and I'll not have you running to fat because you're not sailors. Besides, we may be coming home short-handed." He got a faraway look for a second, as if that meant more than what it sounded like. "So knowing your way around a ship will prove useful. Mr. Collins will come down later with assignments, and you'll do as told, no questions asked. He has as much rank as knight captain in the King's Army, so don't go forgetting that because he looks like a common sailor." He moved down the ladder, walked over to where the 6 prisoners were waiting, and motioned for them to gather around. "I'm only going to tell you this once. Ruthia must love you because the Lady of Luck has seen fit to keep you alive a little longer. I was given 2 weeks to judge if you're fit to live, and as things were going, you were all heading back to the gallows." He glanced from face to face. "But I convinced Callis that I could hang you from the yardarms as easily as I could from the gallows in Crondor, so you've only gained time. The next 3 months are going to be harsh. You'll work a full watch like every man on the ship, and another watch will be given over to some training you haven't had, and those others have." He hiked a thumb over his shoulder to the men at the other end of the hold. Vigo spoke, to everyone's surprise. "Are we to learn why?" "Why what?" asked de Longueville. "Why this great galloping charade, Robert de Longueville? Sergeant Darling, sir. You don't spend the prince's gold and dragoon soldiers from all parts of the kingdom, then go through all this to save murderers and thieves from fair justice. You want something from us, and you're prepared to give us back our lives in exchange. Fair enough, and no questions asked. But men more stupid than me would know that it's better for us to know what's ahead and rest certain in that knowledge than to let imagination stir up horrors that might make us do something rash and foolish. If we get ourselves killed, we're not happy, and you're not happy." De Longueville studied Bigo's face for a moment. Then his face split into a grin. "I liked you better when you were stupid, Bigo." He turned, and as he left, he said, "Stay alive long enough, and I promise you'll find out more than you want to know." As he reached the companionway, he turned again to add, "But for the time being, the trick is to stay alive." He climbed the stairs, Foster as ever behind him, and as the hatchway closed, Vigo said, "Well, that's not really what I wanted to hear." Louis said, "What do you think? Is he trying to scare us?" Chopin said, "No, I think the problem is he's trying very hard not to scare us." Eric returned to his bunk, and with a cold feeling inside, he knew that Chopin was right. Days passed. The first day they had been allowed up on deck, Eric saw another ship traveling a short distance away. A sailor had told him that it was the Freeport Ranger, another ship under Callis's command. Eric said he had thought all kingdom ships were called Royal this or that, and the sailor merely nodded, then went back to work. Eric didn't care much for the work, but it was outside, and the weather was clement, despite its being early fall. Rue hated being a sailor, having some trouble with the heights, but he had the agility to get around in the yards that Bigo and Eric lacked. Louise and Billy were steady hands, and Chopin took to the tasks put before him with the same easy grace he had shown in the camp. After 2 weeks, Eric had gotten his sea legs and calluses on his feet. He had put his riding boots away because they were dangerous on a ship, and the salt water was bad for the leather. Only officers wore boots, for they never had to climb the rigging. Eric and the other men below went barefoot like the sailors, and were learning the sailor's craft in a hurry. A landlubber of the worst sort, he was no longer confused by such terms as running out a sheet or securing a yard. As in the camp, the hard work was accompanied by good food, a fact remarked upon by more than one sailor. That they were eating better than was the norm was not lost on Eric, and he joked that they were being treated like prize horses being readied for a competition among nobles. He decided not to mention that such competitions frequently ended with an animal down with a broken leg, or a rider thrown to serious injury or death. Even Rue, adverse to hard work his entire young life, was showing the effects of the hard regime and good food. There was wiry muscle on his scrawny frame, and he moved with a self-assurance Eric had never seen before. Rue had always laughed as a child, but there was a mean, dangerous edge to him, and his humor had often been cruel. Now he seemed more involved with the moment, as if it was slowly dawning on him what life was, as opposed to the mind-numbing fear that death was only a moment away. Eric sensed something had changed in Rue, but he couldn't rightly say what that change was. Chopin observed that whatever awaited them, de Longueville wanted them fit and ready. Each day was an equal mix of hard work and battle training. The second day out, Chopin had gone up on deck during his off-watch to practice a series of controlled movements that looked like nothing as much as a dance to Eric. Graceful and flowing, they still held a sense of menace, as if to quicken the action would turn graceful motions into killing blows. After he finished and returned below decks, Louis said, "What was that you were doing up there, Keshin?" "Isolani," corrected Chopin. Then, as he swung into his bunk, he said, "It is called kata, and it is the heart of the arts I practice. It is a sense of movement, and it taps the power around you to give you balance and ease at the moment you need to draw upon that power." Eric sat up in his own bunk. "Is that the trick you used to disarm the soldier?" "It is, sad to admit, the same, but it is not a trick. It is an ancient art form, and it can be used to harmonize the self with the universe, as well as for self-defense." Bigot said, "If you could show me how to kick de Longueville around the way you did, I'd be interested in learning." "That would be an abuse of the art," said Chopin. "But should you wish to practice with me, you are welcome. Kata will relax you, calm you, and refresh you." Billy said, "Sure, you look so relaxed and calm when you kicked de Longueville." Louis grinned. "Ah, but it was refreshing." They all laughed. Suddenly Eric was visited with an unexpected and extraordinary affection for these men. Murderers all, the dregs of kingdom society, yet in each he sensed something that made him feel kinship. He had never experienced such a feeling before, and it troubled him as much as it felt natural. Lying back on his bunk, he pondered this odd turmoil. By the end of the next week, Eric and the others had joined Louis in taking lessons in kata from Chopin. For an hour after their watch, the six would stand in a relatively clear area of the deck, between the main hatch and the foremast, and follow his lead. Eric found the admonitions to think of a spot of light, or a soft breeze, or some other relaxing image while he moved vigorously through a long series of classic Isolani movements silly at first. After a time, he sensed the calm that would come with accepting Chopin's advice. Despite the long, hard hours of work, the additional exercise didn't tire, it refreshed, and Eric had never slept better in his life. A sailor, Lemutian, whose father had been a Tsurani warrior, asked to join as well. He claimed that much of what Chopin taught was similar to what his father had shown him as a child, part of the heritage of the Tsurani way of the warrior. After the group had been practicing for a week, the large man whom Chopin had humbled came over to watch. After a few minutes he said, "Can you show me how to do that thing with the thumb?" Chopin said, "It is but a part of this. You will learn many things." The man nodded, then stood next to Eric. Chopin nodded to Eric, who said, "Put your feet like so." He showed him. "Now, balance your weight so it is neither too far forward nor too far back, but just in the middle, even on both feet." The man nodded. "My name is Jerome Handy," he said. "Eric von Bachmore." Chopin demonstrated the 4 moves they would practice and slowly led the men through the series. Then, instructing them to try it again, he moved quickly among them, correcting position and balance. From the quarterdeck, Foster and de Longueville stood watching. Foster said, "What do you make of that?" De Longueville shrugged. "Hard to say, Charlie. It could be something just to kill the time, or it could be something that saved some lives. That Keshian could just as easily have killed me as embarrassed me with those kicks. He pulled them despite the fact he was mad at me." He was silent for a while, then said, "Let it be known that I won't mind if the others follow Handy's lead. It's about time our last 6 birds joined the rest of our flock." Slowly, over the next few days, more and more of the other 30 men joined the group, until at the end of the 3rd week, all were practicing kata under Chopin's supervision. "You're all prisoners?" asked Louis, incredulity on his face. "Yeah, man," said an ebony-skinned man from the Vale of Dreams named Jado Shati. "Each man here took the fall in Bobby de Longueville's little drama. Each of us looked the death goddess in the eye, or at least thought we were going to." He grinned, and Eric found himself smiling in return. The man's smile had that impact, as if all the sunlight and happiness reflected off teeth made brilliant white by the contrast with his dark skin, the blackest Eric had ever seen. In the short time he had known Giotto, Eric had discovered he had the ability to find some humor in almost any situation. He also had a way of putting things so that Eric almost always ended up laughing. Rue threw up his hands. Then why were you such a bloody bunch of bastards when we first came to camp? They were all sitting around in the hold barracks. Over the last few days, after practicing with Chopin, the men had begun speaking with one another, and the barrier between the 6 men Eric had come to think of as us and the other 30 he thought of as them had started to weaken. Giotto spoke with a patois common to the Vale, a no-man's land claimed at various times by the empire of Great Kesh and the kingdom, where languages, blood, and loyalties tended to be mixed. It was a musical sound, softer than the harsher king's tongue, but not as guttural as High Keshian. Man, that was the drill, don't you know? Each time a new group came, we were to give them bloody hell. Bobby's orders. Not until he knew he wasn't going to have to hang us did he treat us better than dirt on the sole of his boot, don't you see? Then we got to take off the damn ropes, man. Then we began to think we might live a bit longer. Jerome Handy sat across from Eric, the biggest man in the group after Big O, and broader across the shoulders.
Giotto and me were among the first 6. 4 of our mates died. 2 tried to go over the walls, and those pathfinders picked them off with their long bows like quails on the wing.
He made a flying motion with his 2 hands, as if throwing shadow puppets on the wall, and made a funny flapping sound with his mouth. Then suddenly he turned his hands over and made a sign of a wounded bird falling. Eric had delighted in discovering that as rough and intimidating as Handy could be, he also could be very amusing, given anything remotely like an audience. One lost his temper and died in a sword drill. The other... He glanced at Giotto. That was bad, man. Roger was his name, supplied the Valeman. Right, Roger. He was hung when he killed a guard trying to escape. How long ago was that? Asked Eric. More than a year, man, said Giotto. He ran a hand over his bald pate, which he kept free of hair by dry shaving with a blade every morning. While most of it was naturally hairless, the little fringe around the ears was persistent enough that Eric winced each time he saw the man give himself a trim. A year? Asked Billy Goodwin. You've been at that camp a year? Giotto grinned. Man, consider the alternative, don't you see? He laughed, a deep-throated version of a child's delight. The food was sumptuous, and the company... He cast a mock baleful look at Jerome. Diverting, if nothing else. And the longer we were there... What? Asked Rue. It was Big O who answered. The longer they weren't headed toward wherever it is the Longville and the Eagle are taking us. Exactly. You've been playing soldier for a year, then? Asked Louise. No, and I don't call it playing when men die, said a man named Peter Bly. Jerome nodded. 330 are what's left of 78 who were put through the false hanging over the last year and a bit. Chopin said, Then this would explain why Corporal Foster and... What is Robert de Longueville's real rank? When first I saw him, I took him for a noble. Does anyone know? Jerome shook his head. Sergeant is all I've ever heard, but I've seen him give orders to a knight captain of the King's Own. He's the second in command, after the elf. Elf? Said Eric. Louise said, What some of the older guards call the Eagle. It's no joke. They call him that, but there's no disrespect in it. But they say he's not human. He does look a little odd, said Rue. Jerome laughed, and Giotto said, Look who's talking about looking odd. All the gathered men laughed, and Rue flushed with embarrassment, waving off the remark. I mean, he doesn't look like the rest of us. No one looks like the rest of us, said Chopin. We know what you mean, said another man whose name Eric didn't know. Giotto said, I've never been to the West, though my father fought there against the Tyranny in the Rift War. Man, that was some fighting to hear the old man talk. He saw some elves at the battle in the valley and the Grey Towers, when the elves and the dwarves betrayed the treaty. He said the elves are tall and fair, though their hair and eyes are much like yours, from brown to yellow, don't you know? Yet he said there is something uncommon about them, and they carry themselves with a different grace, as if dancing while the rest of us walk, is what he said to me. Chopin said, The man called Eagle is that. He is one I'd not wish to face. You, said Eric. You've taken swords out of armed men's hands. I would have thought you were afraid of no one. I have taken the sword from an armed man's hands, Eric, but I never claimed I was fearless when I did so. His expression became reflective.
There is something very dangerous in the man called Callis.
He's stronger than he looks, said Jerome, with a frank look of embarrassment. Early on in the training, before he left everything to Bobby de Longueville, that's when I thought to bully him, and he knocked me down so hard I thought he'd broken my skull. Too thick, man, much too thick, said Giotto, and the others laughed. No, I mean it. I pride myself on taking a blow with the best, but I've never felt anything like it, and I was certainly surprised. He looked at Chopin. As surprised as I was when you twisted my thumb that time. Same thing. I moved, and suddenly I was on my back, and my head was ringing like a temple gong. Giotto said, You never saw the blow, man. And neither did I, truth to tell. Callis is fast.
He's not human,
said another, and there was general agreement. A warning creak on the companionway stairs had the men scrambling for their bunks before Corporal Foster was through the hatch. As he touched the boot to deck, he shouted, Lights out, ladies! Say goodnight to your sweethearts and get your rest. You've a full day tomorrow. Before Eric could get completely under the woolen blanket, the lantern was doused, and the hold plunged into gloom. He lay back and thought what it must have been like to live in that camp for a year, to see men you didn't know come in and see them die. Suddenly something Chopin had started to say registered. Eric whispered, Chopin? What? What were you about to say about something explaining why Foster and de Longueville were doing something or whatever when you asked about de Longueville's rank? I was going to say that having so many men fail, even after the testing before and during their trials, even after having the woman read minds, explains why they are so worried about the 6 of us. What do you mean? More than half the men saved from the gallows died before we got to the camp. By rights, 3 or 4 of us, you, me, Rue, Billy, Big O, and Luis, we shouldn't be on this ship. We should be dead. De Longueville's taking a chance. Even after all of this, we still might fail. Eric said, Oh, I see. He lay back, and sleep was a long time coming, as he thought, Fail at what? 11. Passage. Eric yawned. While things were never dull on Trenchard's Revenge, there were moments of boredom, and this was one. He had finished his exercises with the other men, who formed what he now understood was Robert de Longueville's hand-picked band of desperate men. Evening chow was over, and he felt like some fresh air. While the others were lounging in their bunks below decks, Eric waited by the forerail, overlooking the bowsprit, listening to the sounds of the sea as the ship sped through the night. The deck officer called out the hour's orders, and the lookout above answered that all was clear. Eric smiled at that. How the man knew all was clear was beyond him, unless he had some magic device allowing his mortal eyes to pierce the darkness. What he meant, thought Eric, was he couldn't see anything. Yet that wasn't entirely true. There was a sea of stars above, with a little moon just rising in the east, and the middle and large moons not due to rise until just before morning. The familiar pattern of the stars above gave silver highlights to the water below. A half-mile to starboard, the Freeport Ranger was holding a parallel course, her presence marked by lights upon her bow, stern, and masthead. Any other ship in the night should be running under lights as well, so if they were near, they'd stand out like a beacon. Fascinating. Eric turned, stumbled that he hadn't heard him. Callis stood a few feet away, gazing. I've been on ships any number of times, and when the moons are down, the stars are like this. It still makes me pause to watch and watch. Eric didn't know what to say. This man had spoken to them so rarely, most of the men below were in awe of him, and de Longueville seemed to take great pains to keep them in awe of him. Giotto and Jerome's narrative about him helped further that course. Eric said, I was just... Stay, said Callis, coming to the rail next to Eric. Bobby and Charlie are playing cards, and I thought I'd get some air. I see I'm not the only one feeling the need. Eric shrugged. It gets close down below sometimes. And sometimes a man likes to be alone with his own thoughts. Isn't that true, Eric? Sometimes, said Eric. Not knowing why, he said, But I don't dwell much on things. It's not my way. Rue, now, he worries enough for a whole family, but... But what? Maybe it was my mother, said Eric, suddenly missing her. She was always worried about this or that, and, well, I never really had much on my mind most of the time. No ambitions. Just to earn a forge of my own someday. Callis nodded, the gesture half seen in the dim light of the nearby lantern. A respectable goal. What have you? Eric was suddenly embarrassed at his own presumption, but Callus smiled. My goals? He turned and leaned upon the rail, both elbows resting on it as he gazed into the darkness. It would be hard to explain. Eric said, I wasn't trying to pry. Sir? Callus said, Stop calling me Captain, Eric. Bobby's our sergeant, and Charlie's the corporal, and you're part of the Crimson Eagles, the most feared mercenary band in our homeland. Sir? Said Eric. I don't understand. Callus said, You will, soon enough. Looking at the horizon, he said, We'll be there shortly. Where, sir? Captain? Sorcerer's Isle. I need to speak to an old friend. Eric stood silently, uncertain what to do or say next, until Callus relieved him of that burden. Why don't you go below and join your companions? He suggested. Yes, Captain, said Eric, and started to move, but stopped. Captain, should I salute you or something? With a strange smile, what Owen Greylock called ironic, Eric thought, Callus said, We're mercenaries, not the bloody army, Eric. Eric nodded and turned away. Shortly he was back in his bunk. While Jaddo regaled the others with tales of women he had known and battles he had single-handedly won, Eric lay half listening, half wondering just what Callus had meant. Captain! Eric paused as he secured a line. The sound of the lookout's voice had carried a troubling note with it. What do you see? Came the captain's reply. Something dead ahead, sir. Lights or lightning, I don't rightly know. Eric quickly made the line fast and turned to look ahead. It was near dusk, but the sun off the port bow made it hard to see anything. He squinted against the sunset glare, then saw it, a faint flash of silver. Rue came to stand next to his friend. What is it? Lightning, I think, said Eric. Great, a storm at sea, said Rue. It had been pleasant sailing for almost a month as they had fought a tacking course out of Crondor toward their destination. One of the sailors had said that had they been heading the other way, they could have made the trip in 1/3 the time. You boys got nothing to do? Came a familiar voice from behind them, and Eric and Rue were back up the rigging before Corporal Foster could inform Mr. Collins that they needed to be assigned more work. Reaching the top yard on the mainmast, they began securing lines that really didn't need securing. They wanted to look at the coming storm. As the sun lowered beyond the horizon, there were no clouds ahead, but they could clearly see arcs of incredible brightness. What is that? Asked Rue. Nothing good, said Eric, as he started making his way back down toward the deck. Where are you going? To report to Mr. Collins I've secured the lines and to get orders. No sense staring at whatever's ahead, Rue. We'll get there soon enough. Rue hung back, watching as the bright arcs reappeared against the darkening sky, silver bolts that arched into the heavens. He imagined they carried thunderous booms or sizzling discharges, but from this distance they were silent. He felt chilled, yet the evening air was warm. He glanced down and saw that half the crew was straining to see what was ahead. He lingered a moment, then headed down after his friend. Throughout the night they drew closer to Sorcerer's Isle. Near dawn, the first of the cracking sounds that accompanied the energy displays could be heard. By the time the day watch was to be roused, no man on the ship was asleep. Word of their destination had circulated through the crew, though Eric had told no one what Callus had told him. Sorcerer's Isle, home to the legendary Black Sorcerer. Some called him Makros, while others said his name was Tsurani One, and still others said he was the king of dark magic. No one knew the truth, Eric decided, but everyone who spoke knew of someone who knew someone who had talked to another who had barely survived a visit to the island. Terrible stories of mayhem and horror so vile that death was the least of them were passed around between sundown and dawn, so by the time Eric and his companions came up on deck, the mood of the ship was fearful. Eric almost exclaimed at the sight that greeted him. An island lay off the starboard bow, large enough that it would take hours to sail around, and dominated by a high wall of cliffs. Atop the highest point of that cliff face, a black castle, a malignant-looking thing of 4 towers and stone walls, rose high against the sky. It sat atop a massive stone chimney, an up-thrust finger of land, separated from the rest of the island by tidal action, which had cut a cleft as impassable as any moat. A drawbridge could be lowered to cross the cleft, but it was presently raised. The castle was the source of the terrible arcs of energy, silver flashes that rose high into the sky, vanishing in the clouds, accompanied by a sizzling whine that hurt the ears. Blue lights shone from a high tower window overlooking the ocean, and Eric thought he detected movement upon the walls.
Von Darkmoor.
Robert de Longueville's voice brought the young smith out of his reverie.
Sergeant,
said Eric.
you, Biggo, Jado, and Jerome will come with Callis and me. Get the longboat over the side.
Eric and the others named, aided by 4 experienced sailors, got the longboat off the davits and over the side in quick order. Callis came up on deck and, without a word to anyone, scampered down the ladder to the boat. De Longueville and 2 sailors came next. Then Eric led the designated prisoners. As Eric reached the rail, he was handed a sword and scabbard and a shield by Corporal Foster. He slung the baldric over his shoulder, secured the shield to his back, and went down the ladder. This was the first time he had been handed a weapon when it wasn't a training exercise, and it made him nervous. The boat pushed away from the ship and headed toward a small beach that swept away from the rocky pinnacle upon which the castle rested. The sailors were experienced, and Eric and Biggo were strong, so the boat made quick time getting into shore. When they landed, Callis said,
Keep alert. You never know what to expect here.
Robert de Longueville nodded, a wry smile on his face.
That's the God's awful truth.
Suddenly, a figure reared up out of the bushes near the top of an overlooking ridge beside a small path that led up from the beach. The creature was easily 10 or 11 feet tall, clothed in black and waving long arms within huge sleeves. A spectral voice issued from within a giant cowl, hiding the creature's face.
Despair! All who trespass upon the Black One's island are doomed. Flee now, or be destroyed in agony.
Eric felt the hairs rise on his neck and arms. Biggo made a sign warding off evil, while Jado and Jerome both drew their swords and crouched low. Callis stood motionless, while Robert de Longueville pointed a thumb at the creature with a backwards wave of his hand.
I think he means it,
he said with a grin. Facing the advancing creature, de Longueville said,
Why don't you come on down here, me darling, and I'll give you a big wet kiss?
Eric's eyebrows shot up, and Callis smiled at his friend. The creature tilted, as if the brashness of de Longueville's words caused it to lose its balance. Then Eric was astonished to see it collapse. He saw long wooden sticks fall within the hooded robe, and a small man emerged from inside the folds of black cloth. He was a bandy-legged fellow, obviously an Isolani from his appearance, and he wore a tattered robe of orange cloth, slashed at the knees and sleeves. "Bobby," he said. Then his face split in a grin, and he let out a yelp of pure joy. "Callis!" He raced down to the sand and almost leaped into de Longueville's arms. Eric thought the 2 men daft as they slapped each other on the back. Callis embraced the little man.
That's quite a show you have going there, Nacor.
The little man's face split into a grin, and suddenly Eric realized that he was standing with his sword drawn, while his heart was still beating rapidly. He glanced around and saw the others were also holding their weapons ready. The man called Nacor said, "Had some trouble with some Quagan pirates a few years back. That little blue light didn't scare them away, so I added those lightning bolts. Impressive, I think," he added with a self-congratulatory note. "It starts whenever someone gets close enough to see the island on the horizon. But when you kept sailing toward us, I thought I had better come down here and scare you away." He pointed to the fallen contraption of robe and sticks.
"The Black Sorcerer?" said Robert.
"For the time being," answered Nacor with a grin. He glanced at the 4 guards and said, "Tell your men I won't hurt them." Callis turned and, with a wave of his hand, said,
"Put your weapons away. He's an old friend." "Where's Pug?" asked de Longueville.
"Gone," said Nacor with a shrug. "Left about 3 years ago. Said he'd be back one of these days."
"Do you know where he went?" asked Callis. "It's very important."
Nacor shrugged. "It's always important with Pug. That's why he left, I think. All the trouble's done so."
"You know?"
said Callis. Nacor grinned. "Some. You can tell me the rest. You want something hot to eat?" Callis motioned yes, and Nacor waved for them to follow. Callis told the 2 sailors,
"Take the boat back to the ship and tell the captain he's to do as I instructed, and have him send word to the ranger as well."
To Eric and the other 3 guards he said,
"Follow along and don't be alarmed by anything you see. There are some very odd-looking creatures about, but none will offer you harm."
The little man named Nacor led Callis and de Longueville up the path. Eric and the others followed behind. They reached the crest of the ridge, but rather than follow the path toward the castle, they paused. Nacor closed his eyes and waved his hand in the air, and the lightning suddenly stopped. He put his hand to his forehead a moment, then said,
Shutting that off gives me a headache.
Then he turned and led them all down another path that led into what appeared to be a very small valley overgrown by a thick forest. Then suddenly the forest vanished, and Eric almost tripped, he was so startled. Instead of thick woodlands, he was now staring at a pasture that stretched away for nearly a mile. In the middle of it sat a large, sprawling estate, a low white house with a red tile roof, and several outbuildings, all surrounded by a low stone wall. In distant fields, Eric could make out horses and cattle, and what might be deer or elk. Around the estate, figures moved, but they didn't appear to be entirely human. But, keeping in mind Callus's instructions, he decided to trust his leader and follow orders. They reached the small yard before the main house, and Nacor opened the gate in the low stone wall. They entered, and from the door of the house a creature appeared. Eric glanced at Jaddo, Jerome, and Bigo, and judging by their expressions, all were as astonished as he. The creature was tall, man-size, and had blue-tinged skin, large ears, and a bony, heavy forehead. It smiled, revealing an impressive array of teeth. Its eyes were black and yellow. Eric wasn't sure, but the creature resembled every description of a goblin Eric had ever heard. But it was dressed in the height of court fashion, a tight-fitting blue jacket cut at the waist, over a loose, billowing-sleeved white shirt, tucked into a wide waistband of black silk. Tight gray hose and ankle-high boots finished the ensemble, and the creature looked like nothing so much as one of Prince Nicholas's court dandies.
"Refreshments are served," said the creature.
Gathis,
Callus greeted it.
"Master Callus,"
replied Gathis.
"it's so nice to see you again. It has been too long between visits. And Master Robert, good to see you as well."
Callus said,
did Pug leave you in charge, Nacor?
with a squint-eyed grin, the little man said,
"No, Gathis runs everything. I'm still just a guest."
Callus shook his head.
Guest? For what, 20 years now?
Nacor shrugged.
"Lots of things to discuss, lots of things to study. Let those fools in Stardark become constipated with their rules and vows of secrecy and orders and the rest of that foolishness."
He made a chopping motion with his hand.
"This is where the real learning is taking place."
Callus said,
No doubt.
Gathis said,
I'll see to your guards, sir.
Callus and Robert went inside, followed by Nacor. The creature turned to Eric and the others and said,
You men follow me.
He led them around the building, and Eric was surprised to discover that it was larger than he had first suspected, as they had walked down the path from the ridge above. The building was essentially a large square, with entrances in all four walls. Through one they passed, Eric could see that the building was also hollow in the center. A large fountain at the heart of a garden glimpsed briefly as they walked past. Behind the building, a pair of very odd-looking men, black as soot and with eyes of red, hurried by, and as the four guards turned to gawk, Gathis said, Come along, please. He led them to the door of a large outbuilding and motioned for them to follow him inside.
You'll see many beings here you might count strange or fearsome, but none will offer you harm.
That was again reassuring to hear, because within the building they found what could only be called, in Eric's judgment, a demon. Jaddo had his sword half out of his scabbard when the creature turned and struck him across the knuckles with a long wooden spoon.
Put that away,
it said with a deep, rumbling growl. Jaddo let out a yelp and released the sword hilt, letting the sword slide back into its scabbard. "A hurt!" he exclaimed, while sucking on his bruised knuckles.
Don't talk with your mouth full,
admonished the creature, motioning for the four guards to sit at a table. Eric paused and realized he was in a kitchen. The demon was a red creature, about as big as Jerome, looking as if its skin was 2 or 3 sizes too large. It seemed to droop around the creature's body in folds and creases, and to be thick, like hide. A large head without hair was dominated by 2 horns, which rose in front of fan-like ears to arch back to points just behind the head. It appeared to be nude, save for the large white apron it wore. Pulling a big bowl of fruit from a shelf, it placed it upon the table and said,
I'll have soup in a minute.
Gathis said,
Alika will care for your needs and send someone with you to show you where you'll sleep.
As the cook crossed to the other side of the room, Gathis lowered his voice.
She's very sensitive, so say something nice about her cooking.
Then he hurried off.
Bigo said, She?
in low tones. Jaddo grinned and shrugged, taking a large pear from the platter and biting deep into it. He closed his eyes as juice dripped down his chin and made a satisfied sound. Now Eric noticed the smells. Suddenly he was ravenous as hot spices filled the air, and he remembered what food not cooked aboard ship tasted like. He took an apple and bit into it, finding it crisp and sweet and savoring the taste. Then Alika was back with a large platter of bread and cheese. Placing them on the table, she turned away. Eric hesitated briefly before he said, "Thank you." The creature paused and rumbled, "You're welcome." Soon the four men were eating as well as they had back in camp, with far more leisure, as the cook produced a thick soup of creamed vegetables with spices, a full roast chicken for each man, and steaming greens piled high, buttered and spiced. Ale, cold and foaming in pewter mugs, was placed at each man's elbow, and Eric hadn't recalled drinking anything quite so thirst-quenching. Between mouthfuls, Biggo said, "I don't think I would have believed any man who told me of this place and these creatures." Jaddo said, "Man, it's far easier to imagine evil spirits and black sorcery than this." "And do you say the creature could cook?" he mimicked, someone questioning him. "Yeah, man, she cooked better than me own mother." The others laughed. Jerome said, "I wonder why we came here." "Wandering's not good for the health," said Jaddo. Jerome said, "One thing we learned in camp. You follow orders, you stay alive. Don't volunteer, don't cause trouble. Each day after the gallows is a gift." Eric nodded. He still had trouble not wincing when he remembered that fall with the rope around his neck. The sour taste of fear in his stomach was one he wished never to repeat. The cook came back with more bread, and Biggo said, "Alika." The cook paused. "Yes?" What are you?" The creature fixed Biggo with a narrow gaze, as if weighing the nature of the question. Then she replied, "A student. I work for my instruction." "No, I mean, where are you from?" "Targary." "I've never heard of Targary," said Jaddo. "It is far away," she said, turning back to her work. They ate in silence after that. When they finished, a young girl, no more than 10 or 11 by her appearance, but with gray hair and maroon eyes, escorted them to a room. In a voice tinged with alien nuances, she said, "Sleep here. Water there." She pointed at a basin and pitcher. "Relieve yourself outside," she said, making a general down the hall and out the door gesture. "You need, you call. I come." She bowed and departed. Biggo said, "I swear the child's feet weren't touching the ground." Eric removed his baldric and sat on the nearest bed, a thickly padded feather mattress with 2 pillows and a heavy comforter against the chill. "I am through with being amazed." He lay down with an exaggerated stretch. "This is the first bed I've been in." He stopped and grinned at his friends. "This is the first bed I've been in." Biggo laughed. "You've never slept in a bed?" "With my mother when I was a baby, I guess, but I've been sleeping in the hayloft as long as I can recall. Then prison, the camp, and the ship." "Well, enjoy, Eric von Darkmoor," said Jerome as he lay down on his bunk. "I plan on sleeping until someone makes me get up to work." With that, he closed his eyes and raised his arm to cover his face. "Man, that is a fine notion," said Jaddo. Eric and Biggo followed suit, and soon the room was silent, save for the sounds of heavy breathing and snoring. Eric awoke to the sound of voices. Sitting up, he was disoriented for a moment, then remembered where he was. The voices were coming through a window, one that looked out upon the garden. The familiar voice of Robert de Longueville carried through the night as he and someone else approached. "Never seen him like this before." "He has a great deal on his mind," said another. Eric recognized the speaker as being their host, Nacor. "He took that last mission hard. We've had setbacks before, but nothing like that. If he hadn't carried me half the way, I'd have died on the banks of the Vedra River. Of the 2,000 of us who went, only 60 returned." "I had heard it was difficult." "Whatever you heard, it was worse." Eric felt awkward. He didn't think it was proper to eavesdrop, but this was the room he had been assigned, and Nacor and Robert weren't taking pains not to be overheard. "I hear this and I hear that," said Nacor, and Eric could tell they had stopped moving. "It was the biggest battle so far. Callus put us in with Haji's Red Hawks and a half-dozen other companies that usually work out of the Eastlands. We joined up with the other defenders at Kismahar, a town between Hamsa and Kilbar. Ran into the Westland army skirmishes as we beat them back.
Then their leading elements rolled through us and drove to the gates of the city. We fortified the garrison and beat back 3 assaults on the walls, and we sallied a few times, burning their baggage train and causing them a great deal of pain. Then the second wave of Westland infantry showed up, and we were surrounded. 265 days of siege, Nakor. And those damn magicians. Nothing like those Tsarani during the Rift War was supposed to have done, but enough to make a man hate all magic. The King of Hamsa's magicians barely kept us free of most of the worst, the lightning, fires, the freezing spells. For they couldn't protect us from the rest, and it was almost as bad. Flies and mosquitoes and clouds appearing out of nowhere. Every barrel of wine in the city turned sour. After the first 150 days, we ate hard bread and drank foul water, and we survived. After 200, we ate maggots and green meat, and we ate insects when we could find them, and were thankful. We were close to eating our dead. Then, when the city surrendered, Callus took the head start rather than sell out the contract and join the invaders. Eric heard bitterness in Robert's tone. Half our men were injured or sick. Half of those still living, I should say. We got our 1 day's grace, then they turned their cavalry after us. If we had headed south along the river, they'd have run us down for certain. We turned east and hid. Robert was silent for a time. Then, when he spoke again, Eric could hear the barely held-back emotions in his voice, as if he had never told the story to anyone before. We killed our own wounded, rather than leave them behind. As it was, the rest of us barely made it to the steps. The Chishandi covered our retreat from there, and the snakes were smart enough not to get into a running fight with them in their own territory. The Chishandi fed us and nursed us, and we eventually got back to the city of the Serpent River. Nakor said, "I remember the first visit 24 years ago." There was a moment of silence. "Callus was very young then. He still is, by the measure of his race. Now he has much responsibility, and lacks Erutha or Nicholas at his side to instruct him. And now you plan this very dangerous thing." "Desperate thing," said Robert de Longueville. "It was a long time in the planning, and getting the right men for the job was harder than we thought." "These men, these desperate men, they will be able to do this where so many experienced soldiers could not?" There was another long silence. De Longueville finally said, "I don't know, Nakor. I don't know." Eric heard the sounds of the 2 men walking away, and after a moment he could hear them speaking again, though he couldn't understand what they were saying. Eric lay awake a long time, trying to puzzle out the significance of what he had overheard. He had never heard of those places, Hamsa or Kilbar, and didn't know who the Chishandi were. But there was a note in de Longueville's voice he had never heard before. It was an overtone of worry, perhaps even fear. Eric found sleep came slowly, and when it at last found him, he didn't rest well. Nakor, carrying a travel bag slung over his shoulder, was waiting with Callus when Robert de Longueville called Eric and the others out of their room. The 4 guards said nothing, but fell in behind Callus and the others. Nakor kept up a nearly non-stop narrative of some of the things he had been involved in since the last time Callus and de Longueville had visited. From what Eric overheard, it sounded as if Nakor and Callus had known each other for a very long time. Eric remembered Nakor's having said something the night before about a visit somewhere with Callus 24 years earlier, which hardly seemed possible to Eric, as Callus didn't look much older than 24. Then Eric remembered what Nakor said about his race, meaning Callus's, and then the other remarks made in camp about Callus not being human. Eric was so caught up in these reflections he hardly noticed when they climbed out of the vale and crested the ridge. He was surprised to see that the beach was covered with men, his own shipmates, and the full company of soldiers who had been aboard the Freeport Ranger. They stood quietly waiting on the sand. Eric recognized a few faces from the Ranger's company as guards who had served at the camp, but now they were dressed in all fashion of clothing in the same manner as the Revenger's company. De Longueville motioned for Eric and the others to go over and stand next to their shipmates, and he mounted an outcropping of rock next to the trail, so he could look down on the men. "Listen up," he shouted. Callus took his place on the rock and said, "Some of you know me well, and others here have never spoken with me. Most of you know by now who I am, or think you do." He glanced from face to face. "I am called Callus. I serve Prince Nicholas, as I did his father before. Some call me the Eagle of Crondor, or the Prince's Bird of Prey.
He seemed amused by these titles.
24 years ago, a great raid was launched against the far coast. Some here might remember the destruction of Cride, Kars, and Tulan.
A few of the older soldiers from the Ranger nodded.
Those events led us to travel halfway around the world, to the land called Novindus.
None of the men from the Ranger said anything, but Eric's company looked at one another amid a few muttered questions.
Quiet now,
commanded de Longueville.
What we found down there was a plot to destroy the kingdom.
Again there was some stirring among the men from Trenchard's Revenge, but no one spoke. Callus continued.
Twice since I have travelled to this far land, the last time with some of you.
The men from Trenchard's Revenge, almost to a man, turned to regard the guards from the compound, veterans from many different garrisons around the kingdom. Those looked at Callus with a steady gaze, as if they understood exactly what was being said.
So you, who weren't with us, know I'll tell you a few things. 10 years ago, word reached Prince Arutha that a great army was massing in that part of Novindus called the Westlands. That army swept down from an unknown place along the shore of an ocean they called the Green Sea. The first city to fall was Point Punt. In this land there is nothing like our kingdom army. Cities may have militia, but most fighting is done by mercenary companies. There are rules of conduct and established protocols for how they are treated by those who are victorious in warfare. The conquerors gave the defenders of the city called Point Punt the choice of serving or 1 day's grace to withdraw. That is normal. But what wasn't normal was that every man in the city was ordered to serve under arms or watch his wife and children, mother and father, impaled before his eyes. After the first executions, the entire male population of the city joined that army. They then marched on the city of Irebec, and after bitter fighting it fell. Then Port Saulf, then all the towns along the Manstra River. Eric had never heard of any of these places, but he listened, fascinated. From Point Punt they launched an invasion along the River Dee, seeking to enter the area known as the Midlands, and they were unopposed until reaching the foothills of the Rantagari Mountains. Dwarves, much like the race who live in the west of the kingdom, turned them back for 3 years. At last this army of invaders threw up a stable frontier of fortifications and sought another way across Novindus. They came through the forest of Irebec, darker and more fearful than our own Greenheart. They died in numbers getting through, but at last they did, and then they struck the city of Hamsa. The king of Hamsa warred for 5 years with this army, and hired mercenaries from as far away as the city of the Serpent River at the other end of the continent. We have dealings with the city, which is how we came to hear of this invading army. Callus paused. Prince Arutha suspected who was behind this invasion and sent agents to discover if he was correct. Of 30 men, 1 returned, barely alive, and confirmed our worst fears. 6 years ago, I was given command of 2,000 men and sent to bolster the defenses of the city of Hamsa. Every man listening to Callus was motionless. Only the sound of waves breaking on the rocks below the castle and the cries of seabirds broke the silence. There is a race of creatures who live somewhere on Novindus. Some of you may have heard of them as creatures of legend. They are called the Pantathians. Eric turned to look at his companions and saw Jado make a sign against evil. The Pantathians were called the snakes who walk like men, and were creatures of lore conjured up to frighten children into behaving. Unlike trolls and goblins, who were natural creatures living in the distant wilds of the frontier, the Serpentmen were legends, like dragons and centaurs, and no one believed them real. As if reading Eric's mind, Callus said, "These are not legends. I have faced them, and so have these men over here." He motioned to the company from the Freeport Ranger. "You aboard Trenchard's Revenge will have the opportunity along the way to talk to these men, your former guards, and to get the benefit of their knowledge. They can tell you from bitter experience how all too real the Pantathians are. 2,000 men in 10 ships went south to Novindus to battle the enemy as far from home as we might, and only 60 men came home. If you want the full story, there are others who will tell it. Of that 60, the 58 still living are here." Looking directly at Eric for a moment, then at the other former prisoners around him, he went on, "Less than 1 in 20 who went before returned.
And now, 5 years after returning home, we go to find these invaders again. Only this time they are more powerful, more entrenched, and more aware of our part. Each town they conquer joins with them or dies, and when Hamsa fell, of 6,000 defenders, 4,000 swore oaths to the invaders. Those mercenaries who would not were given a day's truce before they were hunted down. This army means to conquer all of Navindus. More, it means to sail here, to the kingdom, and conquer us after. Some of you might think that such chaos would be your perfect chance to escape. Eric glanced around and saw that more than one expression confirmed Callus's remark. If you attempt to leave without permission, at any point along our line of march, Robert de Longueville and I will personally hang you from the nearest tree. If you manage to escape, know that you are living on stolen time, for eventually that army will reach any part of Navindus you may hide in, and you will serve or you will die. Why chance dying now rather than later? He was silent as the men thought on his question. Because, answered Callus, these creatures, these serpent men, will not end at conquest. They will eventually destroy everything, and you will die. There was a fit of muttering at this, and to Callus's surprise it was Nacor who spoke next. The bandy-legged little man said, "You foolish men, listen to me. I have seen what these creatures do. They sought to send a plague to us nearly 25 years ago. They sought to kill everything in the kingdom." Jerome made bold to speak. "Why would any creature do such a thing?" Nacor shrugged. "I could tell you, but I scarcely think you'd understand." Jerome, whose temper was as bad as Louise's, narrowed his gaze at the Isolani. "I may have to take abuse from my officers, little man, but I'm not as stupid as you might think. If you speak slowly enough, I just might understand." Nacor glanced at Callus, who nodded. Nacor said, "Very well. The Pantathians are not natural beings." When Jerome Handy gave him a puzzled look, Nacor said, "I'll speak slowly." Some of the men laughed, but it was a nervous laugh. Callus said, "Continue." "There was, ages ago in this world, a race called the Dragon Lords." Some of the men made signs against evil, and others scoffed openly. "Legends!" shouted one. "Yes," said Callus, "legends, but based upon history. Those beings once ruled this world, and one of them, a powerful member of her race, created the Pantathians as her servants. They are an ancient race, raised up by this Dragon Lord from serpents in the swamps of Navindus. Artificial they may have been in their beginning, but they were bred to serve this one. She was called Alma Lodaka. When the Dragon Lords vanished, this race of twisted creatures believed that they were to abide until her return. By means I will not reveal, they have found a way to call her back from the place she resides. The unfortunate consequence of such an act would be to destroy all life on this world." "No," said several men. "That can't be possible," said another. "Possible?" asked Nacor. "What is possible?" He reached into his sack and drew out an orange. He tossed it to Jerome. Then he took out another and threw it to Eric, and another to another man. After a few minutes, at least a score of oranges came out of the sack. Callus said, "I thought it was apples." "I went back to oranges a few years ago," said Nacor, as he kept pulling more and more oranges out of the little sack. He held up the sack and showed everyone that it was empty, even turning it inside out. Then he reached in and drew more oranges out and started throwing them to the other soldiers until more than 5 dozen oranges had come out of that small sack. "Possible?" he asked. He walked up to Jerome Handy, looked up at the big man, and said, "Do you think it possible that I could force you to your knees with one hand?" Jerome's eyes narrowed and his complexion flushed, and he said, "No, I don't." Eric cleared his throat, and when Jerome turned to look, Eric nodded once toward Chopi, who stood behind him. Jerome saw the other Isolani raise a questioning eyebrow. Then he turned to Nacor and stared at him for a long moment. Lowering his voice, he said, "But maybe you could do it with 2 hands. Nacor glanced over at Chopi and grinned. Turning away, he said, "Only need 1. To the assembled company, he said,
Take it on faith, you desperate men. This the Pantathians can do. They can end life as we know it on this world. No bird will sing to greet the dawn, and no insect will buzz from flower to flower. No seed will take root, no child will cry for his mother's breast, and no thing that crawls, walks, or flies will survive.
A young man Eric didn't know well, David Geflin, said, "Why would they do such a mad thing?"
Because they think this dragon lord, this Alma Lodaka, is a goddess. A powerful being she was, but no goddess. Yet to these sick creatures whom she created from snakes, she was. Their mother goddess, they call her, and they believe that to return her to this lifeless world will bring them into a state of grace with her, that she will make them first among all the new creatures she creates. So they believe, and so they act. And this is why they must be opposed. How can they do this? Asked Billy Goodwin.
"How, we will not say," answered Callis. "We will only say that the king and a few others know this secret. No others need know. All we need know is that it is our job to stop them." "How?" demanded Biggo. "You lost almost 2,000 men, and from what you've said, their army is now twice the size of the one you faced." Callis looked around. "Because we don't travel to Novindus to face this conquering army, Biggo. We travel to Novindus to join it." 12. Arrival. Eric winced. The roundhouse kick Nacor caught him with had been pulled, but it still stung. "You still charge like a mad bull," scolded the Isolani. His face was like wrinkled leather, but his eyes showed a youthful merriment. Shopee watched closely as his older countryman spun again unexpectedly. Eric moved just in time to keep from getting kicked in the chest again, and snapped off a kick of his own, coming quickly back to a defensive position. "Why?" shouted Nacor, scolding. "Why did you draw back?" Eric blew out hard, sucking in air as perspiration poured from his face and body. Puffing, he said, "Because I would have been off balance. That kick was to get you to back off, not to hurt you. If I had followed up, you would have broken my neck." Nacor grinned, and once more Eric was struck by how this strange man, aboard their ship for less than a month now, had come to be so liked by everyone. He told outrageous stories, almost certainly all lies, and his habit of winning consistently at cards caused Eric to think him probably a cheat as well. But if a liar and cheat could said to be trusted, Nacor was. Shopee came to stand next to Nacor. "It is wise to know when to regroup, just as it is wise to know when to press." He bowed, and Eric returned the bow. At first, like the others, he had thought all the rituals strange and had mocked them. But now, also like the others, he performed them without thought. In fact, he now admitted to himself that the rituals helped keep him focused. "Master," began Shopee. "I tell you again, boy, don't call me master." The men laughed. Shopee had decided at some point during the week following Nacor's arrival that Nacor was the master he had been sent to find. This had brought a consistent stream of denial from Nacor that was now in its third week. At least once in every conversation, Shopee called Nacor master, and Nacor demanded he stop. Shopee ignored the instruction. "I think we should show them in Shitoku." Nacor shook his head. "You show them. I'm tired. I'm going to go over there and eat an orange." Eric flexed his left shoulder, stiff from the blow to his chest. Shopee noticed. "That is bothering you?" Eric nodded. "Caught me here," he said, pointing to just below his right pectoral muscle. "But I can feel it all the way through to my neck and elbow. My shoulder is tightening." "Then come here," said Shopee. Nacor watched and nodded as Shopee indicated Eric should kneel. He made a gesture with his right hand, then laid his hands upon Eric's shoulder. Eric's eyes widened as he felt heat flowing from Shopee's hands. The throbbing in his shoulder quickly diminished. As he knelt there, Eric said, "What are you doing?" Shopee said, "In my homeland, it is known as Reiki. There is healing energy in the body. It is what helps you recover from injuries and disease." As the heat loosened the bruised muscle, Eric said, "Can you teach me to do this?" "It takes a great deal of time," began Shopee. "Ah!" shouted Nacor. Moving from the rail, he tossed a half-eaten orange over the side and said, "More monastic mumbo-jumbo. The Reiki is no mystic meditation. There is no prayer. It's a natural thing. Anyone can do it. Shopi smiled slightly as Nakor waved him aside. Standing over Eric, he said, "You want to do this?" Eric said, "Yes." Nakor said, "Give me your right hand." Eric held it out, and Nakor turned it over, palm up. He closed his eyes and made some signs, then slapped Eric's hand hard. Eric felt his eyes water from the unexpected blow. "What did you do that for?" he demanded. "Wakes up the energies. Now, hold your hand here." Nakor moved Eric's hand to his shoulder. Eric felt the same heat flowing from his own hand he had felt from Shopi's. "Without prayer or meditation, it flows," instructed Nakor. "It's always on, so whatever you touch, you will heal. Now I will show you what to touch." To Shopi he said, "I can teach these men to use power in 2 days, boy. None of your mystic nonsense. The temples claim this is magic, but it isn't even a good trick. It's just that most people are too stupid to know they have the power or how to use it." Shopi looked at Nakor and feigned a serious expression, but his eyes were amused. "Yes, master." "And don't call me master!" shouted Nakor. He instructed the men to circle around and began talking about the body's natural healing energies. Eric was fascinated. He thought back to those horses he had treated, the ones who should have gotten better but didn't, and the ones that recovered from injuries against any reasonable expectation of success. And he wondered how much of it was their spirit. "This energy is made of the stuff of life," said Nakor. "I think you are not stupid men, but you are also men who do not care much for those things I find so fascinating, so I will not try to explain to you what I think this stuff of life is. Leave it to say that this energy is everywhere, in all things living." Callus came up on deck and caught Nakor's eyes. Something passed between them as Nakor said, "All living things are connected." Eric glanced back at where Rue sat and noticed his friend had also caught the exchange. Nakor went on to explain about how the body can heal itself, but that most people don't know how to accept their own power. He demonstrated a few things the men needed to know to take full advantage of their Reiki: where best to place their hands to achieve the desired effect, how to identify different types of injury and illness. But the energy seemed always to be there whenever they touched themselves or one another, after Nakor had awakened the power in their hands. By midday, all the men had been slapped on the hand and had spent hours practicing healing energies on one another. Nakor and Shopi had led them through a series of exercises designed to help them identify the sources of common problems and how to recognize the flow of energies in another's body. At the midday meal, the men were joking about this laying hand on one another, but they were also obviously impressed at the ability of this simple act to relieve aches and reduce swelling and generally make them feel better. After lunch, Eric and Rue were sent aloft, relieving sailors on the day watch so they could eat. Securing a sail that the captain had ordered reefed as the wind freshened, Rue said, "What do you think of all that?" Eric said, "What Nakor said. It's a useful tool. I don't care a fig for what Shopi says about its being a mystic thing. It works. I'll use it." With a near wistful note in his voice, he added, "I wish I had known about it when I was tending Greylock's mare. It would have made her come back faster, I think." Rue said, "I think anything we know that can keep us healthy is good." Eric nodded. There was a grim reluctance among the men to consider the eventual end of their journey. After Callus had announced his intention to take them to join this invading host, he had briefly outlined their mission. They would land a small party on a beach below a cliff where ships did not normally pass. The 36 prisoners and 58 survivors of the last campaign, with Foster, de Longueville, Nakor, and Callus, would climb this cliff face. Once atop the plateau, they would travel overland to meet some allies of Callus's, then move to intercept the invaders at a city called Kuiper. Their mission was to discover what weakness, if any, existed in this host, and Callus and Nakor would be the ones likely to understand what that would be. But when it was discovered what that weakness might be, then it was every man's duty to return to the city of the Serpent River with the information, to get back to Trenchard's revenge, and get the critical intelligence back to Prince Nicholas. If they could contrive a way to balk the onslaught before the invaders could muster a host big enough to cross the waters and assault the kingdom, all the better. But Callus drove home again and again the risk that hung over everyone. Eric remembered his last words on the subject. "No one will escape. This plague of invasion is but the first part of the destruction. Dark magic beyond your ability to comprehend will be unleashed in the end, And should you hide in the deepest cave in the farthest mountains of the Northlands, or in the remotest island on some distant sea, you will die. If we do not stop this host, we all will die. He had looked from man to man. That is the only choice. Win or die. Now Eric understood why Robert de Longueville had needed desperate men, because for all intents and purposes they were about to stick their neck back in the noose. Eric absently fingered the one he still wore.
Mercy,
said Rue, bringing Eric out of his reverie.
What? Speak of a demon, and he appears. Isn't that Owen Greylock's silver scalp I see over there on the foredeck of the Ranger?
Eric looked hard and saw the tiny figure on the nearby ship. It could be. About the right size, and the hair has that silver streaking through it.
I wonder why we didn't see him at the beach.
Eric finished off tying a line. Maybe he didn't come ashore. Maybe he already knows the tasks at hand. Rue nodded.
In all of this, there are still some things I don't understand. Who was this Miranda woman, anyway? Every man I mentioned her to has met her, sometimes under different names. And Greylock was your friend, maybe, but if he's on that ship, did he have something to do with our being captured?
Eric shrugged. If that is Greylock, we'll find out when we get where we're going. As for the rest, who cares? We're here, and we have a job to do. Thinking about why isn't going to change that. Rue looked exasperated.
You have too accepting a nature, my friend. When this is all done, if we survive, I plan on getting rich. There's a merchant in Crondor with a homely daughter who he wants to marry off. I may be just the lad for her.
Eric laughed. You can be ambitious for both of us, Rue. They continued to work, and when Eric glanced over at the Ranger, the figure who might have been Owen was gone. Weeks passed. They sailed through the Straits of Darkness without mishap, though the weather was difficult. For the first time, Eric felt what it was like to be at risk aboard ship, hanging from rigging as weather buffeted him. The old hands joked that this was a mild passage for the time of year in the Straits, and wove stories of impossible conditions, with mile-high funnel clouds and waves the size of castles. It took 3 days, and when they had passed through, Eric had nearly collapsed on his bunk, as had his companions. The experienced sailors could sleep through the storm on their off-watch, but the former prisoners weren't that blasé about it. As life aboard the ship became more routine, the relationships between the men evolved. They would talk for days about the grim purpose behind their mission. Then more days would go by without comment. Speculation would lead to dispute, followed by silent acknowledgment that each man, in his own way, was afraid. Those former soldiers who came over from the Ranger to train with the prisoners were just as likely to give long narratives about the previous venture south as they were to remain silent. It depended upon the man and his mood. Eric did discover one thing. Callus was nothing human, if the older soldiers were to be believed. Far more telling than Jadot's and Jerome's tales of his prodigious strength was one old soldier, a former corporal at Kars, who said that he had first met Callus 24 years previously, when the corporal had been a raw recruit, and Callus hadn't aged a day since. Rue was learning to curb his temper, if not entirely master it. He had gotten into several arguments, but only one had come to blows, and that had quickly been ended by Jerome Handy's picking Rue up, carrying him up on deck, and threatening to drop him over the side. The crew laughed as Rue dangled over the water with Jerome gripping his ankles. Rue had been more embarrassed than angered by the incident, and when Eric had spoken to him about it afterward, he shrugged it off. He said something that had stuck with Eric ever since. He looked his boyhood friend in the eye and said, "Whatever happens, I have been afraid, Eric. I cried like a baby and peed in my pants when they took us to the gallows. After that, what is there left to be afraid of?" Eric enjoyed the sea, but he didn't think he could live the sailor's life. He longed for his forge and horses to tend. He knew that if he survived the coming battles, that would be his choice. A forge, and maybe someday a wife and children. He thought about Rosalind and his mother, Milo and Ravensburg. He wondered how they were doing, and if they knew he was alive. Manfred might have mentioned it to a guard who might have told someone in town. But there was certainly no one who cared enough about him or his family to ensure that his mother or Rosalind knew. He had thoughts of Rosalind and found them strangely neutral. He loved her, but when he imagined a wife and children, Rosalind wasn't there. No one was. Rue had already made up his mind he would return to Crondor and marry Helmut Grendel's homely daughter. Every time he said that, Eric laughed. As the days wore on, the men became more proficient in every aspect of their training. The stories of the surviving men from the last mission and their example, their own grim determination to excel, spurred on the former prisoners to match their achievements. As well as they could aboard ship, they practiced their weapons, and on calmer days, Callas worked with them on archery. The weapon of choice was a small bow used by the horsemen of the Eastland steppes, the Jeshandi. Callas had his own longbow stored in his cabin, but used the shorter weapon with ease. About half the men turned out to be good to excellent with the weapon. Rue was better than Eric, but neither youngster was among the first 30 bowmen. Those would be issued bows, Callas had said, but he wanted every man at least familiar enough with the weapon to have some chance of hitting a target. That seemed to be the underlying pattern to the training. The Longueville and Foster would drill men with every weapon they might be forced to use, from long pole arms to daggers. Each man was marked down in a journal as to his strengths and weaknesses, but none was spared the hours of drills, even with the weapons for which he showed no aptitude. What had begun at the camp outside of Crondor continued aboard ship. Each day Eric spent a half-watch using a sword, spear, or bow, a knife, mauler, or his fists, but always he was expected to improve. The hour with Chopie and Nacor became the high point of the day for Eric, and the other men seemed to enjoy the exercises as well. The meditation was strange at first, but now it refreshed him and made his sleep better. By the third month, Eric was adept at open-handed fighting, as he thought of the strange Isolani dance Chopie taught them. No matter how strange at first, the movements wove themselves into an arsenal of moves and countermoves. And often, without thought, Eric found a sudden response, completely unexpected, coming from him during a combat drill. Once, when using knives, he almost cut Luis, who said something in Rhodesian as he studied his one-time death cell companion. Then he had laughed. "Your dance of the crane has turned into the claw of the tiger, it seems." Both were moves taught him by Chopie, and neither had been conscious on his part. Eric wondered what he was becoming. "Land ho!" cried the lookout. For the last 2 days, tension on the ship had mounted. Sailors had mentioned that they were close to the point where they should be making landfall, and now every man was conscious of how long he had been confined to the ship. These large 3-masted warships were provisioned well enough for the long 4-month voyage, but the food was now stale or old and tired. Only Nacor's ever-present oranges were fresh. Eric went aloft and made ready to reef sail as the captain took the ship through a treacherous series of reefs. Moving past a clear patch of water, Eric looked down and saw what appeared to be part of a ship lying under 10 feet of water. An older sailor named Marston, standing next to him, said, "That's the Raptor, lad. Old Captain Trenchard's ship, once the Royal Eagle out of Crondor. We sailors of the king became pirates for a time." He pointed toward a rocky shore. "A handful of us washed up there 24 years ago, and young Callas, with the Prince of Crondor, Nicholas, not his dad, and Duke Marcus of Cridey." "You were among that party?" asked Rue on his other side. "There's a handful of us still alive. I was on my first voyage, a seaman apprentice in the King's Navy, but I served on the best ship under the finest captain in history." Rue and Eric had heard several versions of the story about Callas's first voyage to the southern continent. "Where are you going once we're dropped off?" Marston replied, "City of the Serpent River. Revenge is going to wait for you men, while Ranger is going to refit and go home with the current news. That's what I hear, anyway." Scuttlebutt, they called it in the Navy, but it was the same gossip they'd heard. Further conversation was cut off by the order to reef the sails, and Eric and Rue got to it. When they were done scrambling around enough to take in their whereabouts, they saw they were lying off a long, empty beach beneath a huge wall of cliffs, easily 100 feet high. The breakers and combers indicated the area was thick with rocks, and Eric was impressed with the captain's ease at reaching this relatively safe anchorage. "Muster on deck!" came the command, and Eric and Rue scrambled down to the deck with the others. De Longueville waited until the entire company was settled before he shouted, "We get off here, ladies. You have 10 minutes to get below and gather up your kits and get back up here. The boats will be putting over the side at once. We don't dawdle. No one will be left behind, so don't get cute ideas about dodging into the rope lockers." Eric was convinced the warning was unnecessary. The conversations he'd had with every other member of this company led him to judge that everyone understood there would be no quick escape from this mission. Some might not believe that everything was as Callas had said, but Nacor's words seemed to have reached all of them, and whatever the truth of it, this band of desperate men would meet the challenge face on. Horsemen waited at the top of the cliff. The climb had been relatively easy, as a rope and wood ladder had been installed on the face of the rocks. Anyone in poor health might have had difficulty with a long climb, but after 4 months of ship's duty, hard upon the heels of the training at the camp, Eric had no trouble climbing with his backpack and weapons. At the top of the bluff, Eric saw a pleasant oasis, hard against the edge of the cliff. A large pool of water was surrounded by date palms and other greenery. Then he caught sight of the desert. "Gods!" he exclaimed, and Rue came to his side. "What?" asked the smaller youth. Biggo and the others came and looked where Eric pointed.
"I've seen the Jalper," said Billy Goodwin, "and it's a mother's kindness compared to this."
In every direction, rock and sand greeted the eye. Save where the cliff showed ocean, there was only one color, a slate gray, dotted with darker rock. Even this late in the afternoon, the heat shimmer rising made the air ripple like bed-sheets on a line, and suddenly Eric felt thirsty. Biggo said, "I would not wish this on a hound of hell." The attention of Eric and his 5 companions was diverted by Foster suddenly shouting, "All right, ladies, enough time to take in the scenery later. Fall in." They were moved to where de Longueville waited. He pointed to a group of 6 men, the one that included Jerome and Jado Shati. Eric knew them by name and had spoken to each from time to time on the long voyage.
"This is the oldest team of 6 I have. They've been training for 3 years.
Then he motioned toward Eric and his group.
This is the newest group. They'd been training for only a few weeks before we left."
He addressed Eric's group.
"Watch them. Do what they do. If you get into trouble, they will help you. If you make mistakes, they will help you. If you try to escape, they will kill you."
Without another word, he moved away. Calling Foster's name, he shouted instructions to get the men organized for march. The horsemen conferred with Callus, then turned and rode off. A short distance away, large bundles were tied down under canvas, staked to the ground by a pagan rope. Foster ordered a dozen men to uncover them, and when they had finished, Eric saw a cache of arms and armor. Callus held up his hand.
"You are mercenaries now, so some of you will dress like rag-pickers, while others will look like princes. I want no squabbling over who takes what. The weapons are more important than the finery. Leave your kingdom-made weapons here, and take what's under the canvas."
Rue whispered, "Wish they'd told us we wouldn't need all this armor before we lugged it up the cliff."
Callus continued,
"Remember, this is mummery, nothing more. Booty isn't our objective."
The men gathered closer, for Callus rarely addressed them, and they were still not privy to much of what lay before them.
"You know what you've been told," he continued. "Now you will know the rest. In ancient times, a race was created, the Serpentmen of Pantathia."
Instead of the usual muttering, the men were rapt and silent, for they knew their lives depended upon knowing as much about this mission as possible.
"This race has lore as ancient as the Chaos Wars. They think their destiny is to rule this world, destroying all else who abide here."
Looking around at the men, as if memorizing their faces, the young-looking elf-kin said,
"They have the means, I think. Or at least it's our task to discover if they have the means. We came here 12 years ago, some of us."
He nodded to a knot of soldiers from the last campaign.
"We thought in simpler terms then. We would lend our weight to the struggle and turn back conquerors. We now know better."
All the surviving soldiers of the first campaign against the Pantathians nodded in agreement.
"Whatever these creatures plan, it is more than simple land-grabbing or raiding for booty. 20 years ago, they came against a small city on the far side of this continent, Irabek, and since then, any land they take falls behind a curtain of death and fire. We have no word from any place they have conquered. Those of us who faced them on the wars of Hamsa know what they are. Mercenary companies, such as we pretend to be, lead the wave, but behind them are fanatic soldiers. There are human officers and cadres of well-drilled fighting men, but more. There are also serpents who ride horses 25 hands high."
Eric blinked at this. The largest war-horse he had seen in Baron Otto's cavalry was 19 hands. He'd heard of some being 20 hands, used by the Krondor heavy lancers, but 25 hands? That was nearly 8.5 feet to the withers. Not even the biggest shire horse he'd seen came close to that.
"We've not seen these creatures," continued Callus, "but we have reliable reports, and behind these creatures come the priests themselves. Some men, we are told, are rewarded by being placed high within this company of well-drilled fighting men, but all of them are willing servants of those who seek to dominate this land. Our mission is simple. We must get as close to the heart of this army of conquest, and discover as much about it as we may.
Then, when we have learned all we can, we must flee to the city of the Serpent River, and from there home, so that Prince Nicholas can prepare for the coming invasion." There was a moment of silence. Then Vigo said, "So that's all we need do, and then we can go home?" Suddenly there was laughter. Eric found he couldn't hold it in. Rue looked at him, seemed to struggle to hold in his own guffaw, then abruptly was laughing as well. Callus let the mirth go on for a moment before he held up his hands for silence. "Many will not return, but those of you who do will have earned your freedom and the praise of your king. And if we can defeat these murderous snakes, you may have the opportunity to live out that life as you choose. Now, get equipped. We have a long march across a difficult desert before we meet with friends." The men fell upon the arms and clothing like children on gifts at the midwinter feast, and soon comments and friendly insults were flying. Eric found a faded but serviceable blue tunic, over which he strapped on a breastplate of alien design, with a worn and faded lion's head embossed on it. A simple round shield, a long dagger in his belt, and a well-made longsword filled his needs. As men tried on various items and discarded them, a conical helm with a nasal bar rolled to his feet. He bent to pick it up, and a chain neck guard fell out. He tried it on. It fit comfortably, so he kept it. As the men made ready, the mood turned somber. Callus saw they were finished and held up his hands. "You are now Callus's Crimson Eagles. If anyone recognizes that name, you're men from the Sunset Islands. Those of you who served before can tell the others what they need to know about the Eagles if they're asked. We are the fiercest fighters in the kingdom, and we fear no man or demon. We got our backsides booted when last we came this way, but that was 12 years ago, and I doubt there's one man in 1,000 alive who remembers. So, form companies. We're mercenaries, but we're not rabble. And check your rations. Each man's to carry 3 full water skins. We're marching at night and sleeping during the day. Follow instructions, and you'll live to see water again." As the sun sank, Foster and de Longueville got the men ranked into companies. Callus faced west toward an angry sun, and led them into the heat. Eric had never been so hot, tired, and thirsty in his life. The back of his neck itched, yet he couldn't spare the energy to reach up and scratch it. The first night had seemed relatively easy. The air had plunged from hot to brisk within hours, and as sunrise approached, it was cold. Yet even then it had been a very dry cold, and the thirst had begun. As instructed, they drank only when permitted by Foster and de Longueville, a mouthful every hour. Near sunrise, they were ordered to make camp, and quickly had small tents erected, each large enough to shade 6 men. They quickly fell asleep. Hours later, Eric awoke with a start, as the breath in his lungs seemed barely to hold enough air to keep him alive. He gasped and was rewarded with a dry lungful that was close to painful. Opening his eyes, he saw waves in the air as heat shimmer rose off the hard pan. Other men moved and tried to get comfortable in the heat. A couple had left the small tents, thinking the heat outside might somehow be less than the heat radiating through the canvas, and quickly they returned to the tiny shelter. As if reading minds, Foster's voice had cut through the air, warning any man caught drinking would be flogged. The second night had been arduous, and the second day terrible. Now there was no rest in lying in the heat, only less energy expended than attempting to move. The night offered no relief, as the cold, dry air sucked moisture from the men seemingly as quickly as the day's heat. They marched on. Foster and de Longueville were careful not to lose sight of each company, ensuring that no one at the rear stumbled and was left behind. Eric knew they were also ensuring that no one dropped any vital piece of equipment because they were fatigued. Now it was the 3rd day, and Eric despaired of ever seeing water and shade again. Adding to the cruelty of the trek was the rising terrain before them. It had begun gently enough, but now it felt as if they were walking uphill. Ahead, Callus stopped, but motioned for the others to come up to him. When they reached the crest of the rise, Eric could see that they had reached grasslands, and that from the crest downward, rolling hills of green led to a scattering of copses where broad-branched trees offered shelter. In the distance, a line of trees meandered across the countryside, and it was there Callus pointed. "The Serpent River. You can drink your fill now." Eric pulled up his last water-skin and drained it, finding it was almost empty. He was surprised. He had thought he had more water left, as he hadn't been allowed to drink enough to drain 3 skins. Callus looked to de Longueville and said, "That was pretty easy." Eric glanced at Rue, who shook his head. The order to march was passed along, and they moved toward the distant river. Horses milled in large corrals, and Callas spoke to a pair of horse traders. They had been at this place before, a prosperous-looking trading post called Shingazi's Landing. One of the older soldiers said it had been burned to the ground when Callas had first come to this land 24 years ago, but had been rebuilt. Even though Shingazi had died in that fire years before, the new owners kept the name. So they were presently enjoying the hospitality of Brex at Shingazi's Landing. The food was simple but welcome after the rations of the last 3 days, as were the abundant wine and ale. The men waiting for them weren't the same riders that had met them on the bluffs. Those had been riders of the Jishandi, Eric had been told, while these were city men, up from the city of the Serpent River. A company of guardsmen were stationed with them, and their captain was known to Callas. They had gone inside the tavern to talk, while the mercenary company was left to itself outside. Every man had bathed in the river, drank his fill, and now they were resting before mounting up to ride. Eric watched the horses with interest. Here was something he could understand. He saw that each mount was being given a snaffle bit, a cavalry saddle with a breastband, and saddlebags, with room for a sleeping roll or rolled-up tent behind the saddle's cantle. Foster was walking nearby when Eric noticed something. "Corporal," he said. Foster halted. "What?" "That horse isn't sound." "What?" Eric moved between 2 rails of the corral fence and pushed past the milling horses nearby. One of the horse trader's handlers shouted at Eric. He had tried to learn the language of this land on ship, and knew that man was ordering him to stay away from the horses, but he didn't have enough confidence in his ability to say he just wanted to look. He waved at the man as if returning a greeting. Reaching the horse, he ran his hand down the left foreleg, picking it up. "Bad hoof." Foster said, "Damn their greedy hearts." The wrangler reached them, shouting at them to leave the animals alone. "You haven't paid yet. They are not yours." Foster unleashed his legendary rage. Gripping the man's shirt in one meaty hand, he raised him to his toes and screamed in his face. "I should have your liver for lunch. Get your master and tell him if he's not here before I lose my good mood, I'll kill him and every cheating horse son of a city man within 5 miles. He half pushed the man as he let go of his shirt, and the wrangler fell back against the horse, who snorted in protest and moved away. Turning, the man ran off to find his employer. This exchange wasn't lost on the guards who came with the horse traders, and suddenly there were armed men in all directions, moving to get ready for a fight. Eric said, "Corporal, was that wise?" Foster only grinned. A few moments later, the horse trader was upon them, demanding to know why they had assaulted his man. Foster said, "Assault? I should have your heads on pikes. Look at this animal." The man glanced at the horse and said, "What about him?" Foster looked to Eric and said, "What about him?" Eric suddenly found himself the center of attention of every man within view. He looked around and saw Callas and the leader of the city guardsmen coming out of the tavern. Someone had obviously alerted them to the possibility of danger. Eric said, "He has a bad hoof. It's cracked and festering, and it's been painted over to look healthy." The man began a stream of protests, but then Callas said, "Is this true?" Eric nodded. "It's an old trick." He moved to the horse's head and looked into his eyes, then inspected his mouth. "He's been drugged. I don't know what, but there are several drugs that will deaden the pain enough to make him not limp. Whatever they gave him is wearing off. He's starting to show a hitch in his walk." Callas came up to the horse trader. "You were given this commission by our friend Regine of the Lion Clan, were you not?" The man nodded, attempting to bluff. "I was. My word is bond from the city of the Serpent River to the Westlands. I will find whichever one of my misguided retainers is responsible and have the man beaten. Obviously, someone is attempting to curry my favor, but I will have no cheating of good friends." Callas shook his head. "Fine. We shall inspect every animal, and for each one we reject, you will be fined the price of a sound horse as well. This is one. That means we get one other sound mount for no charge." When the man looked to the captain of the company that had accompanied the horseman, he smiled. "Sounds fair to me, Mugar." Seeing no relief, the man touched his hand to his heart. "It is done." As the defeated merchant stalked away, Callas said, "Hatonis, this is Eric von Darkmoor. He'll be inspecting each animal. If you would see he's not interfered with, I would be in your debt." Eric extended his hand. The man shook it with a firm grip. He was a soldier of middle years, but only a little gray took away his youth. He was strong and looked like a seasoned fighter. "My father would come back from the grave to haunt one such as that if he cast shame upon our clan," said the guard captain. Turning to Eric, Callas said, "Can you vet more than 100 horses by first light tomorrow?" Eric glanced around and shrugged. "If I must." "You must," said Callas, walking away. Foster watched a moment, then turned to Eric. "Well, don't just stand there. Get to it." Eric sighed in resignation and, looking around, called for some of the men in his company to lend a hand. He couldn't get another expert to magically appear, but he needed men to walk and jog the animals and move the bedded ones to another location. Taking a deep breath, he began with the closest horse.